Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
A stabbing pain ripped through Charlotte's body, forcing his eyes open. He tried to lift his head, but even the smallest movement sent agony flooding through him. It felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered. Even the act of breathing was torture, like inhaling knives that slash his lungs from the inside. Curling into himself, Charlotte could only writhe in silence. What's happening? Wasn't I working overtime? Where is this? Those fragments of thought flickered in his mind before darkness pulled him under again. He didn't know how much time had passed when faint voices reached him. Forcing his eyes open, Charlotte saw two figures in strange, archaic robes standing nearby. "Maggies, we must leave quickly. The Aurors are onto us. Mad dogs, the lot of them. Don't panic. This is the last test. Once it's done, we'll depart. Are you certain? We've already wasted too much time. Why, don't doubt me. You've seen it. We're only a single step away from success. When it's complete, we won't just rival Merlin, the god of magic. We'll surpass him. I hope so." Noticing Charlotte stirring, both men glanced at him briefly before turning away. In the dim glow of oil lamps, Charlotte studied their faces. One was tall and sickly pale, his long flaxen hair framing green eyes that gleamed with malice. The other was a skeletal old man in a pointed hat, his triangular eyes burning with madness, his beard spilling down his chest. They looked like medieval wizards straight from a nightmare. Charlotte scanned his surroundings. A windowless room sealed tight, lit by two oil lamps. Strange runes were scrawled across the floor in pigments he couldn't recognize. He himself was chained in a corner, discarded like rubbish. The fog in his head began to clear. Raising his pale hands, Charlotte whispered hoarsely, "I've transmigrated. Memories not his own poured in. This was the world of Harry Potter. In this life, he was a wizard born to muggles, his parents long dead, raised in an orphanage. A week ago, he had been kidnapped by these two dark wizards. Before him, two other children had been dragged here. Charlotte had watched them injected with potions, twisted into grotesque half-beasts before exploding in bloody ruin. He himself had tried to fight back, only to be tortured to death under the Cruciatus curse. That was when his old life ended, and his new one began." Charlotte sighed bitterly. 996 overtime in my past life, rebirth in this one, only to become a lab rat for dark wizards. Truly, the heavens are mocking me. The door creaked open again. The two wizards returned. Charlotte's pulse spiked. He already knew what they intended. Chains snapped open with a wand's flick. Reflexively, Charlotte bolted for the door. The soul leaves the body. A pale blue light struck him mid-step. Instantly, his will was shackled. Though his mind screamed to flee, his body turned obediently back toward the robed men. The Imperius curse. Charlotte's heart sank. One of the three unforgivable curses. "You're fortunate," the old wizard rasped. "If it weren't for the Aurors, if you weren't our final subject, I'd have tested every curse on you first." He withdrew a crystal vial the size of an egg. Inside swirled a gray-blue liquid that shimmered ominously. "Lie in the center of the runes. Drink it all." Charlotte resisted with everything he had, but his body betrayed him, laying down in the middle of the circle. The potion burned his throat as he swallowed, its bitterness eclipsing even his fear of death. Images of the two children who had exploded flashed in his mind. Panic surged. "This is it. I'm going to die." But then, ding! Thunderbird bloodline detected. God-tier Animagus system activating. Fuse bloodline? Charlotte froze. A system? His only chance. "I accept." Fuse immediately, even if it turned him into a bird. Anything was better than dying like this. At his command, something within him ignited. Lightning surged in his veins. His body began to twist and change, power tearing through every cell. The experiment wasn't ending him. It was awakening him. A sudden whirlwind erupted around Charlotte, rattling the sealed chamber and filling the air with choking dust. Arcs of lightning crackled at its core, snapping like serpents of pure energy. Charlotte's body was changing. His black pupils glowed into a molten gold, and pale golden feathers sprouted across his skin. Rip! His shirt split as a pair of fledgling wings tore free from his back. It worked! Ha ha ha, it worked! Maggie shrieked with wild triumph. His eyes gleamed with madness. Why do you see? This boy has become the first Animagus in history to take the form of a magical creature. Not just any beast, a thunderbird. Our names will live forever in wizarding history. He laughed like a lunatic, pointing at Charlotte, who had fully transformed. Merlin himself never achieved this. Look at those feathers, flawless. Those talons could shred steel. Perfect, absolutely perfect. White's expression twisted with excitement of his own. Just standing near the Thunderbird radiated overwhelming pressure. If a mere boy can wield such power, then what heights could we reach by fusing with dragons, phoenixes, or other divine beasts? His lips curled into a greedy smile. But within Charlotte's mind, a clear chime rang. Ding! Thunderbird bloodline successfully fused. Name, Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human, Thunderbird Animagus. Occupation, wizard. Talent, thunderstorm. Strength, 12. Intelligence, 9. Mana, 15. Skills, none. Skill points, 0. Charlotte's eyes widened. Animagus of a magical beast? Even transforming into an ordinary animal was advanced magic, mastered by only a handful of witches and wizards. Not even Merlin, the so-called god of magic, had ever transformed into a true magical creature. Yet he, a boy barely 11, had become a thunderbird, complete with its innate talent, thunderstorm. Just flapping his wings, he felt, could summon hurricanes and lightning. And now, staring at the two wizards gloating over him, rage flooded his chest. Cheer! The piercing cry of a stormbird split the air. Charlotte's 3 pairs of wings snapped open, and with a single beat unleashed a crushing gale. Boom! The storm wind hurled both dark wizards across the room. White crashed against the wall with a grunt, coughing blood but alive. Maggie smashed through the wooden door. Jagged splinters pierced his chest, leaving him gasping on the edge of death. White scrambled to his feet, raising his wand in desperation. Avada! Crack! Before the curse could finish, a bolt of blinding lightning slammed into his chest, frying him where he stood. Smoke curled from his robes, the stench of scorched flesh filling the air. Charlotte's golden eyes flashed. He pivoted, loosing another strike into Maggie's. The old monster was already half dead, but Charlotte refused to risk leaving him alive. A black wizard dying quietly was far safer than one muttering Avada Kedavra with his last breath. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain dark wizards White Claire and Maggie's Brook. Rewards gained, +2 skill points, a clemency, Avada Kedavra. Charlotte blinked. Killing dark wizards gives me skills? And a killing curse right off the bat? What kind of system are you trying to make me into? Still, a clemency made his heart leap. A time traveler who could morph into magical beasts? If the world ever learned his secret, he'd be hunted, dissected, and studied like prey. A clemency, without hesitation, he invested both skill points. Updated skills. A clemency, rank 2, proficient. Avada Kedavra, rank 0. Proficiency in a clemency at his age. Even most adult wizards couldn't dream of such mastery. But then, exhaustion crashed down on him. His magic burned out, Charlotte's majestic thunderbird form shrank away. Feathers vanished, wings dissolved, and he collapsed back into his frail human body. So there's a limit. The form devours magic and stamina constantly. Footsteps. The sound of boots echoed beyond the ruined door. Charlotte's chest tightened. Not more dark wizards. Not now, when I can't even lift a finger. The door burst open. Several men in black trench coats stormed in. Leading them was a scarred giant of a man with a wooden leg, a grotesque whirling false, eye glaring from his scarred face. Charlotte froze. Recognition flooded him. Mad-Eye Moody, elite Auror of the Ministry, legendary dark wizard hunter, the one even Voldemort feared enough to name. Relief washed over Charlotte, but he quickly forced terror into his face. To them, he was just a victim, an 11-year-old boy kidnapped for experiments. So as Moody's unnatural gaze locked onto him, Charlotte let out a trembling cry. Don't kill me." Mad Eyes Moody saw Charlotte through his own magic eyes when he was outside. From the first second he stepped foot here, his wand was pointed at Charlotte, which was his decades of experience fighting dark wizards, and he was always vigilant. Even if he is just a child, he may use the Avada Kedavra in the next second. Mad Eye Moody whispered to Charlotte as he approached. "Relax, kids. We're not bad people. I'm an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, and I'm here to rescue kids kidnapped by dark wizards." Charlotte still didn't relax his vigilance. His eyes were fixed on the crazy-eyed Moody, and his body subconsciously backed away. At this time, Mad Eyes Moody's wand lightly tapped, and after a flash of blue brilliance, some memories began to emerge in Charlotte's mind involuntarily. Legilimency. Charlotte was taken aback. She was indeed notoriously cautious. Fortunately, he had already learned occlumency. He quickly recalled in his mind the memory of the original owner when he was a child, and how he was tortured by the Black Wizard with the Cruciatus Curse, and his soul was taken away. Spell-controlled screen. After a while, Mad Eyes Moody's face became extremely gloomy. Damn it! It's simply unforgivable to use the Cruciatus Curse on a child. At this time, the three people who came in with him stepped forward and said, "Captain, the identities of the two have been confirmed. White Claire and Magus Brook are both Death Eaters wanted by the Ministry of Magic. Both of them have murder records, but they're already dead." Crazy Eyes Moody raised his head and asked, "How did you die?" The two seem to have been struck by lightning, and part of their bodies have been carbonized. The subordinate said, "There are no other traces of the battle in the room. It can be judged that they were killed with one blow. The opponent is a very powerful wizard." Hearing this, Crazy Eyes Moody frowned tightly. The spell that can control lightning is very rare and extremely difficult. He has only seen one person use it so far, and that person is Grindelwald, known as the Great Demon Lord. Maybe Dumbledore and Voldemort would too, but he hadn't seen one. But Mad Eye Moody was definitely not the result of these two. Dumbledore didn't need to cast such a powerful spell to defeat them, and Voldemort had died 11 years ago. It is definitely not a good sign that such a murderous master suddenly appeared in the wizarding world. Thinking of this, Crazy Moody turned his attention to Charlotte again and asked, "Son, what's your name? Do you remember where you live?" Charlotte Elwes." Charlotte looked at Crazy-Eyed Moody cautiously. "I live in St. Margaret's Orphanage." Crazy-Eyed Moody looked up at his subordinate, who nodded and said, "It's him. There's a photo of him in the file." Charlotte Elwes was born in a Muggle family. Her parents died in a car accident. She was sent to St. Margaret's Orphanage 5 years ago and disappeared without reason a week ago. After using legilimency to look at Charlotte's memory and matching the missing person's information, Crazy Eyes Moody completely let go of his guard, and he continued to ask, "Charlotte, did you see who attacked these two dark wizards? This is very important." "No, I didn't see anyone, and I can't remember many things before." Charlotte said, "Has the forgetting curse been cast?" Crazy Eyes Moody sighed softly. This was already in his expectation. A master like this would never leave any clues for himself. The only good news is that this mysterious wizard only seems to kill black wizards. But this news still needs to be notified to Dumbledore, so that he can make preparations earlier. Afterwards, Mad Eyes Moody and his group did not ask any more questions, but after simple treatment for Charlotte, they took him back to St. Margaret Orphanage. With the help of magic, everyone was not too surprised by Charlotte's return, but thought he was simply lost. Just after returning, Charlotte saw a special letter on her bed. The envelope was heavy parchment, with a very old wax seal, and a coat of arms with a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger around a capital H. Seeing this coat of arms, Charlotte instantly became energetic. Acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He quickly opened the envelope and saw that it read, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Federation of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of the Merlinser Order. Dear Mr. Elvis, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will wait for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Yours sincerely, Vice Principal Female Minerva McGonagall. After reading the contents of the letter, a smile appeared on Charlotte's face. After learning that she had traveled to the world of wizards, Charlotte was looking forward to studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unexpectedly, in only half a day, the wish has come true. Glancing at the calendar hanging on the wall, Charlotte murmured, June 1991? If I remember correctly, the protagonist Harry Potter also entered Hogwarts in this year. So is only 3 years before the Dark Lord's recovery. But enough time, I'm a time traveler, and I have with the system in place. 3 years is enough for me to be strong enough to face the big boss Voldemort. What I have to do now is to become stronger as soon as possible in a short period of time. Merlin, the god of magic, can turn into many kinds of animals. He has a god-level transformation wizard system, so he can definitely turn into many kinds of magical creatures. Thinking of this, Charlotte asked, System, besides the Thunderbird blood, can I also fuse the blood of other magical creatures? Yes, the host needs to obtain 100 milliliters of the blood of a magical creature, and an additional 100 skill points are required to fuse the blood of a magical creature. Then how can I get skill points? The host can get skill points after gaining new achievements in magic, defeating/killing enemies, completing tasks specified by the system, and so on. After asking about the system, Charlotte sighed softly. In other words, there is no way for me to obtain skill points at all now, and I have to wait until I enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to obtain skill points. But not necessarily. If you can meet the Black Wizard, you can also become a Thunderbird, and you may have a chance to kill it if you don't expect it, but it's too risky. A person who doesn't pay attention will make himself a test material for other dark wizards, so it's better to keep a low profile now. August 30th. Charlotte, who was having lunch, was called to the office of the director of the orphanage. Before he could reach the door of Dean Ms. Rebecca's office, he saw Mad Eyes Moody leaning against the corner. After seeing him, Charlotte immediately understood his purpose. Every Muggle-born wizard will have a teacher lead them to Diagon Alley to buy the corresponding items before going to the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, it was not the Hogwarts teacher who came, but the Aura Mad Eye Moody, and he came so late, there was only 1 day left before the start of school. Charlotte was still thinking, if no one came over, he'd just find his own way to the leaky cauldron. After seeing Charlotte, Mad Eye Moody stepped forward and said, Sorry, Mr. Elvis. I should have come to see you earlier, but recently those Death Eaters have become active again, and I must arrest them all into Azkaban. It's okay, Mr. Moody. Charlotte smiled and said, You can call me Charlotte. Mad Eye Moody grinned and said, All right, Charlotte. Now I'll take you to the first stop of every novice wizard, the Leaky Cauldron. The two took a taxi and arrived in front of a bookstore and record store on a London street. Crazy-eyed Moody took out his wand and tapped it lightly, and Charlotte saw the door of the Leaky Cauldron. Once inside, Charlotte heard loud commotion. But in just a second, all the people in the bar closed their mouths and looked at Crazy Eyes Moody and Charlotte with uncertain eyes. Many people even showed fear on their faces. It's Mad Eye Moody. Why is he here? Could there be a Death Eater in Diagon Alley? And who is that young man by his side? Could it be a dark wizard? Chill. Stop talking. Be careful that this lunatic will take you into Azkaban as a dark wizard. Charlotte could tell that everyone was very afraid of Mad Eyes Moody. First, he had a remarkable record. He captured half of the dark wizards in Azkaban. His spirit is a little weird and crazy. Everyone is afraid that he will be angered, so don't put him in prison. After all, Azkaban is the most terrifying prison in the world, and no one wants to go there. Mad Eyes Moody ignored all the stares and led Charlotte to a dumpster behind the leaky cauldron. He said to Charlotte, "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Charlotte." After finishing speaking, he took out his wand and pointed it at the third wall brick above the trash can, and then tapped his wand 3 times on the wall bricks 2 horizontally. Immediately afterwards, the wall automatically formed an arch. Seeing this miraculous scene, Charlotte's eyes lit up immediately. Crazy-eyed Moody walked in first. As before, many wizards subconsciously stepped aside when they saw him, and the crowded street suddenly became empty. He said to Charlotte while walking, "There are a lot of things you need to buy for admission. Do you remember them all?" Charlotte said, "Remember, but do I need to exchange some currency circulating among wizards now?" "You don't have to worry about this. We found 300 galleons from the Black Wizard who captured you last time. This money should be considered as compensation for you." Crazy-eyed Moody threw Charlotte a small coin bag. "Thank you," Charlotte said. Mad-Eye Moody nodded softly, and then led him in a Partridge's Cauldron, then Madame Mokin's Robe Store, Lehan Bookstore, and Ira's Owl Store. Although Charlotte also likes cats, it is more convenient to deliver letters with owls. Here he chose a long-eared owl as his pet. The long-eared owl has long ear feathers and is located on both sides of the top of the head. It looks like 2 erected ears, which looks very cute. Charlotte named it Annie. Finally, the two came to the door of Ollivander's wand shop, and Mad Eyes Moody said, "If you want to be an excellent wizard, you must have an excellent wand. This is the best wand shop in Diagon Alley. Mr. Ollivander will definitely choose a wand that suits you best." Entering the wand shop, an old man with gray hair immediately greeted him. He didn't seem to be afraid of Crazy-Eye Moody, and said very enthusiastically, "Mr. Moody, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander. Please help Mr. Charlotte Elvis choose a wand that suits him." Crazy-Eye Moody said, "He is a freshman at Hogwarts." Ollivander nodded and said, "No problem. First let me measure Mr. Silver's body data, and then let me find a wand that suits him best." As soon as the words fell, the row of cabinets behind Ollivander vibrated violently. With a swish, a wooden box at the bottom of the cabinet flew out and landed at Charlotte's feet. Seeing this box, Ollivander showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He picked up the wooden box and took out a wand from it, muttering, "A wand 11 3/4 inches long, with a body of acacia wood and a core of thunderbird feathers, a cunning but very powerful wand, which my ancestors made 300 years ago after he came out. He never found a suitable master, but today he finally met the wizard he recognized." Ollivander gently handed the wand to Charlotte's hand and said, "Try waving it." As soon as Charlotte took it, she sensed a sense of joy from the wand. This wand seemed to have become a part of his body, and it was very comfortable to hold in his hand. He flicked his wand lightly, and a tiny bolt of lightning shot out, shattering a ceramic vase directly opposite him. This scene scared Charlotte to death. He only used a very small amount of magic power, but he didn't expect to directly trigger lightning. This was in front of Mad Eyes Moody. If he saw something, then not good. At this moment, Ollivander's eyes widened. "Merlin, you are able to perfectly arouse the extraordinary power of Thunderbird's feathers. This magic wand seems to be tailor-made for you. Mr. Elvis, you will definitely become a great wizard in the future." "Thank you for your compliment," Charlotte said modestly. "Thank you very much for helping me find a suitable wand." Ollivander laughed. "It's my honor. After Mr. Elvis went to Hogwarts, he can get more contact with the transformation spell. Only wizards with the talent of shapeshifters can be recognized by the Thunderbird Core Wand." Hearing this, Charlotte was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he almost thought that his identity as Animagus had been exposed. But soon he returned to normal. After thanking Ollivander again, he and Mad-Eye Moody walked out of the wand shop. Charlotte felt very keenly that since he used the wand to stimulate the lightning, Mad-Eye Moody's expression changed. There are some changes. The 2 black wizards are killed by lightning strikes. At this moment, Charlotte showed excellent lightning magic talent, and the strongest auror, Crazy-Eye Moody, immediately connected the two together. He never believed that there would be such a coincidence in the world. Just as Crazy Eyes Moody's eyes became more serious, Charlotte stopped suddenly, and he raised his head and said, "Mr. Moody, there is something I feel I need to tell you." "What's the matter?" "The moment I got this wand just now, some images suddenly flashed in my mind, which seemed to be memories related to the dark wizard Magus Brook and White Clare more than 2 months ago," Charlotte said. "I seems to have seen a big golden bird with 6 wings and a man in a black suit and a gentleman's hat." "What does that guy look like?" Moody asked quickly. Charlotte shook her head lightly and said, "I can't see clearly. His face is like a layer of mist, making it hard to see clearly." Crazy Eye Moody frowned slightly, and the magic eye on the left turned wildly. "Gold, with 6 wings, it should be the Thunderbird." So Charlotte will not recall the relevant memories until she gets the wand made of Thunderbird feathers. That is to say, killing Magus Brook and White Clare, most likely a Thunderbird. In this way, it can be matched with the previous information. According to the information held by the Ministry of Magic, Maggies and White hunted and killed a juvenile Thunderbird 10 months ago in order to conduct black magic experiments. The 2 died of the adult Thunderbird in all likelihood. Revenge. As for the identity of the man in black, there is no clue yet. After figuring out this joint, the solemn look in Crazy Eyes Moody's eyes immediately dissipated a lot. He looked at Charlotte, who was holding a big bag, and let out a soft breath. It seemed that he was too nervous. Charlotte was only an 11-year-old child, and hadn't even learned a complete spell. How could he be the one who killed 2 dark wizards? "Have you got everything, Charlotte?" "It's all there, Mr. Moody." "Very good. Go to King's Cross Station by yourself before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. The 3rd pillar in Station 9 and Station 10 is Station 9 and 3/4 leading to Hogwarts." Crazy Moody handed a ticket to Charlotte and then said, "One last thing to tell you, don't put the wand in your pants pocket. If it catches fire suddenly, it will directly burn your asterisk. After speaking, his whole body suddenly shrank into a point and then disappeared. "Apparate." Charlotte glanced enviously at the direction in which Mad Eyes Moody disappeared, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had coped with it. He was really afraid that Mad Eyes Moody would take him back to the Ministry of Magic, and then use Legilimency or use Veritaserum directly on yourself. His occlumency is only level 2, and the last time he was able to conceal the past, most of it was because he was a child and a victim, which to a certain extent eased Mad Eyes Moody's vigilance. Although I'm not a dark wizard, who knows what the consequences will be if the secrets on my body are leaked? Without the worry of Mad Eyes Moody, Charlotte also relaxed a lot. He looked around and walked towards Gringotts. After enjoying his favorite vanilla chocolate ice cream, he left Diagon Alley with his admission items in his arms. Early the next morning, Charlotte arrived at King's Cross Station in London early. He easily found the pillars and entered the platform. An old-fashioned steam train was quietly parked on the tracks, surrounded by students preparing to go to Hogwarts. Xiaoming stepped onto the train with a curious face and looked around the decorations on the train curiously. Everything here made him feel fresh and curious. "Leaf! Wait for me, Leaf." At this moment, there was a rush of calls, and Charlotte subconsciously turned her head to look, only to see a fat man with a round face running towards her and a chubby golden-backed toad jumping rapidly on the floor of the carriage. Seeing the man and the toad named Lyford, a person's name popped into Charlotte's mind. Neville Longbottom. Seeing the golden-backed toad jump to her feet, Charlotte grabbed it in her hands as soon as she bent down and handed it out. "Thank you. Thank you very much for your help." Neville Longbottom took the toad, and after seeing Charlotte salute, he said, "Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? My name is Neville Longbottom." "Charlotte Elvis, nice to meet you." Neville Longbottom naively took out a box of candy and said, "ZZ Honey Candy, my favorite. I hope you like it too. I'm in the back compartment, and I'll come and chat with you after I put Raffle back." Charlotte took the candy and was about to tell him her car number, but Longbottom had already run away with her toad in her arms. This guy was just like the original book, a confused person. With the seat number on the ticket, Charlotte found his seat. After putting down the salute, he took out a copy of Standard Spell Elementary and read it. Now Charlotte is very eager to learn magic, not only because he wants to improve his strength, but also because he is very interested in magic. This standard spell elementary records a lot of practical little magic. Although it is a bit difficult to use against the enemy, it can play a great role in daily life, such as the repair spell that can repair items, the unlock spell that can unlock locks, as well as levitation spells, lighting spells, and so on. Even without the guidance of a teacher, Charlotte can try these little spells by herself. After silently reciting the incantation of the illuminating charm, Charlotte took out her wand and said softly, "Fluorescent flickering." The next moment, Charlotte felt the magic power in her body converging along her arms towards the wand, and a white fluorescent light lit up on the top of the wand. It worked. Charlotte felt joy in his heart. He didn't expect that he would succeed in casting magic for the first time. He glanced at his attributes, and there had been changes quietly. Name, Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talent, thunderstorm. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 9. Mana, 8. Charms, occlumency, level 2. Killing curse, level 0. Illuminating charm, level 0. Skill points, 0. As long as you have successfully cast the spell once, it means that you have learned it, and you can use skill points to upgrade your level, so you don't have to work hard to practice spell casting skills. After 2 months of research, Charlotte also learned a lot about the system. The fact that I can successfully cast spells once is inseparable from my own talent. Generally speaking, a normal adult wizard has around 8 strength, intelligence, and magic power. And Charlotte, who is fused with Thunderbird's blood, has already reached this standard without transforming. If it weren't for his lack of magic knowledge, Charlotte, who is only 11 years old, could already apply for graduation. Therefore, Charlotte is now an out-and-out genius wizard. He tried a few more small spells, and they were all successful in one attempt. "Are you casting a spell?" At this time, a pleasant voice rang in Charlotte. Charlotte raised her head, and a girl with brown disheveled hair was standing outside the carriage, staring at herself curiously with a pair of beautiful big eyes. Just practicing some superficial spells. The girl walked up to Charlotte, held out her hand, and said, "Hermione Granger, freshman, from Manchester. Charlotte Elwes, from London." Charlotte smiled and pointed to the candy on the table. "ZZ honey candy. Do you want to try one, Miss Granger?" Hermione sat down without the slightest bit of twitching, opened the package very deftly, took out a B-shaped candy, and put it in her mouth, with a satisfied expression on her face. "My dad is a dentist, and I only get candy for my birthday and Christmas, but I'm free now. I think your father was right when he said that eating less sweets will keep your teeth healthy," Charlotte said. Hermione spread her hands, looking indifferent. "That's for ordinary people. I'm a wizard, and I can become a powerful wizard like Mei Lin in the future. I can invent a potion that can make teeth never fall out. Did you know that I have read all the first-grade textbooks and mastered 4 simple spells?" Professor McGonagall said I was a genius. After speaking, Hermione was afraid that Charlotte would not believe her, so she took out her wand and showed her the spell. Sure enough, as described in the book, Hermione in the 1st grade was very fond of showing off her knowledge to others, like a peacock spreading her tail, so that Ron always felt that she was very proud and complacent. The appearance of Hermione made the carriage much lively. After the sky darkened, the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination. A very tall and burly bearded man led Charlotte and others to a lake. Opposite the lake was a very magnificent castle. Although Charlotte had imagined it countless times in his heart before coming here, after seeing it with his own eyes, he was still shocked by the magic and magnificence of Hogwarts College. "It's simply unbelievable." Hearing Charlotte's admiration, Hagrid let out a burst of laughter. "Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the best wizarding school in the world, Hogwarts. I hope you can spend 7 years here happily. Now, every group of 4 will board the ship." Charlotte and Hermione boarded a small boat. At this time, 2 people appeared beside the boat and asked, "Can we come up? The rest of the boats are already occupied." "Of course," Hermione said enthusiastically. Charlotte looked at the 2, but there was a look of surprise in her eyes. Red hair, no one else but the Weasley family, black-rimmed glasses, and a lightning-shaped scar on her forehead. The identities of the two were already revealed. Originally, the three should meet on the train because Charlotte found Longbottom's toad first, so Hermione didn't go out to help find it, so they didn't meet on the train. I didn't expect the Audio-Technica to meet in this way. After the boat docked, Hagrid led the crowd into the gate of Hogwarts. A female wizard wearing a pointed wizard hat and square glasses stood on the steps and watched the crowd. Hagrid said to the witch, "Professor McGonagall, I have brought all the freshmen this year." "Thank you very much, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall nodded at Hagrid and then said to everyone with a blank expression, "Come with me. The opening banquet at Hogwarts is about to begin. The first thing you do when you enter school is to let the Sorting Hat determine that you will enter the school, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin." Professor McGonagall introduced the situation of the college to Charlotte and others while walking. "Charlotte, which house would you most like to enter?" Hermione asked softly. "I want to go to Gryffindor. Let's go together." Charlotte laughed. "This is not what we decide on our own." While speaking, McGonagall had already brought them into a hall, with Charlotte and Hermione walking in the front, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted the attention of many people. At the moment, Charlotte is fascinated by the floating candles, jack-o'-lanterns, and magic ceiling in the hall. This is magic. The freshmen lined up in the aisle, looking nervously at the battered black wizard hat in Professor McGonagall's hand. Professor McGonagall held a piece of parchment and said, "Students who read their names, please come forward and put on the sorting hat, and then confirm the college you're going to." Hermione Granger. Hearing her own name, Hermione immediately became tense, and Charlotte comforted her softly. "Go, it's okay. You will definitely enter the academy you want to go to." Hermione nodded, then walked up and sat on the stool with a nervous expression. "Gryffindor!" The Sorting Hat screamed, and the Gryffindor students burst into cheers. Hermione happily waved to Charlotte and sat down at the long table belonging to Gryffindor. The second was Draco Malfoy, who was unsurprisingly assigned to Slytherin, and Harry Potter and Ron Weasley did not have any changes, assigned to Gryffindor. Charlotte Elvis. Finally saying Charlotte's name, he quickly stepped forward and put on the sorting hat. The 4 academies are all the same for Charlotte. What he wants is to learn magic knowledge. No matter where he is, he can only become stronger. Oh, what a very outstanding freshman. He already possesses very powerful magic power at a young age, and even possesses amazing wisdom. The 4 colleges are all suitable for you, young man. Do you have any students you want to go to? Hearing the words of the Sorting Hat, everyone present was shocked. The Sorting Hat has always made its own decisions, so why is it Charlotte's turn to ask students about their wishes? There was also a hint of surprise in Professor McGonagall's eyes. She had presided over ceremonies for decades, but she had never seen such a situation. At this time, Charlotte said, "As long as I can learn magic, I can go anywhere. I can feel that this is from your heart." The Sorting Hat said, "I already know which college to assign you to. Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is the most suitable college for you." After hearing the Sorting Hat's roar, Ravenclaw's students applauded enthusiastically. Among the 4 Hogwarts colleges, Ravenclaw has the least number of people, because one must have extraordinary intelligence to enter the Eagle House. Only 3 of this year's freshmen were assigned to Ravenclaw. The addition of Charlotte is undoubtedly a fresh blood for Ravenclaw, and only Hermione looked at Charlotte with a displeased face. Charlotte smiled and walked to the long table belonging to Ravenclaw and sat down. Although Ravenclaw's role in the original book is very small, the students in this academy are definitely not weak. You could get a glimpse of it from Luna Lovegood. This unobtrusive girl can always shine at critical moments. At this moment, Charlotte felt a gaze staring at him, and he turned his head to look, just in time to meet Albus Dumbledore's eyes like a deep pool. Startled for a moment, he bowed his head in respect. Dumbledore smiled back, nodding at Charlotte. Sure enough, he is an interesting little guy. Such a keen spiritual sense, is rare among adult wizards. No wonder Mad-Eye Moody said that his aptitude is rare in a century. It seems that this little guy not only has the talent to become Animagus, and has the talent to become a prophet and a fortune-teller. The Sorting Hat made a good judgment. He is indeed a natural-born Law 1 Kellyuo. The sorting ceremony was over, and Dumbledore stood up and said, "Okay, now the banquet begins." The moment the voice fell, a variety of foods appeared on the plates on the long table, and Charlotte was dazzled by the roast chicken, fruit, cakes, and other foods. Charlotte didn't eat much all day today, and he didn't feel hungry because his whole body was in a state of excitement. Now that he suddenly saw so many tempting foods, he couldn't help eating them immediately. The people watching this scene burst into laughter. After eating, the prefects of each college led their own people back to their common room. The common room of Law 1 Kellyuo is on the westernmost side of the castle, at the top of the entrance tower, and an old wooden board is the entrance to the common room. Prefect Pinero Clearwater stood at the door and pointed to the bronze door knocker on the wooden board and said to Charlotte and other freshmen, "The way Law 1 Kaleo enters the common room is completely different from the other 3 colleges. We don't need to set up a hidden common room entrance like other colleges. Behind this door is our Law 1 Kaleo's lounge. When you knock on this door, the bronze crow ring on the door will ask you a question. If you can answer correctly, then congratulations, you're allowed to enter. In Ron Kaleo, more than 10 or 20 people were stopped. It is a very common thing to be at the entrance of the lounge. This is also a good opportunity for you to meet students of other ages. I only have one suggestion for the freshmen who have just arrived. Please check your school bags before going out, and don't leave behind urgently needed items." In the millennium since Ron Clow was established, no one but Ron Clow has been able to pass through this simple barrier. After finishing speaking, Pinero reached out and knocked on the wooden door, only to hear the crow-shaped bronze knocker say, "Which one came first, the fire or the phoenix?" Pinero Clearwater turned around and looked at the group of freshmen and asked, "Does anyone know?" "It's a cycle with no beginning," Charlotte said. The moment the voice fell, the door opened. Prefect Pinero Clearwater and some old students looked at Charlotte in surprise. To be honest, this question is quite difficult, and some old students may not be able to answer it. Unexpectedly, it was pointed out by Charlotte. "Very good." Pinero led everyone into the lounge. "Okay, welcome again to Ravenclaw. Congratulations on becoming the smartest, most agile, and funniest member of Hogwarts College." After a brief introduction, Charlotte came to her dormitory. Lawin Kaleo advocates freedom, wind, and blue sky. The dormitory is also on the top floor of the tower. Through the windows, Charlotte can see the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, and the Quidditch pitch. The scenery here can be said to be unique. "Charlotte, you were so amazing just now. Even many old students looked at you differently." The boy who spoke was Chard Anthony from Ireland. He had short, curly, chestnut hair, rare green eyes, and a very lively personality. He had been talking nonstop by Charlotte's side since eating. Charlotte sighed and said, "Charles, if you don't want to be locked up by the teacher tomorrow, I suggest you go to bed immediately." Hearing the confinement, Charles immediately shut his mouth. Charlotte was very tired today, but she couldn't fall asleep after lying down. The excitement of entering Hogwarts never faded. Among other things, there are several kinds of magical creatures that Charlotte covets, such as Dumbledore's pet phoenix fox, the strange snake in the Chamber of Secrets, and unicorns. These magical creatures have very powerful supernatural powers, especially the Nirvana rebirth of the phoenix. If he had such power, wouldn't he be able to live forever? The strange snake is also very powerful. Whoever stares at it with a pair of eyes will die. It's just that the current self doesn't have the strength to defeat the monster snake. In the original book, if the phoenix fox hadn't blinded the monster snake's eyes, Harry Potter would have died a long time ago. The next day, Charlotte came to the classroom early. The first class to enter Hogwarts is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, which is a magic that Charlotte really wants to learn. In Charlotte's opinion, Transfiguration is definitely the most malleable magic in the wizarding world. There is no one, as long as you use it properly. You can even create a Gundam. As soon as she sat down, Hermione came to Charlotte's side, and she asked in a questioning tone, "Why didn't you come to Gryffindor and chose Ravenclaw instead?" Charlotte said, "It's not my choice, it's the Sorting Hat's choice." "But you obviously." Seeing Hermione's angry look, Charlotte smiled and said, "Whether it's Lawin, Kelluo, or Gryffindor, isn't it all in Hogwarts? We can meet every day. What difference does it make in which house?" Hermione couldn't think of anything to refute for a moment, and, after glaring at Charlotte, she turned and returned to her seat. And this lesson also started with Harry Potter and Ron's late arrival. After reprimanding the two, Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression, "Why did Hogwarts create a separate subject for Transfiguration? It's because Transfiguration is one of the most dangerous, complicated, and difficult spells you will learn in the future. I'll put my ugly words up front. If anyone makes trouble in my class, I'll turn him into a ball and kick him out. Those who get out will never enter my class again." After the words fell, the wand in Professor McGonagall's hand moved a little towards the desk. The table made of wood turned into a fat little pig. This scene immediately stunned all the students in the class, and everyone began to be eager to try. "Oh my God, this is amazing. I'm going to learn this, and when I'm done, I can turn stones into gold. Professor McGonagall is amazing." Hearing the exclamation of the students, Professor McGonagall showed a look of satisfaction on her face. She waved the wand lightly in her hand, and the classroom suddenly fell silent. She said, "Now, I'm going to tell you the basic principles of Transfiguration. Please be sure to take notes." An hour later, everyone's enthusiasm for Transfiguration immediately dropped to freezing point. Transfiguration is cool, but mastering it to the point where McGonagall can turn a lecture table into a piggy takes a lot of work. After taking a lot of complicated notes, Professor McGonagall lightly tapped his wand towards the desk, and immediately one by one matches fell in front of everyone. According to the main points of the transformation technique I just described, now everyone could try to turn this match into a needle. Finally, no longer need to listen to boring theoretical knowledge. Everyone took out their wands and started to try. Charlotte was not surprised either, but he didn't try it right away. Instead, he took out his wand after previewing all the key points of Transfiguration taught by Professor McGonagall and tapped it lightly on the match. The next moment, the wooden match immediately turned into a silver sewing needle. "My God, how did you do it?" Charles, who was sitting next to him, let out a cry of surprise after seeing this scene. He had tried 2 or 3 times, but instead of failing, he lit the match instead. Everyone who heard the movement turned their heads quickly, and when they saw the needle on Charlotte's table, they all showed surprised expressions on their faces. Only Draco Malfoy looked disdainful. "So what if you succeed the first time, and you're not a lowly mudblood?" Professor McGonagall walked quickly from the back of the classroom to Charlotte. She just raised her eyebrows, and with a flick of her wand, she brought a match and placed it in front of Charlotte. "Very good, Elvis. Then please change it again for everyone to see." "Yes, Professor McGonagall." After speaking, Charlotte tapped her wand, and the match instantly turned into a steel needle. McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, held up the steel needle for the whole class to watch, and then said loudly, "Mr. Charlotte Elvis's Transfiguration is very good, and I will add 10 points to win Kelluo Academy." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," said Charlotte. Ding! The speed at which the host learns Transfiguration has broken the fastest record in Hogwarts history in 100 years. Skill points *2 are rewarded. Hearing the system's prompt, Charlotte was taken aback for a moment. It turned out that he could get 2 skill points in this way. Before, he only rewarded 1 skill point for killing a black wizard desperately. After being happy for a moment, Charlotte thought again. "I completed the Transfiguration in such a short time and only broke the record of 100 years. Who is the fastest record in 1,000 years?" Ding! The host's Transfiguration learning speed ranks 3rd in the 1,000-year history of Hogwarts. The top 2 are Godric Gryffindor and Albus Dumbledore. The host broke the record set by Tom Marward Riddle. It turned out that the first 2 were these 2 gods, but it was amazing that he could break Voldemort's record, but also gave Charlotte a new way to gain skill points. After Charlotte completed the transfiguration, everyone in the classroom worked hard, especially Draco Malfoy, for nothing but to get Slytherin credits. The House Cup is a very sacred and honorable event for Hogwarts students. Compared with the more Buddhist Eagle Academy and Badger Academy, at the end of each year, the Snake Academy and the Lion Academy will fight for the Academy Cup. However, until the end of this class, no one was able to fully perform the transfiguration, and Hermione, who did the best, only made the match a little thinner, and the color was slightly closer to silvery white. However, Professor McGonagall still gave Gryffindor a point of encouragement. Next up was potions with Professor Snape. As soon as she entered the classroom and sat down, Hermione came to sit beside Charlotte. Charles, who was a step late, stared at Hermione and said, "This is my seat, and Gryffindor should sit there." Hermione threw her head back and said, "There's no rule at Hogwarts that this desk belongs to Unclaw, and I think Charlotte would love to sit with such a smart and beautiful lady as me." Charles was at a loss for words. He looked at Charlotte with help-like eyes, and Charlotte just spread her hands helplessly at him. Boom! At this time, the door of the classroom was roughly pushed open from the outer door. Charlotte looked back subconsciously and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe walking in like a gust of wind. Because of his high speed, his black hem was half floating behind him, like a vampire. Snape stood in front of the podium and looked around at the students present. Finally, his eyes fell on Charles, who was still standing in the aisle. Snape frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Charles Anthony, do you have any comments on my potions class?" Charles shuddered from Snape's cold eyes and quickly found a place to sit down. "No, Professor Snape." On the first night of entering La 1 Keluo, Charles, who likes to chat with people everywhere, learned from a Gryffindor student that Snape, the potions professor, was a terrifying dark wizard. Try not to provoke him, otherwise he must die ugly. Snape started the roll call, and when he said Harry Potter's name, he whispered, "Harry Potter, our new celebrity at Hogwarts. Your name has been remembered by the entire wizarding world as soon as you were born." His tone of voice was extremely strange. His voice was very small, like a whisper, but the strange thing was that everyone in the classroom could hear him clearly. And because everyone could hear the unkindness in his tone, then he tightened his black robe and said in a deep voice, "First of all, I don't want to see someone waving a magic wand in my classroom. Secondly, I can teach you how to fill fame, how to brew glory, and even death, but I don't expect you all to understand the subtleties of potions. I just hope you don't become as stupid as the idiots I taught before." After hearing these words, everyone sat upright, as if they wanted to prove that they were not stupid, especially Hermione, who looked at Snape with all her attention, as if she could stand up and answer Snape's question in a second. "Potter." Snape called Harry Potter up suddenly, and he said, "What would happen if powdered daffodil bulbs were added to the sap of wormwood?" Harry Potter, who was called out suddenly, looked at Snape in bewilderment. He didn't even hear the names of the two potions clearly. He sneaked a glance at Ron, who was also in a daze, and lowered his head and said, "Sorry, Professor, I don't know. If you need a piece of bezoar, where will you find it?" "I know, Professor. What's the difference between Joshing aconitum and Cacomamazma aconitum?" "Have no idea." Snape's questions became more and more urgent, while Harry Potter's voice became smaller and smaller, because he didn't know anything about them. Only Hermione kept raising her hands. She was about to raise her hands to the ceiling. Charlotte sighed softly and quietly pushed her down, and under Hermione's puzzled eyes, Charlotte shook her head at her. "Woman, I advise you not." Snape is arguably the most tragic character in the original books. Although he is a good man, he has always been misunderstood as a vicious Death Eater, and the truth was not revealed to the public until his final death. Only then did everyone realize that he had been secretly protecting Harry Potter and Hogwarts all along. The question he made difficult for Harry Potter here was actually telling Harry Potter very cryptically, "I will always love your mother, and even if your father has great malice towards me, I will always protect you." It's just that at this moment Snape couldn't say it because of his identity. and Harry Potter couldn't understand Snape's painstaking efforts because of some preconceived prejudices and age issues. At this moment, Snape gave a smirk and said, "It seems that you only have a false name. Don't you never preview the knowledge in the textbook before class?" Harry Potter bit his lip and said, "Sorry, Professor Snape, but I think Hermione should know what you're asking. Why didn't you ask her?" At this moment, Hermione couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up and said loudly, "Adding the bulb powder of daffodils to the juice of wormwood can make a very powerful sleeping drug called the net of death. Bezoar is in the stomach of cows and is the nemesis of many poisons. It is the same plant, their common name, called aconite." Hearing that Hermione answered all three questions, Snape didn't look happy at all. He said blankly, "Harry Potter, 1 point will be deducted for rudely contradicting the teacher, and Hermione Granger, 5 points will be deducted." "Why did I answer wrong?" Hermione asked, very unconvinced. "Very good answer, Ms. Granger," Snape said, "but I didn't allow you to stand up and answer the question. You are disrupting the class at will." Hearing this, Hermione sat down angrily, while Malfoy, who was sitting in the back, showed a look of watching the show. Snape returned to the podium to start his lecture, and the Gryffindor students in the class were called up to answer some very tricky questions. They had heard that Snape favored the Slytherin students, but they didn't expect it to be true. "Next, I will teach you how to prepare a potion for treating burns. The materials needed are very simple: dried nettles, crushed snake teeth, and porcupine spikes. Now, 2 people start making a potion. The first group to finish will get 10 credits. The production of potions needs to be very careful, and any wrong step will cause very bad effects. At least it is a waste of materials, and at the worst it may cost the wizard his life." Although everyone took notes, some people still made mistakes, and Snape's angry scolding sounded constantly in the classroom. Now, except for Charlotte and Hermione, Malfoy and Goyle, who were not scolded, everyone else was scolded bloody shower. Charlotte is like a precise machine. Every step is done perfectly. And Malfoy seemed to be particularly fond of Snape, not only personally instructing Malfoy on how to weigh medicinal ingredients, but also reminding him when he was about to make a mistake. Malfoy looked at Charlotte smugly. "A lowly mudblood. Let's see how you can beat me this time." At this moment, there was a scream in the classroom. It turned out that Neville Longbottom and Seamus Refining failed. The potion in the cauldron was directly spilled on the ground, and many people's shoes were corroded by the acidic green liquid. Small holes were formed. That one was even more miserable, with acidic potions all over his body. Snape stepped forward quickly, and with a wave of his wand, all the scrapped cauldrons and potions disappeared, and then he shouted loudly at Neville, "Idiot, did you put porcupine spikes in the cauldron the moment you took it off the fire? Is her head made of elm? I've warned you so many times. 5 points off Gryffindor." Seeing the crying Neville was sent to the infirmary, Malfoy taunted Harry Potter. "Stupid Gryffindor, you can't even make such a simple potion, so you better not come here for classes in the future. I've finished." At this moment, Charlotte's voice sounded in the classroom. Everyone raised their heads in astonishment, only to see that Charlotte was holding a transparent glass bottle in her hand, which contained 3/4 of the green solution. Snape walked up to Charlotte in a few steps, snatched the glass bottle over, then opened the bottle cap and smelled it lightly, picked up Charlotte's cauldron, dipped his fingers into it, and dipped a little of the remaining medicinal liquid. Very good. Charlotte Elvis took the lead in refining the scalding potion, and when Kelluo added 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining the perfect scalding potion. Reward skill point *1. Charlotte was stunned by the system's notification sound, and she didn't break the record. However, after thinking about it, Charlotte understood that she had no background in potions at all before this. Being able to refine it all depends on talent. And many children who were originally born in wizarding families will be exposed to this content early, and of course they will be faster. After Malfoy heard this, there was a look of disbelief on his face. How can it be? There is still 1/3 of the potion refining steps that I have not completed. How could he complete it so quickly? I have Professor Snape's personal guidance. Cheating, he must have cheated. Just when he wanted to say this thought aloud, he saw Snape looking at him with very cold eyes. Malfoy swallowed subconsciously. Under Snape's guidance, he lost to the mudblood Charlotte. With Snape's character, shouldn't he be locked up? Thinking of this, his hands trembled, and he dropped all the porcupine quills into the cauldron. Oops. Malfoy was taken aback. Before he could react, the cauldron exploded a puff of black smoke with a bang. His fair face and blonde hair were all blown black. The funny scene immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Quiet, Snape yelled angrily, looked at the crying Malfoy, and said, Decora. Malfoy deducted 10 points. After class, come to my office for detention. After speaking, Snape wrapped his black robe tightly around his body and left the classroom like the wind. Malfoy wiped the black ash on his face, walked up to Charlotte, and said viciously, Wait, you lowly mudblood. I will definitely make you look good. Hearing the word mudblood, most of the students present showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Only Charlotte didn't care, he said. You can't even compare to a mudblood. What right do you have to show off your power here? You should go to confinement as soon as possible, noble Master Malfoy. You wait, I'm going to duel with you. Malfoy was extremely angry. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was covered in black and gray at the moment, Charlotte estimated that his face had already flushed to the neck. Then we'll have to wait until you've closed the lock. Seeing Malfoy deflated, a smile appeared on everyone's face. After thousands of years of development in the entire wizarding world, few are authentic pureblood wizards. Even the legendary 28 sacred pureblood clans have begun to accept mixed blood and pure muggle-born wizards. Some families that did not intermarry non-pure blood wizards in order to keep their blood pure have disappeared in a long river of history. That sentence of mudblood offended more than half of the people, and everyone really didn't like Malfoy's haughty look. Hey, nice job, Charlotte. Ron walked up. Would you like to watch the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch match later? My two big brothers, Fred Weasley and George Weasley, are Gryffindor batter. The Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts this year is definitely our Gryffindors. Charlotte shook her head and said, Sorry, I'm going to go to the library to read later, so I won't go to see Quidditch with you. What he wants to do now is to supplement his magic knowledge as much as possible. He really has no interest in Quidditch or something. Ron spread his hands and said helplessly, Okay, the people you pull and claw are all nerds. Hermione, would you like to go to the Quidditch with us? Hearing Ron's invitation, Hermione said with a blank face, If I were you, I should go to the library to review my homework. Otherwise, the next time Snape makes things difficult for you, I'll still be dejected and at a loss, and we've already been deducted 6 points. Aren't you the one who caused the most points deducted from Gryffindor? Ron said with his head held high. You? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Charlotte quickly stood between them. Ron, Hermione, you two, calm down first. Maybe we can watch Quidditch first, and then go back to the lounge to review our homework. And the one with the most points deducted today is Slytherin, isn't it? Seeing that the two fell silent, Harry shot Charlotte a grateful look. Ravenclaw was indeed the smartest group of people in Hogwarts. Just a simple sentence could resolve the conflict between the two of them. If it was me, I didn't know how to persuade them. Hermione said, For Charlotte's sake, I'll go check it out. Hearing this, Ron pretended not to care and said arrogantly, I promise you will fall in love with Quidditch. Then everyone came to the Quidditch pitch together, and the people between Gryffindor and Father Slytherin had already started fighting for each other in the air. As soon as Ron got up, he shouted at the two boys who looked exactly the same in the air. Fred, George, come on. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Charlotte's mind. Ding! Please host to join the Law 1 Keluo Quidditch team and help the team win the Hogwarts Quidditch Championship. Reward skill points *50. Random defense against the dark arts. Task time limit. Hogwarts during the 7 years of studying here. Charlotte's eyes lit up instantly. 50 skill points. This is a windfall. If he can complete it by himself, then the matter of merging the blood of the next magical creature can be put on the agenda. It's just that there are many skill points, but the difficulty of the task is not low. Among the 4 teams at Hogwarts, Slytherin is the strongest, followed by Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and finally Ravenclaw. It is simply impossible for Law and Claw to win the championship. And starting from this session, the Destiny's son, Harry Potter, is about to make an appearance, raising the difficulty to another level. Prior to this, Gryffindor hadn't won the championship trophy for 4 consecutive years. The year before Harry entered school, Gryffindor even lost to Slytherin with a big score. As a result, as soon as Harry came on the field, he caught the golden snitch and defeated the mighty Slytherin. In the next few sessions, except for the cancellation due to special events, Gryffindor basically took all the championship trophies. Thinking of this, Charlotte let out a long sigh. 50 skill points are hard to earn. After watching the game for a while, Charlotte finally understood why Slytherin was able to win several consecutive Quidditch champions. Their style of play was too dirty, and they did everything they could to win. To describe it in 3 words, it is shameless. Although Gryffindor's style of play is aggressive, it feels like it can't be used. The defeat is only a matter of time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Slytherin Seeker to catch the snitch and win a practice match. The Lion Academy has already played so hard, let alone the Buddhist Eagle Academy and Badger Academy. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall stood in the middle of the office. Dumbledore took his wand, pulled a memory out of his mind, and put it in the pen sieve. He turned around and said, "Can you successfully perform the transfiguration in the first class? It is indeed a great talent." Professor McGonagall said, "I've already checked. Charlotte Elvis was born in a Muggle family. He has never received a wizarding education. It is impossible for him to learn transfiguration in advance. He even bought his wand the day before he entered school. Albus, this is absolutely true. He is a genius, and we can cultivate him as a future member of the Order of the Phoenix. I'm not surprised he's a genius at transfiguration. After all, his wand has a Thunderbird feather core. But Snape told me today that Charlotte is equally gifted at potions." Dumbledore paused for a moment, then added, "I saw Tom's shadow on his body. Don't do anything for now. Let's take a look first and then talk." Hearing the word Tom, a figure suddenly appeared in McGonagall's mind. Her pupils shrank slightly, and a look of fear flashed across her face. "Understood, Albus. I'll keep an eye on this little guy, by the way. I heard you asked Hagrid to take out the Philosopher's Stone. Isn't Gringotts safe too?" Dumbledore turned and said, "If Voldemort is not completely wiped out for a day, no place in this world will be safe. I took out the Philosopher's Stone to verify one thing." Hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded, turned, and left the office. The moment the door closed, Dumbledore came to the desk and sat down, then closed his eyes gently and opened them again after a few seconds. His eyes were full of bewilderment and incomprehension. What a strange little guy. The prophecy can't see his existence at all. What caused this situation? Charlotte didn't know that she had received Dumbledore's attention, and he was reading a heavy book with great interest at the moment. This is a book explaining spells. Charlotte is very interested in the content of spells. The first class tomorrow morning will be Mr. Filius Flitwick's spell class. The nighttime of Hogwarts is relatively boring. Students are not allowed to go out at will. If they are discovered, their credits will be deducted at least, and they will be locked up in confinement. However, the students of Law 1 Keluo don't seem to like to go out. They either gather together to discuss problems or hide in that corner to read books. Charlotte likes this atmosphere very much. In the Charms class on the second day, Charlotte was still the first person to successfully release the levitation charm. This spell is not very difficult, but the spell itself is a bit of a mouthful. And the defense against the dark arts in the second period cheered up Charlotte, because the teacher of this lesson was Linus Quirrell, who lived in the famous Dark Lord Voldemort. Charlotte even thought that if she reported to Dumbledore that Voldemort was hidden on the back of Quirrell's head, the whole wizarding world would change dramatically. But when he thought about it carefully, he found that this approach was not feasible. One is that his exposure to magic is too short, and the other is that Voldemort is not so easy to destroy. Before his Horcrux is completely destroyed, Voldemort cannot be killed. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for me to take this risk. Disarm. In the classroom, when Charlotte uttered the spell, a brilliance flashed on his wand, and the dummy on the opposite side was instantly knocked down to the ground, and the wand in the dummy's hand was also sent flying. Very good, very perfect spell casting. Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in a purple turban, walked towards Charlotte with applause. He looked at Charlotte with admiration and said, "If you meet dark wizards or magical creatures outside of Hogwarts in the future, I hope you don't panic, because panic will only slow down your spell-casting speed or fail to cast spells, which will cause very serious damage." As a result of, afterwards, Professor Quirrell gave everyone a defensive spell called Obstacles. Charlotte still managed to release it once. This scene immediately caught the eyes of Professor Quirrell, who was standing aside. He also graduated from Lawen Kelluo and was hired as a teacher of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts because of his talent. However, he has taught for so many years, and he has never seen such a talented student. Very well, Charlotte Elvis did a great job. And when Cologerton, ding, the host has been taught to add credits in 4 consecutive classes and reward skill points *5. Hearing that, a smile appeared on Charlotte's face, and she actually got 5 skill points at once. "Good man, Professor Quirrell," he said hastily. "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." "You're welcome. You deserve it," Quirrell said with a smile. "By the way, after this class is over, you can come to my office." To the office? Charlotte was slightly taken aback. If it was any other teacher, he would have agreed without hesitation, but this Phileas Quirrell is inhabited by Voldemort. This is the great demon king that the entire wizarding world is afraid of. If he wants to take action against him, wouldn't it be cool? Seeing that Charlotte didn't answer, Quirrell smiled and asked, "What? Is there a problem?" No. Charlotte nodded in agreement. If she agreed, she might be fine, but if she didn't agree, it would arouse suspicion. Besides, she was keeping secrets, and Voldemort was telling the truth. The situation was very favorable to her. Hearing Charlotte's answer, Quirrell showed a satisfied smile on his face, then turned around and walked out of the classroom. The moment he turned around, Charlotte felt a cold stare on him, and he turned around quickly, not daring to look at the back of Quirrell's head. Could it be that Voldemort noticed him? Impossible. Harry Potter is by your side. Shouldn't you pay more attention to him? To be on the safe side, I have to make some preparations. Thinking of this, Charlotte opened her property bar. Name, Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talent, thunderstorm. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 9. Mana, 8. Charms, occlumency, 2 ranks. Killing curse, 0 ranks. Illuminating curse, 0 ranks. Disarming curse, 0 ranks. Obstacles, 0 ranks. Transfiguration mastery, 0. Potions mastery, 0. Skill points, 11. 3 skill points from yesterday's class, 1 point from today's charms class, 2 points from defense against the dark arts, and 5 points from the system reward, adding up to a total of 11 points. Among the spells he has learned now, the most powerful ones should be the Killing Curse and the Thunderbird form. The former will kill you in 1 hit, and the latter has the power to destroy the world in a small area. But neither can be used normally, especially the Thunderbird form, which is too eye-catching. After weighing the pros and cons, Charlotte decided to upgrade the Killing Curse first. After all, this time she was going to face the Dark Lord. Even though it was just a wisp of remnant soul, she still had to be full of energy. After the Killing Curse reached level 9, there was no way to improve it, so Charlotte used the remaining 2 skill points on Disarming Curse and Obstacles. So his spell became like this. Killing Curse, level 9. Occlumency, level 2. Disarming Curse, level 1. Obstacles, level 1. After exhaling lightly, Charlotte murmured, "Now I finally have some self-protection power." "Hey, Charlotte." At this moment, Ron's voice pulled him back from his trance, and Charlotte looked at him and said, "What's wrong?" Ron said, "How are your flying skills?" "I can't fly at all," Charlotte said, spreading her hands. Ron was very discouraged and said, "I just received a very bad news. Mrs. Hodges' flying lessons. We're going to take the Slytherin people together, and that guy Malfoy is going to start showing off again. It makes me sick to think about it." Yesterday's potions class had made Ron sick enough, but today's flying class would be with the Slytherin people again. The most important thing is that Malfoy has been bragging about his flying skills in front of everyone since he entered school, and his father often took him to play Quidditch matches. He also complained that if Hogwarts freshmen were not allowed to join the Quidditch team, he would definitely be the youngest seeker since the establishment of Hogwarts. Ron had heard enough of these words, but no one in Gryffindor seemed to be good at flying, and Neville, who came from a wizarding family, had never even touched a broom. He even imagined waiting for Malfoy's hideous face. Charlotte didn't care about this. He smiled and said, "Trust me, Ron, this is nothing to worry about. Now, I'm going to find Professor Quirrell." Standing in front of Quirrell's office, Charlotte took a deep breath before knocking on the wooden door. Squeak! The old oak wooden door opened automatically. Quirrell sat behind a desk with a smile on his face. He waved and said, "Come in." As he spoke, he got up and walked to a low table in the office, picked up a silver-black teapot, and said to Charlotte, "I brewed my own black tea. Would you like a cup? This was given to me by a good friend when I was traveling in Romania last year. It tastes really good. It is perfect with some waffles." Charlotte didn't dare to drink what he poured out. She refused again and again. "No, Professor, I just had a big chicken curry with rice and a whole glass of pumpkin juice at the restaurant." "That's a real pity." Quirrell had a look of regret on his face. He picked up his teacup and took a sip slowly, then said, "Speaking of which, I used to be a genius at Lawin Crow College. After graduation, I was spotted by Professor Dumbledore and stayed here as a teacher of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. But I've been teaching for many years, but I have never met a student as talented as you. So I decided to give you special teaching. In the future, you don't have to study step by step like everyone else. I will give you special guidance." If it were someone else, they would have been dazzled by the surprise given by Quirrell at this time. But Charlotte knew very well that there must be demons when things go wrong. He showed extraordinary magical talents in front of Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Phileas Flitwick, but these people never gave him any special treatment. Although Charlotte knew something was wrong in his heart, there was still a look of surprise on his face. "Professor Quirrell, is this really okay?" "Of course," Quirrell said with a smile. "Your talent is worthy of my special teaching to you, and we are Lawin Kelluo. There is no need to be bound by those rules and regulations." After speaking, Quirrell handed a notebook with a black cover to Charlotte. "This is the notes I made when I was studying at Hogwarts. It contains my learning experience on defense against the dark arts, as well as some other relatively advanced defense against the dark arts. You can take it back and study it yourself. You can come to me with any questions." Charlotte took the notebook carefully, and he didn't open it right away, but said gratefully, "Thank you, Professor Quirrell. I will not let you down. I look forward to your performance, and hope you can bring glory to Lawin Kelluo." Quirrell laughed, watching Charlotte walk out of the office. Quirrell bent down and made a very humble voice. "Respected Master, I have followed your orders, and I will definitely transform this child into your most loyal servant." In the next second, a hoarse voice immediately remembered in the office. "No, you can't do it. He didn't believe you at all. His right hand has been holding the wand tightly, and the magic power in his body is abnormally surging, and he may give you Avada Kedavra in the next second. However, this is really an interesting little guy. He is simply a born dark wizard. You don't need to worry about him anymore. I have my own way. How did you complete the task of cutting the Philosopher's Stone?" Hearing the sound, the cold sweat on Quirrell's face flowed from his forehead to his chin, and his body was also trembling with fear. "Dear Master, I have already found out that the Sorcerer's Stone is hidden in Hogwarts by Dumbledore, but the gatekeeper is a three-headed dog. I have already found out the way to deal with the three-headed dog. I only need one chance to obtain magic. Stone, I hope you can do what you say." The hoarse voice gradually disappeared in the office room, but Quirrell didn't dare to straighten up for a long time. On the other side, Charlotte, who walked out of the office, went straight back to the dormitory. He didn't believe that Quirrell would be so kind as to give him a notebook that recorded his experience in casting defense against the dark arts spells. As for what was recorded in this notebook, Charlotte guessed that it probably recorded some powerful black magic, trying to lure herself to fall in the direction of a dark wizard. Unfortunately, Voldemort had miscalculated. Thinking of this, Charlotte moved a few meters away, waved her wand, and opened the notebook. The next moment, a dazzling brilliance lit up from the notebook, and Charlotte felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. And after a while, his sight regained clarity. It was a dark cemetery, surrounded by tombstones and long, grotesque trees. At this moment, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared, holding a bone-like magic wand in his hand. After seeing Charlotte, he said in a very strange voice, "Welcome, Charlotte Elvis. You can call me Tom Marwardriddle, Oregon. Voldemort, congratulations on being my chosen one. You will be honored to be the strongest in the world servant of the wizard. Come forward and let me honor you." Following the sound of Voldemort's voice, Charlotte felt that her body began to become a little out of control, a little bit like he had been under the Imperius curse. But Charlotte immediately regained her composure, waved her wand, and called to Voldemort, "Avada Kedavra!" As soon as the words fell, a ghastly green light defeated Voldemort, who was not far away. But in the blink of an eye, Voldemort reunited in front of Charlotte again and angrily shouted, "Ignorant and humble maggot, you dare to cast the killing curse on your great master. You must know that Voldemort is immortal, and you will pay the price for your stupid behavior immediately." While speaking, a powerful momentum rushed toward Charlotte. "Noisy," Charlotte said something lightly, and then the whole person turned into a big bird with 6 wings, soaring straight into the sky. In just an instant, bursts of hurricanes began to blow in the entire cemetery, and a huge vortex appeared in the clouds above the sky, and silver-white electric snakes were constantly swimming in the vortex. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, a huge bolt of lightning illuminated the entire cemetery. Voldemort turned into ashes in an instant. The ground under his feet was also torn apart in an instant, and there was a wooden floor made of pine underneath. Charlotte recovered and found that she had returned to the dormitory, and everything just now seemed to be just a dream. This is the rumored Dark Lord. Is that all? Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Voldemort's Wisp of Will, rewarding skill points *20, and rewarding the Black Magic Imperius curse. It turned out to be just a wisp of the Dark Lord's will, but there are 20 skill points rewarded. If Voldemort was really killed, wouldn't there be tens of thousands of skill points rewarded? Just when Charlotte was very happy for getting 20 skill points in a room in Hogwarts, Quirrell was kneeling on the ground trembling. His turban had disappeared. A ferocious face on the back of the head is roaring. "Kill you, I must kill you." Charlotte picked up the notebook that had fallen on the floor. The spell Voldemort had cast on it had already been broken by him, and the contents inside were revealed. After turning a few pages, an excited smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Although Quirrell really didn't have any good intentions, there was one thing he didn't deceive Charlotte, which was indeed his research notes on defense against the dark arts. From his simplest disarming of weapons and numerous obstacles to the very difficult Patronus charm, armor protection, and thunderbolt explosion, the casting skills and training experience of various defense against the dark arts are all recorded in detail. With this notebook, he can learn many spells in the first grade that can only be learned in the higher grades, and his strength can also be raised to a considerable height in a short period of time. The only trouble now is Voldemort, the big boss. Although I managed to break his spell just now, I not only exposed myself to his sight, but also scared the snake. Now that guy will definitely hide even deeper. It might be difficult to find him. After thinking for a while, Charlotte couldn't come up with a perfect solution. Forget it. Anyway, this guy's current strength hasn't recovered, and he doesn't dare to mess around at Hogwarts. And his goal is the Philosopher's Stone. I just need to wait and see to find him. When the time comes, kill him directly with Avada Kedavra. The next day, the Quidditch pitch. Charlotte yawned listlessly. He had been reading Quirrell's notebook last night. The spells described on it were so wonderful that it was almost dawn if he didn't pay attention. He doubted that Quirrell's level could not write such a level thing. Maybe this note was actually Voldemort's own. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, hurry up, Mrs. Hodge shouted, startling Charlotte, and he quickly stood up straight. Each stand beside a broomstick, hold out your right hand over the broom, and say loudly, "Get up, stand up, stand up." The crowd shouted in confusion. Charlotte also yelled, but unexpectedly, the broom on the ground flew into his hand with a swish. He glanced at the broom in his hand in surprise, and then looked at the students around him, and found that only Malfoy, Harry Potter, and another boy in Slytherin College could do this. Hermione's broom just rolled on the ground, and Ron's broom skipped slightly. Charlotte didn't think that she also had an extraordinary talent for flying, but she felt relieved when she thought about it. What she fused with was the Thunderbird blood, which is the overlord of the sky. After everyone could summon the broom in their hands, Mrs. Hodge demonstrated to everyone how to get on the broom correctly and how to prevent herself from falling off. She corrected them one by one in the team very patiently. Correct grip, everyone, including Malfoy, who boasted that his flying skills were very good. Okay, after I blow the whistle, you kick your legs off the ground. Kick hard. First leave the ground a few feet away, then lean forward slightly, and then fall vertically back to the ground. 3, 2, 1, let's go. At the same time as the whistle sounded, a stocky figure leaped into the air like a rocket. My God, my God! Mrs. Hodge looked at Neville Longbottom, who was yelling in the air, and kept screaming. Neville flew higher and higher, and soon exceeded 20 feet. Then they crossed the roof of the castle, and everyone who watched was frightened. In the end, he ended up flying for the first time in his life at the cost of destroying a broomstick and breaking an arm. Mrs. Hodge rushed him to the infirmary. At this time, Malfoy stepped on the broom and slowly flew up, looked down at Charlotte, and said, "Dirty mudblood, remember what I said yesterday. I will definitely make you pay. I, Decora Malfoy, officially declare war on you if you're a man. We're in the honor room tonight, have an honorable duel." Charlotte, who was wandering, was slightly taken aback. "Are you mistaken? Shouldn't you go to trouble Harry Potter at this moment? Otherwise, how can he show off his excellent flying talent? How can he join Gryffindor's Quidditch team?" Seeing that Charlotte didn't speak, Malfoy thought he was scared and sneered again. "A mudblood is a mudblood. He dare not even agree to a duel. I think you should get out of Hogwarts." Before Charlotte could speak, Ron jumped out and yelled at Malfoy. "Who said Charlotte wouldn't dare to duel with you? I'm his assistant. What about your assistant?" At this moment, Hermione grabbed Ron's arm and shouted loudly, "You're crazy. Charlotte never promised him a duel. And what's an assistant?" "The assistant is after Charlotte falls to the ground. The assistants continue until one side wins." Malfoy smiled slightly, pointed to Goyle beside him, and said, "My assistant is him at 11 o'clock that night. The Room of Honor. See you there." "Wait a minute." Looking at the whereabouts of the sudden voice, Malfoy said with some doubts, "Why, you're scared. If you're scared, you could just admit defeat on the spot here. I, Decora Malfoy, will never make things difficult for you." Hearing this, a very disdainful smile appeared on Charlotte's face, and he said, "You are worthy of a duel with me? If my guess is correct, you have no intention of fighting me at all. I rushed to the Room of Honor at 11 o'clock in the evening. It wasn't you, Draco Malfoy, who was waiting for me. It's Mr. Filch and his cat, and you just want us to deduct credits from Winkaleo and put me in detention, right?" Hearing this, Malfoy froze for a moment. "I came up with this plan on the spur of the moment and didn't tell anyone else at all. How did Charlotte know?" "Nonsense." Malfoy's entire face was flushed red, and he yelled loudly, "Charlotte, you are a coward. In order to avoid a duel, you even made up such a lie. I swear to Merlin, the god of law, as Decora Malfoy, that I will definitely duel with Charlotte Elvis in the Room of Honor tonight. It doesn't need to be at night." Charlotte smiled and said, "Since you want to fight me so much, let's start now." "What did you say?" Before Malfoy finished speaking, everyone saw a black shadow flying past them in a flash. Then, Charlotte's slap landed on Malfoy's face. Snapped. A crisp slap resounded throughout the audience, and Malfoy fell off the broom with a scream. Ding! Defeat Draco Malfoy. Reward skill point *1. Hearing the sound of the system, Charlotte, who was riding on the broom, frowned lightly. There was actually a skill point reward for defeating Malfoy. Although there was only one skill point, if I could beat him 100 times, wouldn't that be 100 skill points? Yet, thinking of this, Charlotte looked at Malfoy with fiery eyes. So cool. In the restaurant, Ron was dancing and gesticulating while nibbling on the corn in his hand. Ever since Charlotte slapped Malfoy off his broomstick, he's been in a state of excitement, like he's the one who's done it. Hermione rolled her eyes wildly. She couldn't understand the boy's brain circuit at all. Could it be that a duel is necessary to solve the problem in some matters? You should be glad that Malfoy didn't go to Mrs. Hodge to complain. Otherwise, we would all be deducted points. No, Charlotte said. In the eyes of the proud Malfoy, it is extremely shameful to go to the teacher to complain after being defeated by a mudblood, so he will only try to find a way to save face. Come. At this time, Harry Potter was also extremely excited, he said. Charlotte, you should also join the Quidditch team. After all, your flying talent is better than mine. In the following flying lesson, just now, Harry Potter showed his flying talent far beyond ordinary people, and Professor McGonagall, whom he saw by chance, made an exception and joined Gryffindor's Quidditch team, became the youngest seeker at Hogwarts this century. Charlotte nodded and said, Actually, I'm already planning to go to Professor Flitwick to join La One Keluo's Quidditch team after dinner. I think Quidditch is also very interesting. Hearing this, Ron said loudly, I've said a long time ago, you will definitely like Quidditch, and I will apply to join Gryffindor's team next year, and then we can meet each other on the field. After eating, Charlotte went straight to Phileas Flitwick's office. Seeing Charlotte's arrival, Flitwick smiled happily after being slightly surprised. In the past 2 days, he had heard words of praise for Charlotte from many teachers at Hogwarts. This is rare in the previous La One Keluo, and because of Charlotte, La One Keluo's credits this year have been leading the other 3 colleges. You said you wanted to join Ron Cross Quidditch? Yes, Professor Flitwick. Charlotte nodded and said, I found that my flying talent is very good. If I can, I would like to win the Hogwarts Quidditch Championship for Ron Keluo. Flitwick said, I believe you have a great talent for flying. After all, you have performed very well in every class. Since you want to join the team, I naturally agree. I will tell Roger that you will be our Raven, Crow's youngest seeker. Thanks. Phileas Flitwick is indeed the best teacher in Hogwarts. He seems to treat every student very gently and never loses his temper or punishes students. Even Malfoy, who thinks he is of noble birth, is respectful when he meets Flitwick and never makes fun of his height and lineage. Not long after, a very handsome boy came to Flitwick's office. He is Roger Davis, captain and chaser of the Lewin Crow Quidditch team. Although under his leadership, Ravenclaw did not have any outstanding performance in the Quidditch game, but his handsome appearance and skillful flying skills still made him a lot of honors in Hogwarts. Fan! Flitwick pointed to Charlotte and said, Roger, starting from today, Charlotte is the seeker of our La One Claw team. I hope you can take care of him. I look forward to the good results of La One Claw this year. When Roger heard this, surprise flashed across his eyes. After all, Charlotte was too young, but he didn't say anything. He believed in Flitwick's vision. After looking at Charlotte, Roger said, Light and agile. It is indeed suitable as a seeker, but we still need to find a suitable broom for him, such as the latest Nimbus 2000 or sweep the 7 stars. Flitwick said with a smile, I'll take care of that. Charlotte, which one do you like? Sweep the 7 stars. After all the members of La One Keluo use the sweep series, and I am no exception. Charlotte said, the performance of a Nimbus 2000 is almost the same as that of sweeping the 7 stars. The most important thing is that Professor McGonagall will give Harry Potter a Nimbus 2000. He doesn't want to use the same broom as the protagonist. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Roger's face. Although we don't know Charlotte's strength yet, judging from his selection of brooms, he should be a very reliable teammate. Then from tomorrow, you will have Quidditch training with us. I will find someone to give you the most basic training. I hope you can quickly follow our pace. After confirming Charlotte's entry into the team, Roger left the office. At this time, Charlotte said, Professor Flitwick, I still have some questions about spells that I would like to ask you. Hearing this, Flitwick got up and said, No problem. It's my pleasure to answer your questions. Do you want Sydney Jew soda? I added ice and umbrella snails. We can talk while drinking something. Okay. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, Charlotte said. In the next hour, Charlotte spoke out all her questions about the spells, and Flitwick answered them one by one. He is indeed one of the most knowledgeable teachers at Hogwarts. His answers are easy to understand, allowing a novice wizard like Charlotte to understand the mystery. The reason why Charlotte asked Flitwick about this was because he discovered a problem. That is, after he transformed into Thunderbird, he could cast spells without using a wand or spells at all. But when he changed back to human form, there was no way to release the extraordinary power belonging to Thunderbird. Although he can indeed stimulate lightning through the wand, the power of these lightning is not great, and there's no way to control it. The possibility of using it against the enemy is almost zero. Therefore, Charlotte wanted to create her own unique spell. Transforming into a Thunderbird is really powerful, but some places are not suitable for Thunderbirds to fight. If you can release lightning magic in human form, wouldn't it be invincible? After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Charlotte returned directly to the common room of Lawin Kelluo. Professor Flitwick's words just now seemed to enlighten him, making him suddenly understand many questions. Now there are countless ideas in his mind that he wants to implement. If he can create the magic of the lightning system, the next time he sees Voldemort, he must give him a big surprise. Thunderbolt. As Charlotte uttered the spell, a silvery white lightning pierced through the darkness, tearing apart a piece of wood on the opposite side, and some small stubbles even ignited flames. Suddenly, there was a burnt smell in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating the lightning spell Thunderbolt. Rewarding skill points *50. Lope today. Thunderbolt. The moment the spell sounded, a dazzling brilliance lit up in the corridor, and the silver-white lightning hit the giant monster like a spear, and the latter was struck by the lightning without even a chance to react. The gigantic body of the giant monster, which was more than 10 feet long, was directly sent flying to a place more than 10 meters away, and hit the ground heavily with a boom, smashing the floor to pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the mountain monster. Reward skill points *10. Reward the magic Fierce Fire Curse. Hearing the notification sound of the system, Charlotte's face suddenly showed ecstasy. After nearly 2 months of research and experimentation, he finally created his own magic, and he got 50 skill points, which was the biggest gain since he awakened the system. During this period of time, Charlotte's time has been fully scheduled. In addition to attending classes every day, he also has to conduct Quidditch training with Roger, study Quirrell's defense against the dark arts notes, and research experiments on his own new magic. Since the thunder and lightning spells were too noisy, in order to avoid trouble, Charlotte chose the small black room under the Whomping Willow as the venue for the experiment. For this reason, he also specially learned the illusion spell and upgraded this spell to the full level. Name: Charlotte Elwes. Age: 11. Race: human. Occupation: wizard. Animagus. Talent: thunderstorm. Strength: 8. Intelligence: 9. Magic: 9. Charms: killing curse, 9th rank. Disillusionment charm, 9th rank. Occlumency, 3rd rank. Patronus charm, 3rd rank. Armor protection, 2nd rank. Disarming charm, 2nd rank. Obstacle heavy, level 2. Thunderbolt, level 0. Transfiguration proficiency, 2nd rank. Potions mastery, level 1. Herbalism mastery, level 1. Astronomy proficiency, level 0. Skill points, 50. Without the slightest hesitation, Charlotte directly upgraded the magic of Thunderbolt to the top level. As for the full-level Thunderbolt, Charlotte still dare not try it here. He is afraid that the noise will attract the attention of others, but the power of this spell is definitely not under the killing curse. After suppressing the excitement in her heart, Charlotte cast the disillusionment charm and walked out of the small black room. No one noticed him along the way. Charlotte showed her figure in a remote corner and then walked towards the auditorium where today's dinner was. Hey, Charlotte, The Quidditch match is just a few days away, and I'll definitely beat you then. When the time comes, don't cry when you lose." It was the Weasley twins who spoke. The two of them are Gryffindor's batsmen. During this period, Charlotte often competes with Gryffindor's team in training. The two have very lively personalities and have become very familiar with Charlotte. Charlotte laughed. "Impossible, I will catch the golden snitch in the first time. My flying speed is faster than lightning." After 2 months of training, Charlotte's flying skills have become very proficient, and now everyone in Hogwarts knows his name, and someone even nicknamed him Blue Lightning. The three came to the auditorium together. Gryffindor was next to Gryffindor. Charlotte and the twins sat almost back to back. Not far from them were Ron and Harry. At this moment, Harry asked Neville beside him, "What about Hermione? Why didn't you see her coming?" Neville said, "Barty said she's been hiding in the women's room. She's been in there all afternoon, and Buddy said she's been crying in there." Harry turned his head to look at Ron, who was eating. The latter showed a very innocent expression and said, "I just said that she can't make friends. She can't be so stingy, can she?" Charlotte, who heard a few conversations, shook her head slightly. If it wasn't for her appearance disrupting Voldemort's plan, Quirrell would have lured the troll into the school tonight, then take advantage of the chaos to go to the Chamber of Secrets to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, since that night 2 months ago, Professor Quirrell had called in sick to the school and has not come to the school until now. Boom! At this moment, the door of the auditorium was pushed open from the door. Filch ran in a panic, looked at Dumbledore, and shouted with fear. Troll, the giant in the Forbidden Forest, rushed into the underground classroom. Wow dash! There was a commotion in the entire auditorium, and all the students panicked. They all knew the horror of creatures like trolls. Not only were they very tall, but they also had good resistance to magic, and they could eat people. Quiet. Suddenly, Dumbledore's voice rang in everyone's ears, and his majestic voice immediately silenced the chaotic auditorium. Don't panic. The prefects of the 4 colleges led their students back to the common room, and all the teachers followed me into the underground classroom. Everyone heard this and started to follow their prefects to the dormitory in an orderly manner. Only Charlotte didn't move. He ran directly to the girls' toilet while everyone was not paying attention. Quirrell didn't show up at Hogwarts, but the trolls still broke in, which meant that Voldemort had returned, though it wasn't known on whose body. He still does not give up on the Philosopher's Stone in the secret room on the 4th floor. Boom! 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 Before getting close, Charlotte heard heavy footsteps, and he ran over quickly, and a dusty, ugly Titan was walking towards the girls' toilet with a full 12 feet. Before getting close, Charlotte felt a strong sense of oppression. Damn! A magic beam hit the giant monster directly on the back, but the stun spell only caused the giant monster to shake slightly. The records in the book were indeed correct, and the giant monster was quite resistant to magic. No wonder Professor McGonagall saw the trio subdue the troll and said they were very lucky. Roar! At this time, the enraged troll let out a loud roar, and it walked towards Charlotte with a big stick in its hand. All petrified. Quick imprisonment. Charlotte cast 2 more spells, but it was nothing to the troll, who was still approaching Charlotte with heavy steps. Seeing this, Charlotte raised her brows lightly. In this case, Zheng Hao tried the new spell Div. Hermione. As soon as Charlotte cast the disillusionment charm on her front foot and left, Harry Potter and Ron ran down in a hurry on her back foot. When the two saw Hermione standing in the corridor, and the ferocious troll was already lying motionless on the ground, their eyes widened. Ron pointed at the giant monster and said incredulously, "My God, Hermione, you killed a troll all by yourself." At this moment, Hermione's face was pale. If someone hadn't appeared in time to kill the troll, just now, she would have been eaten by the troll. Hearing Ron's words, she seemed to be looking at a mentally retarded person. "Shut up, you! Don't talk if you don't have a brain." Ron became angry immediately, and he said loudly, "Harry and I came to save you at the risk of being eaten by a troll. Okay, but doing this to me." Hermione turned her head away, not wanting to say a word to Ron. At this time, Professor McGonagall and others hurried over, and when they saw the dead giant, they also showed shock. The group of them rushed to the underground classroom as soon as they learned of the giant monster's invasion, but found that the giant monster was not there at all. After hearing the movement here, everyone rushed over immediately. It took only 3 minutes before and after, but the troll was already dead. After a few seconds of silence, McGonagall asked, "Who can tell me what's going on here?" The three of them shook their heads in unison. After asking why the three of them appeared here, McGonagall didn't say much and directly asked someone to send Ron and the three of them back to the lounge in Ginlin Fonda. A few minutes later, Dumbledore's office. McGonagall said with a worried face, "Dumbledore, I don't think things are that simple today. How could the troll break into Hogwarts without triggering the alarm? And someone actually killed the troll right under our noses. Give any clues? This person is definitely not from our Hogwarts." Dumbledore did not answer Professor McGonagall's question directly, but asked, "You said just now that the giant monster was hit by lightning magic and killed in one blow, right?" "Yes, I'm sure," said Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded and said to Snape again, "What about the secret room on the 4th floor?" "There are signs that the secret room on the 4th floor has been opened, but fortunately, I went up in time and Lou Wei's guards, the other party, did not enter the lower room, but I have no way to confirm the identity of this person for the time being," Snape said. Dumbledore pondered for a few seconds, then said to the two, "I have my own way of dealing with this matter, so you don't have to worry about it, and teach the children normally, so as not to cause unnecessary panic." "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore." Watching the two leave, Dumbledore tapped his wand lightly, and a document appeared in front of his eyes. "The dark wizard who was killed by lightning magic. The wand with the Thunderbird core. The troll. Could it really be you? Who are you, and why did you come to Hogwarts?" After muttering something, Dumbledore waved his wand, and the whole paper burst into flames out of thin air and was reduced to ashes in an instant. The other side, Hermione, who had returned to Gryffindor, stopped Harry Potter and Ron. "I think this time the troll was put in on purpose, and I already know who this person is." "Who is it? Who is he?" The two looked at Hermione and asked in unison. Hermione looked around and whispered in their ears, "It's Snape, the one who put the troll in. Do you remember the secret room we accidentally broke into on the 4th floor last time? The one guarded by a 3-headed dog. There must be a very important thing hidden there. Baby, just now I saw a claw mark on Snape's leg. He put the troll room in to attract everyone's attention, and then go to the 4th floor to steal things." Harry Potter and Ron looked at each other and asked, "Then what is he going to steal?" "I don't know." Hermione looked at the two people who didn't care at all and said firmly, "But this must be a very important thing. We can't let him succeed. This is just speculation. Hermione, we're going to rest. See you tomorrow." After speaking, Ron yawned, pulled Harry Potter, and walked towards the dormitory. Seeing this, Hermione stomped her feet angrily. "I shouldn't have said these things to two idiots. If Charlotte said it, he would believe it. Find Charlotte early tomorrow morning and ask him to investigate Snape with me." At this time, Charlotte had no idea that she was being missed by two people at the same time. After killing the giant monster, he returned to the common room of Ravenclaw without anyone noticing. He was very satisfied with the power of Thunderbolt. It's been quite a feat. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of mana. A full state of Thunderbolt consumes almost half of her mana. But with this experience, Charlotte can adjust the amount of mana output when casting spells in the future. Power. This troll is pretty good. The system even rewarded him with a skill point and a black magic fierce fire curse. Why is the magic that the system rewards every time is a black magic, such as the unforgivable curse? With Thunderbolt, this fierce fire curse is a little tasteless. Today's troll invasion also gave Charlotte a signal that Voldemort had returned. Although he hid very deeply, he couldn't hide from Charlotte's eyes, if he judged correctly. Voldemort should be hiding on Mr. Filch's body. Or maybe the current Filch is just an imposter, impersonated by Quirrell, who took Polyjuice Potion, and the real Mr. Filch should be hidden somewhere in the school. But Charlotte was not going to reveal this matter. Firstly, he was not 100% sure. Secondly, this time Charlotte didn't want to startle the enemy again. He wanted to kill Voldemort's remnant soul directly with one hit. The skill points for fusing the blood of the third magical creature will probably fall on Voldemort. I hope he can give it a little more effort. Noon the next day, Hermione sat beside Charlotte with a fork and said very seriously, "So, there's definitely something wrong with Snape, and we should expose him to Dumbledore." After feeling sorry for Snape for a second, Charlotte said, "My opinion is the same as that of Harry and Ron. This is just your wishful thinking. You don't even know the stolen thing. It's all just your imagination." In the original plot, the three of Hermione had already begun to suspect Snape and began to secretly investigate the cause of this incident. But because of Charlotte's arrival, the plot has begun to deflect. Professor Quirrell has disappeared from Hogwarts. If the three of them go to investigate this matter now, they will definitely startle the snake again. Hearing this, Harry Potter didn't react, but Ron nodded frantically and said, "I just said that she has a problem with her brain. Although Snape's reputation is not good, he is a professor appointed by Dumbledore himself. You should trust Dumbledore's vision." But Charlotte underestimated Hermione's persistence, and the opposition of the three did not dispel her doubts about Snape, but aroused the unyielding energy in her bones. "I'm sure to prove to you that I'm right, and Hagrid must know what Snape wants. The treasure he and Harry took from the Gringotts vault." After speaking, she left angrily. Ron shook his head and said, "This woman always looks proud. Let's leave her alone. Are you going to practice Quidditch after dinner?" Charlotte shook her head and said, "Captain Roger made the wrong potion in the potions class 2 days ago, and he is still lying on the bed in the infirmary. I hope he can recover before the Quidditch match." "That's great. Harry isn't training today," Ron said mysteriously. "Let's go to Hogsmeade Town today. I heard that there's a Honeyduke's candy house there. They have a secret fudge and huge chunks of chocolate." "Hogsmeade?" Harry Potter asked suspiciously. "Isn't it true that only students above the 3rd grade can go to this town, and they also need the signature of a guardian to leave?" "Ron, we don't even have to leave the school gates. Don't go." A mysterious smile formed on the corner of Ron's mouth. "I have a secret passage." Half an hour later, the four of them stood in the corridor of Gonhilda in Gosmore on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle. Hermione was the one Charlotte insisted on calling, and instead of letting her run around the school like a headless chicken, she would be better off taking her with her in case any accident happened. To be honest, Charlotte very much doubts that the plot of the Sorcerer's Stone in the original book was deliberately created by Dumbledore, because there are too many loopholes in this plot. For example, the Philosopher's Stone is such a precious magic item. Why didn't Dumbledore go to Gringotts to get it out by himself, but let Hagrid the Big Mouth go? Another example is that Snape had already seen that there was something wrong with Quirrell. Why did he let him easily enter the secret room on the 4th floor? Because Dumbledore knew that Voldemort couldn't do any harm to Harry Potter at this time. He wanted to use the residual blood of Voldemort to stimulate Harry Potter so that he could grow up quickly and be able to take on the important task of saving the wizarding world. But this is just Charlotte's guess, and his appearance also makes the plot confusing. At this moment, after looking around furtively, Ron took out his wand and nodded at the one-eyed witch with hunchback and said, "Left and right separation." In the next second, the hunchbacked one-eyed witch separated left and right, revealing a stone slide. "Follow up." Ron said something and quickly entered the secret passage, and Hermione, who was a little scared, was pushed in by Charlotte. The four of them slid down the stone slide, and Hermione couldn't help asking, "Where are you taking me?" "Hogsmeade," Ron said proudly. "This secret passage leads to the Honeyduke's candy shop in the small town of Hogsmeade. George and Fred told me that there are only a few in Hogwarts. People know. You are crazy. If the professors find out, you will be locked up and your credits will be deducted." Hermione said. Charlotte smiled and said, "It would be nice not to be known by the professors." The four of them slid on the stone slide for about 10 minutes, and then reached the bottom of a stone step. This step has about 200 steps, and the end point is a movable wooden door. Behind the wooden door is the cellar of the Honeyduke's candy house, and the four of them walked through the cellar to reach their destination smoothly. Although Hermione said that she was afraid of being known by the professors, but as soon as she entered the candy store, she was completely attracted by the dazzling candies in the small shop, which was exactly what Charlotte wanted to see. The four came out with a bunch of candies each, and Charlotte suggested, "I suggest going to the Pig's Head pub. I heard that during the Goblin Rebellion that broke out in 1612, the Pig's Head pub was their headquarters." Harry Potter and Ron nodded. "Yes, Hagrid goes to the Hog's Head a lot and says it's a very interesting place." "I don't care. I'm here anyway. I heard that their butterbeer is very good. Maybe I could try it." As soon as the four of them entered, they realized that the Pig's Head bar was completely different from what they had imagined. The first impression they gave people could only be described in one word: dirty. From the seats in the bar to the bottles and cups of beer, there's a thick layer of dust on them, and the glass of the windows is full of black dirt. Even the light is blocked. Ron spit in his eyes and whispered to the three of them, "No wonder George and Fred told me that you must bring your own wine glass when you come to the Pig's Head pub. I think I'll try the butterbeer next time I come here." The three of Charlotte nodded in unison. They really didn't have much appetite to eat here. Just when they were about to turn around and leave, a tall, middle-aged wizard in a leather jacket suddenly stood up, slapped the table, and shouted loudly, "This stone of mine is not an ordinary stone. It is a gemstone, and it is a gemstone stained with the blood of the abyssal Balrog. It is worth at least 1,000 galleons." This person seemed to want to use this stone to settle the bill because he lost money playing cards, but there was a burst of laughter from the spectators around him. Shurd's bragging again. "It's a pity that everyone is not a fool. This is a broken stone." Last time, he even wanted to sell this stone to a very famous alchemist, but he was almost turned into a stone statue by others. "Ha ha, maybe Shield should go to Nicole Mailer, and he should buy your baby." Everyone's ridicule made Shelder's face flush, and just as he was about to turn around and leave angrily, a voice sounded at the door. "Can I see this gem?" Half an hour later, Charlotte came out with a dark red stone the size of an egg in her hand. Hermione followed behind him, looking devastated. "I think you're really crazy. You actually spent 100 galleons to buy this almost worthless broken stone. Everyone in the Pig's Head bar knows that Sheld is a liar." From Hermione's point of view, there was not a single word of truth in what the middle-aged wizard named Sherd said. Why fought 300 rounds with the vampires in the castle? What remains in the treasure after the great wizard and the abyssal Balrog thousands of years ago? It's almost as good as cheating a 3-year-old. But Charlotte seemed to be under the spell of a dark wizard and couldn't listen to the dissuasion of the three of them, so she bought it with a lot of money. Charlotte ignored Hermione's chatter and laughed. "I just really like this stone. Don't you think it's particularly beautiful?" The three of them looked at the dark red rock with bumps in Charlotte's hand in silence, and shook their heads in unison. Charlotte didn't speak anymore. At this moment, he was so excited that he was about to scream, "This is not a rock at all. Blood of the abyssal Balrog." Thousands of years ago, the famous wizard Edward Kelly successfully summoned an adult abyssal Balrog, but the Balrog was not prepared to abide by the contract. Edward Kelly paid the price of his life to expel the Balrog back to the abyss. This drop of blood flowing from the Balrog's heart is the only proof of this. Charlotte had been wondering which one to choose for her second bloodline of magical creatures. His priority is Dumbledore's Phoenix. Nirvana Rebirth is a very powerful talent. If he can obtain it, he can be said to be immortal to some extent. But the Phoenix combat power in this world does not seem to be strong, and the Phoenix blood is not so easy to get. The second option is the Giant Dragon, which is not only physically powerful, but also can breathe flames. It is also a very powerful magical creature. But in front of the Balrog, Charlotte felt that neither the Phoenix nor the dragon was much inferior, and he also preferred this magical creature with extreme destructive power. Another question is, now that this drop of Balrog's blood is as hard as a rock, how can I use it? Is it possible to swallow it so forcefully? Ding, the host can soak this drop of petrified blood in the Mandela Rejuvenation Potion. Replace the potion every day, and it will revive it for 7 days. Now that the blood of magical creatures is available, the Mandela Resurrection Potion is not a very precious potion. So the only thing left is to accumulate enough skill points to integrate the second bloodline. Harry. At this time, A voice sounded from behind the four of them, and they knew it was Hagrid without turning around to look. Hagrid walked in front of several people and said with surprise, "How did you come here?" If Professor McGonagall saw this, he would hang the four of you in the confinement room for a day. Hermione ran up to Hagrid excitedly and asked, "Hagrid, I have something very important to ask you. Very important." "Hermione, I think you should go back to school now. Otherwise, I will tell Professor McGonagall about you sneaking out." Hagrid looked at the four of them seriously. Harry Potter knew he was serious and quickly pulled Hermione back. "Hagrid, we're going back right away. We were just getting ready to go back to school." After finishing speaking, the four of them ran towards Honeyduck's candy house. Hagrid looked at the backs of several people, shook his head, and said, "I knew that these little guys came from the secret passage behind the hunchbacked, one-eyed lady. It seems that I have to remind Dumbledore that there are too many secret passages in the school. Forget it. Go find that guy first. I hope the dragon eggs things are true." The four returned to Hogwarts along the original secret passage. Ron patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, we met Hagrid. I think we can get some aging agents from George and Fred when we come out next time, so that no one will think that our first-year newborn." Hermione looked at Ron with an idiotic face and said, "Aging agents will only make us grow taller, but will not change our appearance. Everyone will recognize you as first-year Harry Potter and Ron Weasley at a glance. Maybe Sufu's decoction works better. After all, he can turn you into another person." Charlotte waved at the three of them and said, "I'm going to find Professor Sprout in the greenhouse now. See you at dinner." It wasn't until Charlotte was gone that Ron asked loudly, "What is Polyjuice Potion, Charlotte?" The main material of the Mandela grass early revival potion is the rhizome of the Mandela grass. And this kind of magic plant is only grown in the greenhouse of Pomona Sprout. Professor Sprout is Charlotte's professor of herbalism and the dean of Hufflepuff College. She is very knowledgeable and kind. Not only does she know the habits of various herbs, but she is also a master at preparing potions. In fact, Snape and Madame Pomfrey would also prepare the resurrection potion, but the former was very vigilant, so Snape would not necessarily agree to it. And Madame Pomfrey is a very strict doctor, and she is very busy, and Charlotte doesn't want to bother her. Mrs. Sprout is different. She is friendly to everyone, especially her students who like to ask her about herbalism. In the greenhouse, Charlotte got her wish and found Professor Sprout, who was taking care of herbs. After learning about Charlotte's purpose, Sprout was very surprised and said, "You actually know that Mandela grass can be used to cure petrification. This is a lesson that is only learned in the 2nd grade." Charlotte smiled and said, "I just think herbalism is a very interesting and profound subject, so I read more books, and when I saw the introduction of Mandela, I became interested in this plant." After hearing what Charlotte said, Professor Sprout had a very happy smile on her face. She always has a special preference for students who like herbalism. "Since this is the case, I can teach you how to refine the resurrection potion, but as a reward, you must stay in the greenhouse today and help me take care of these herbs." "No problem, Professor Sprout," Charlotte said. "Mandela is a very dangerous magical plant. When helping him change the soil, you must wear dragon leather gloves and anti-noise earplugs. Otherwise, you may faint on the spot." Professor Sprout handed Charlotte a pair of gloves and earplugs, and after seeing him put them on, he lifted the Mandela grass from the flower pot. Squeak! In the next second, a harsh noise drilled into Charlotte's ears. The penetrating power of this voice was so strong that he could hear it clearly even with thick earplugs, and it even made him feel slightly dizzy. Even so, Charlotte stared curiously at the baby-like Mandela. It was the first time he had seen such a magical plant. At this time, Professor Sputro hurriedly put the Mandela grass into another flower pot that had been replaced with soil. "It's actually very simple. As long as you do it properly, there will be no problems. Come and try." According to the method described by Professor Sputro, Charlotte successfully replaced a Mandela plant into another flower pot. "Excellent." Professor Sputro smiled happily. Herbology is really a very special science. Although it is not as powerful as the spells and defense against the dark arts, and it is not as popular as alchemy, It is not as popular as alchemy, but wizards all over the world cannot live without it. For example, the resurrection potion you want to know about is just a very simple potion, but can save a person's life at a critical moment. Splet seems to be doing homework with Charlotte, changing Mandela while explaining some herbal knowledge to Charlotte. The production of the resurrection potion is actually very simple. First, add 3 ounces of Mandela root to the dehydrating agent. Wait until it is completely dehydrated, and then put it into a crucible filled with 500 milliliters of pure water. Remember, it must be pure water. The latter is quite simple. After boiling for half an hour, add the frog's brain, and after another 5 minutes, add the horn of the horned camel. Finally, you will get a bottle of brown, transparent liquid. This is the resurrection potion. In just one afternoon, Charlotte not only learned how to brew the resurrection potion, but also learned a lot about herbal medicine and potions. Charlotte was also quite sure that this short Professor Sprout, who was always wearing a patched hat, was definitely a master at making potions, and probably not lost to Snape at all. It's just that Hufflepuff never likes to steal the limelight, and most people in the school don't know it. At dinner time, Hermione looked at Charlotte in complete surprise. "When did you like herbalism again? I remember you haven't been studying spells and defense against the dark arts recently." "It's just a whim. I just learned how to brew a potion with Professor Sprout today. Does anyone want to try it with me?" Charlotte said. Ron gnawed on a chicken leg and said, "No, Harry and I will think of Professor Snape whenever we see the cauldron, and the school has a rule that it is forbidden to make potions without the guidance of the teacher." Harry also nodded and said, "Ron is right. Snape also said before that if he finds out that someone is making potions without authorization, he will pour a whole bottle of shrinking potion into it, which will take people back to their infancy, and it will take 24 hours to return to normal." Charlotte didn't want them to be together either. It was just a casual talk. Moreover, in Hogwarts, there are many people who refine potions privately, such as brothers George and Fred, who often refine some weird things. As long as your refining is not a banned potion, even if you are found out, at most you will lose. I joined, and I know a very secret place that no one will find out. Hearing this, Charlotte smiled. He roughly guessed that the place Hermione was thinking of should be the girls' bathroom, where the Moaning Myrtle was. This place is indeed an excellent place. After dinner, Charlotte went straight back to the dormitory, and he opened his property panel. Name: Charlotte Elwes. Age: 11. Race: human. Occupation: wizard, Animagus. Talent: thunderstorm. Strength: 8. Intelligence: 9. Magic: 9. Charms: killing curse, 9th rank. Disillusionment curse, 9th rank. Thunderbolt, 9th rank. Occlumency, 3rd rank. Guardian charm, 3rd rank. Armor protection, 2nd rank. Disarming charm, 2nd rank, level. There are many obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration proficiency, 2nd rank. Potions mastery, level 1. Herbalism mastery, level 1. Astronomy proficiency, level 0. Divination mastery, level 0. Skill points, 51. Although the resurrection potion is a very simple potion in the mouth of Professor Sprout, it may be a little difficult for Charlotte, who is only proficient in potions at level 1. So Charlotte directly raised her potion mastery to level 4, and in an instant, a lot of potion refining experience inexplicably filled his mind. A student of essence and magic pharmacy. At this time, in a narrow room in Hogwarts, in the dim light, the muscles on the ugly Filch's face squirmed for a while, and soon he changed into Quirrell's appearance. On the back of his head, Voldemort's face appeared very hideous and terrifying. "When will you get the Philosopher's Stone in your hand?" A hoarse and cold voice sounded in the room. Quirrell immediately bent down and said tremblingly, "Dear Master, I have already learned from Hagrid the way to restrain the three-headed dog. As long as it listens to soothing music, it can make it fall asleep, but since the last troll incident, Dumbledore's vigilance has become less. He has improved a lot. He made Snape always pay attention to the secret room on the 4th floor and the teachers and students in the school. I haven't had a chance to make a move yet." "Waste!" Voldemort's angry voice made Quirrell lie on the ground directly, and he continued, "Today in Hogsmeade, I smelled 2 very familiar smells, Harry Potter and Charlotte Elwes. I can't wait to tear their chests open and take out their hearts. I will let Lucius Malfoy cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to find a way to transfer Dumbledore. You'd better take out the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will let you feel what real despair is. Quirrell lay trembling on the ground, tremblingly said, "Obey my master." The next morning, Charlotte got out of bed early. He took his own cauldron and walked out of Ron Kelluo's common room. He had almost prepared the materials for making the resurrection potion, and now only the horn of the horned camel was missing. But Ron had assured Charlotte that it could be found at George's, because he had seen the long horns of a horned camel in George and Fred's dormitory before. By the time Charlotte got to the dining room, Hermione had already arrived, and her breakfast consisted of an egg sandwich and a glass of soy milk. Seeing Charlotte walk in, a house elf suddenly appeared and asked politely, "Mr. Elvis, what would you like to eat?" Charlotte said, "Actually, what I most want to eat is beef noodles and clear soup, but none of you can make it, so just give me a piece of whole wheat bread and a glass of milk, thank you." "Yes, Mr. Elvis." After finishing the words, the house elf snapped her fingers, and a piece of bread and a cup of hot milk appeared in front of Charlotte. And Hermione said with a face full of question marks, "What is beef noodles and clear soup?" "It's a delicacy from the Far East." Charlotte chewed the whole wheat bread, sighed, and said, "The breakfast at Hogwarts is like the one in the Black Lake, calm without any waves." Hermione ignored Charlotte, who suddenly became nervous. "Isn't breakfast like this? Could it be possible to find something else?" As if seeing what was going on in Hermione's mind, Charlotte said, "If you were in the Far East, I promise you can have a different breakfast for 365 days a year." "I don't believe it. It's as if you've been to an Eastern country." Hermione curled her lips and said. At this time, Harry Potter and Ron also came to the restaurant. "Morning, Charlotte. Here is the horned camel horn you want." Ron handed a finger-length hard horn to Charlotte. "Fortunately, George and Fred are not here. Otherwise, they would never have agreed to give it to me." Charlotte took it with a smile and said, "As a thank you for your help, I'm sending you the Connolly Agrippa chocolate frog picture in return." "Real?" Hearing this, Ron's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I have collected more than 500 chocolate frog cards. I'm only short of these two cards, Connolly Agrippa and Potamiller, and I can collect a whole set of wizard cards. Now, I'm only one Zhang, Charlotte. You really are my best friend." Charlotte just shook her head slightly at Ron's flamboyant performance. "The picture is really broken. The manufacturer who made the chocolate frog probably didn't print the Potamiller card at all. Even if it did, it would definitely produce a brand new character card later. These are all routines." Moreover, Charlotte knew that after Voldemort was defeated, both Ron and Harry Potter were printed on the chocolate frog card. "Come on. I'll take you to a place that is absolutely safe," Hermione said. After finishing speaking, she turned around and walked out of the restaurant. At this time, Malfoy on the other side of the restaurant frowned slightly as he watched the backs of the few people leaving. He was born in the noble Malfoy family, and since he was a child, he has shown extraordinary talent in magic, especially flying magic. He originally thought that he would be able to stand out among the first-year students. Unexpectedly, he was abused by a mudblood. Not only did Charlotte show super talent in various courses, but her flying talent even pushed him to the ground. At the same time as Harry Potter, he became the youngest Seeker at Hogwarts this century. "This honor should have gone to me, Draco Malfoy." Sitting opposite Malfoy was a very tall boy. He followed Malfoy's eyes and looked at Charlotte. He smiled lightly and said, "Charlotte Elvis, he's a really good Seeker." Hearing the boy praise Charlotte, Malfoy's face became even uglier, and he said, very dissatisfied, "Just a dirty mudblood. If I can join the team, I will be the best Seeker in Hogwarts." The boy looked into Malfoy's eyes and said, "Della, it's not a shame to admit that someone is good. We Slytherins are indeed unscrupulous in order to achieve our goals, but we are not without self-knowledge." "I don't." Before Malfoy could speak, he was interrupted by the boy, and he said, "If he can't fly on the Quidditch field on a broomstick, no matter how good he is, the final victory will still belong to us Slytherins. Don't you think, Della Branch?" Malfoy was taken aback for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face instantly. Senior Grey, I understand. If possible, I would like to take care of this lowly mudblood myself. No problem. We'll do it after I brew a special potion, Grey said. In the girls' bathroom, Ron looked around uncomfortably and said with some disgust, Hermione, why do we come here to make potions? If others see us, we will be despised by all the girls in the school. Hermione said without looking back. No one will come, for there are weeping Myrtle. Who is moaning Myrtle? As soon as Ron finished speaking, a ghost of a young woman emerged from the partition of the bathroom, circled over the bathroom, and plunged into the toilet, splashing high water. Charlotte ignored all of this. He put a root of mandala into a beaker filled with orange-yellow liquid eye. The root immediately began to shrivel up after soaking in it. White smoke also began to rise above the beaker. This is a dehydrating agent that can decompose all the water in the plant. On the other hand, Ron took the initiative to squat down and help Charlotte grind the hard horns of the horned camel into a fine powder. While grinding, he kept asking Charlotte when she would give him the chocolate frog card from Connolly Agrippa. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the chocolate frog card. I'll give it to you after the potion is finished brewing. Charlotte held a leaf of mandala in her hand. Actually, the leaf of mandala is a very profound necessary for practicing magic. Hermione rolled her eyes and asked curiously, Is there such a spell? Why haven't I heard about it from Professor Filius Flitwick? Of course there is. Charlotte turned the blade in her hand and said, Have you ever heard of Animagus? Hermione nodded and said, Of course I know. Professor McGonagall is an Animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic. She can turn into a black cat. We all saw it in the first Transfiguration class. That's right. This is a very advanced but very dangerous transfiguration technique. There are only a dozen wizards in the world who have successfully practiced this spell. Charlotte said, If you want to cultivate Animagus, Mandala grass is a must. An essential potion. At this time, the rhizome of Mandela was completely dehydrated. Charlotte picked it up and then put it into a crucible filled with pure water and stirred slowly. Wait until all the pure water in the crucible turns light brown before stopping this action. Then Charlotte added the frog's brain, so that as soon as the material was added, the liquid in the entire crucible turned dark green and green bubbles came out. Seeing Charlotte pause temporarily, Hermione asked curiously, What role did Mandela play in becoming an Animagus? Harry Potter and Ron were also intrigued. They had also seen Professor McGonagall's transformation. It was really a cool, shape-shifting technique. Both of them had fantasized about being able to transform into other animals. After Charlotte came to Hogwarts, she looked for a lot of books and information about Animagus, and he saw related records in an ancient book. To become an Animagus, the first step is to hold a mandala leaf in your mouth during the full moon and not take it out until the next full moon. If any accident happens, then you will fail. When the full moon comes, take out the leaves of mandala. Put them in a crystal bottle filled with your own saliva. Let the crystal bottle fully absorb the pure moonlight, and then add a root of your own to the crystal bottle hair and a silver teaspoon of dew. If the sky where you took out the mandala is cloudy, then you have to repeat the previous action. And the dew must also be in a place where there has been no sunlight or human activity for 7 days. After listening to Charlotte's narration, Ron and Harry Potter looked at each other. Too difficult. No wonder there are so few Animagus in the wizarding world. There are so many complicated steps. If one of the small links goes wrong, you have to start over. Those who are unlucky will probably spend several years before they can go to the last step. Crucially, there's a risk of failure at the last step. Only Hermione's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, It would be great if I could turn into a bird. Seeing this, Ron was very surprised and said, You don't want to try it, do you? Why not? Hermione had a longing look on her face. I have fantasized since I was a child that I could be an eagle and soar freely in the sky. It must feel great. Is it okay to ride a broom? Ron said. Hermione rolled her eyes in a very speechless manner, turned her head, and ignored Ron. She always felt that there was something wrong with this man's brain. At this time, Charlotte had already added the ground camel horn powder, and after a while of stirring, Charlotte added a little bit of slug slime, and then the viscous liquid in the crucible slowly became clear. After the crucible was completely cooled, Charlotte got a half pot of brown, transparent liquid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the refining of the Mandela Rejuvenation Potion alone. Reward points *5. Reward Flying Curse. It turned out to be a flying curse. Charlotte never expected that the system rewarded this time would be the flying curse that only Voldemort and Snape knew in the original book. This is a magic spell that can fly in the sky without the use of broomsticks and other flying tools. It is said that Voldemort created it himself, and he only gave it to Snape. After practicing this spell to the extreme, the flying speed is even faster than a broomstick. Without any hesitation, Charlotte directly raised the flying spell to the top level. Originally, the wind in Charlotte's talent Thunderstorm has been reflected in his extraordinary flying talent. Now with the full-level flying spell, Charlotte is 100% confident in winning the Quidditch championship this time. Charlotte, I want to be an Animagus. Can you help me? At this moment, Hermione's voice interrupted Charlotte from her trance, and he said, being Animagus is a very dangerous thing. Have you really thought about it? Hermione nodded solemnly. Unexpectedly, Harry Potter also stood up and said, I also want to be an Animagus. I can be anything, as long as I can escape from Uncle Dursley's house without anyone noticing. Hearing this, Hermione stretched out her hands happily. You are welcome, Harry. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Ron again and said with a smile, Ron, are you sure you don't want to join us? Crazy. You two must be crazy. This spell might kill people. Ron's face was full of disbelief. Didn't you see that even a genius like Charlotte would not dare to try this so easily? Charlotte smiled and said, in fact, I'm already a real Animagus. As soon as the words fell, light golden feathers began to grow on Charlotte's face, but he only showed the feathers a little and quickly returned to his human form. But this scene still left Audio-Technica dumbfounded, especially Ron. His eyes widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. Charlotte said, I hope you haven't been able to keep this secret from me. As for what kind of animal I can transform into, I'll tell you when you all succeed in becoming an Animagus. Hermione and Harry said in unison, Definitely. We must keep it secret. Later, under the coercion and lure of Harry Potter and Hermione, Ron also joined the group that became Animagus, which reminded Charlotte of Harry Potter's father, who founded the Marauder group, which was also composed of 3 Animarchus. Gus and Lupin, a werewolf. The 4 parted ways in the bathroom, and the 3 of Hermione and Gryffindor began preparing what it took to be an Animagus. And Charlotte returned to the dormitory, put the petrified Balrog's blood into the freshly brewed resurrection potion, and it only needed to wait 7 days for it to be revived. And 7 days later, it happened to be the time when Quidditch started. A week passed quickly. Now the Balrog's blood detonation body has undergone earth-shaking changes, from a black stone to a crystal-clear crystal. A cluster of dark red flames is slowly burning in the transparent crystal. If you stare at this cluster of flames for a long time, your eyes will feel a burning pain. During this period of time, Hermione temporarily gave up her pursuit of Snape because she started Animagus's practice. Charlotte was extremely pleased with the situation. Recently, he has wanted to sneak into the secret room on the 4th floor many times, but as soon as he approaches the 4th floor, he will feel a strong sense of crisis. Charlotte can guarantee that as long as he dares to appear in the secret room, Dumbledore will immediately appear in front of him. Even if Charlotte's disillusionment charm has been practiced to the full level, it's still not enough for Dumbledore. After all, he can't even see through the invisibility cloak, one of the 3 holy weapons. At the end of the morning class, everyone gathered in the auditorium restaurant. Harry Potter drank a glass of pumpkin juice cautiously because he had a Mandela leaf in his mouth, and he was afraid that he would swallow the leaf with a slight movement. The 3 of them talked a lot less in recent days, especially Hermione, who tried not to speak when she could. After Professor McGonagall noticed that the number of her speeches in class had plummeted, he thought she had been troubled by something recently and had talked to her twice. The four of them ate quietly, but the students around them went with great enthusiasm because tomorrow was the annual Quidditch match at Hogwarts, and the whole school was looking forward to this day. I bet a galleon. This year's champion is our Slytherin. Slytherin is outdated. Gryffindor is this year's champion. Harry Potter is the youngest seeker at Hogwarts in a century. He will definitely catch the snitch in the shortest time. That's right, besides that, the Weasley twins are also very strong, and their tacit understanding is invincible. Gryffindor was beaten so badly by our Slytherins last year that he couldn't lift his head. It's only been a year, and you've forgotten all about it. Last year was last year. This year we will definitely beat you. The disputes in the cafeteria were basically all Gryffindor and Slytherin people, and the two houses had been at odds since the establishment of the school. Regardless of the Academy Cup or the Quidditch Cup, every year there will be bloody battles. Hearing everyone's discussion, Harry Potter said very carefully, "Charlotte." I suddenly became nervous. It seems that everyone has great expectations of me, especially Senior Wood. He wants to win the championship. What if I don't catch the golden snitch? Don't be nervous. You can come here with a relaxed mind. This is actually just an entertainment game. Just have fun. Charlotte comforted. Of course, you have to pay attention to what is in your mouth, and don't use your mouth to catch the golden snitch. This sentence successfully made Harry Potter laugh. Everyone thought Charlotte was joking, but only Charlotte knew that in tomorrow's match against Slytherin, the golden snitch slipped into Harry Potter's mouth by mistake. Gryffindor just won the match. At this moment, a very handsome boy with brown hair came to Charlotte's side. "Hi, Charlotte. I'm Cedric Diggory, seeker for Hufflepuff's Quidditch team. Hope we have a good showdown on the pitch tomorrow." As introduced in the original book, Cedric is very handsome. Although he is only 13 years old now, he has already made his mark at Hogwarts with his handsome appearance and extraordinary magical talent. Charlotte met him a few times but never talked to him. She didn't expect him to find her suddenly today. "I like Hufflepuff's style very much. You are a team with a real competitive spirit. I'm also looking forward to playing against you." The corner of Cedric's mouth smiled slightly, and the sight of a melancholy prince immediately caught everyone's eyes. Charlotte called him a good guy. No wonder this guy can capture the hearts of many girls. Who can stop this temperament? He whispered to Charlotte, "Be careful, Draco Malfoy. I overheard them trying to play against you in order to keep you out of the game tomorrow." Charlotte frowned slightly and then said, "Thank you for your reminder, but I don't think they will succeed." Seeing the back of Cedric turning away, Charlotte couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was a good man, but he died too early. When I was watching the movie, Charlotte was thinking, is it because Cedric received the box lunch so early because he has too many advantages and is too perfect, so it overshadows the light of the protagonist, so the author deliberately wrote him dead of? Hermione asked curiously, "What did he say to you?" Charlotte glanced at Malfoy, who was sitting not far away, and deliberately said loudly, "Nothing. He just reminded me to beware of Malfoy. They Slytherin people want me to be unable to enter the stadium tomorrow." As soon as these words came out, all the people in the restaurant turned their eyes on Malfoy, and there was a lot of shame in their eyes. Quidditch's status in the wizarding world is very sacred. Loved by more than 90% of the wizards, the people of Slytherin used to be ugly on the court, but they didn't expect them to use such low-handed methods in order to win. Malfoy's face turned red immediately, and just when he couldn't help arguing, Grey Gustav, who was sitting next to him, stood up and said with a smile, "I swear as a Slytherin prefect, this is an absolute rumor. We never thought of using such despicable means to win Quidditch, because there is no need. From our Slytherin winning 5 consecutive Quidditch Cups, you can see the strength. If Charlotte Elvis still has doubts, I am willing to send 2 Slytherin elites as guards to protect Charlotte's safety." Hearing this, Malfoy had a look of disbelief on his face. Did the prefect have something wrong with his brain? He even found someone to protect Charlotte's safety. How could he take revenge? And Charlotte just smiled softly. "I was just joking with everyone just now. Don't take it seriously. And I still believe in the character of Slytherin. They absolutely don't have the guts to do such a thing." Hearing this, Gray's eyes narrowed slightly, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. He got up and came to Charlotte's side, looked down at him, and said in a cold voice, "Charlotte Elvis, we'll see." After speaking, all the Slytherins in the Great Hall got up and followed Gray and left. Their eyes on Charlotte were full of displeasure. Hermione frowned and said, "You shouldn't anger Gray. He is very prestigious in Slytherin College, and he is already a seventh-year student. It is said that he is very likely to work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation. I advise you to stay in Las Vegas until tomorrow's game. Don't show up in Crow's common room." Charlotte said nonchalantly, "This is Hogwarts. They dare not mess around." Hermione shook her head helplessly, picked up her things, and left the restaurant. Ron and Harry Potter also got up to follow. When turning around, Ron said, "I think you should listen to Hermione. Gray is not easy to mess with." Charlotte didn't speak, but slowly finished her breakfast, then walked out of the castle and walked towards the Forbidden Forest. Passing by the hut where Hagrid lived, Charlotte walked into the depths of the dense forest for about 10 minutes, and stopped when she came to a place where the trees were so dense that almost no light could penetrate. Directly in front of Charlotte, a group of skinny, pitch-black creatures watched him warily. The appearance of this group of creatures is very strange, with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, with a pair of very wide wings growing on the back. It can be seen that they are extremely good at flying. They're the magical creatures raised by Hogwarts, Thestrals, a magical creature that can only be seen by those who have seen death. The Thestrals looked extremely strange, but their temperament was very gentle. However, these Thestrals kept a very vigilant state in their eyes looking at Charlotte. It seemed that if Charlotte dared to take a step forward, they would explode and hurt people. Charlotte understands that this is because she has the blood of Thunderbird in her body, and Thunderbird is not a good creature among magical creatures, and has always been known for its violence and ferocity. These Thestrals have a kind of fear of Thunderbird from the bottom of their bones. At this time, Charlotte said without looking back, "Since it's here, don't hide it." After the words were finished, Gray, Malfoy, and 3 other Slytherin students came out from behind several big trees, and they stared at Charlotte with unfriendly expressions, with a look of mischief in their eyes. Only Gray felt something was wrong. So peaceful. Charlotte was acting too calmly at the moment. He obviously knew about the arrival of people like himself. He definitely knew that he was here to trouble him, but he didn't run away. Could it be that he was hiding some whole cards? Impossible. From the time Charlotte left the auditorium to the Forbidden Forest, there were people watching him the whole time. Harry Potter and others who were close to him were already in class, and no one would come to help him at all. At this time, Malfoy took out his wand, stepped forward, and pointed at Charlotte with a grin. "You humble mudblood, I will let you know what will happen to you if you offend me. Malfoy, quickly, disarm you." Before Malfoy could finish his spell, a red light flashed on Charlotte's wand, and in an instant, the wand in his hand was knocked flying. This scene happened only in an instant, and Gray and the other 3 Slytherin students were all stunned for a moment. How could a first-year student have such a fast casting speed? In just 2 seconds, the 4 came back to their senses. They all drew out their wands and cast a spell toward Charlotte. Quick imprisonment. All petrified. Disarm you. Disarm you. And Charlotte just waved her wand lightly and said lightly, "Armor protection." From Gray's surprised eyes, the attack of the 4 seemed to have landed on an invisible wall and did not cause any damage to Charlotte at all, and even a red extra weapon was bounced back, knock off one of the Slytherin's wands. Taking advantage of the moment when the 3 of Gray were stunned, Charlotte waved her wand again. Fuchsia! The next moment, the 5 of Malfoy started yelling, and they found that their bodies were involuntarily floating, and they were in a head-to-foot position. Gray looked at the calm Charlotte with a look of shock on his face. The Iron Armor Curse is an advanced spell, and even many adult wizards may not be able to use it. This first-year freshman released it without any pressure and blocked the attacks of the 4. No wonder he has always been confident. Presumably, he also deliberately led himself to this forest. Click! At this time, a transparent crystal bottle fell from Malfoy's body. Charlotte frowned slightly and said, "Malfoy, is this the potion you are going to use against me?" Let me see what the effect is. After speaking, with a tap of his wand, Malfoy changed from a hanging posture to lying flat in midair. Seeing Charlotte slowly open the bottle cap, Malfoy cried out in panic. "Senior Grey, save me quickly. Charlotte, if you dare to treat me like this, my father will definitely not let you go. Lock the tongue and seal the throat." Charlotte's wand was tapped lightly, and Malfoy was speechless immediately. His eyes were full of horror, and Charlotte at this moment was like a devil from the depths of hell in his eyes. "Gudon, Gudon! Hiccup!" The moment he swallowed the potion, Malfoy started hiccuping nonstop. It turned out that this was a bottle of hiccup potion. People who drink this potion will hiccup nonstop for 24 hours. It seems that they want to use such a disgusting way to interfere with their performance on the Quidditch pitch. On the play, it's just that these people underestimated Charlotte's strength. After restoring Malfoy to his original state, Charlotte said, "Don't bother me in the future, or you won't be using fuchsia next time." After speaking, Charlotte left the Forbidden Forest slowly. As soon as he left, Snape, wearing a black robe, appeared in the Forbidden Forest. He looked at the 5 people in a state of distress, with a very complicated look in his eyes. Gray cried out for help when he saw Snape. Professor, save me. It's Charlotte Elwes. He cast a spell to hang us here." He also gave Malfoy a potion. Hiccup. Snape glanced at the 3 of them and said expressionlessly, 5 people can't beat a first-year freshman, and they still have the face to save you. It's a shame for us Slytherins. You guys should reflect on it." The next day, Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. This morning marks the first of this year's Quidditch matches, with Ravenclaw taking on Hufflepuff. Before the game started, the stand on the stadium were already overcrowded. Students from the 4 colleges all wore clothes representing their college colors and stood in the stands to cheer. Lowen Crow was captained by Roger Davies, who also doubled as the chaser, and the other 2 chasers were Penelope Clearwater and a boy named Barnard Bob. The goalkeeper is a burly, seemingly secure boy named. To be honest, the strength of these players is not bad, and their cooperation is also very tacit. But Lawan Kelluo's performance is not ideal every year. Charlotte guesses that their seekers should be the hindrance of the whole team. After all, the seeker of the next few Quidditch matches of Lawan Kelluo was Chiu Zhang. Her strength was mediocre, and the opponent seeker was the chosen son like Harry Bow and the genius like Cedric. And the snitch is the key to the outcome. Unless your quaffle goals can crush the opponent by more than 150 points, otherwise, someone else will win if they catch the snitch. Compared with these 2, Chiu Zhang, the seeker, seemed to be just making up the numbers. At this time, players from both sides were queuing up to go on stage. Roger stood beside Charlotte and asked with a smile, "Nervous? Not nervous, but looking forward to it." "That's good. Let's enter." After speaking, he flew out on his own broom, and Charlotte and others followed one after another. As soon as they appeared, there was a burst of cheers from the arena. On the viewing platform, a dark-skinned boy with curly hair is the narrator of this Quidditch. As soon as he saw the 2 teams appearing, he immediately said excitedly, "Welcome everyone to watch this year's Quidditch game. The team for this game is Lawan Kelluo versus Hufflepuff." Now that the players from both sides are in place, and Mrs. Hodge has also walked into the center of the court, we look forward to the official start of the game. The players from both sides formed a circle in the air, while Charlotte and Cedric, as seekers, were suspended above the circle composed of 12 people. At this time, Mrs. Hodge came to the front of the box containing 3 Quidditch balls. She looked up at the 14 people in the air, said a few blessings, and kicked the box lightly. With a click, the box opened. The quaffle, bludger, and snitch flew into the sky with a whoosh. In particular, the snitch was as fast as a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As a seeker, Charlotte could not catch quaffles and bludgers, otherwise she would be penalized. Therefore, before the golden snitch appeared, the seeker could only play the role of a transparent person, so that the seeker is called the loneliest player in the Quidditch field. The quaffle was snatched. The passionate voice of the curly-haired boy resounded throughout the audience. He stared at the crowd with excitement and shouted loudly, Worthy of being the captain of La 1 Keluo, Roger Davis successfully grabbed the quaffle with a beautiful dive and passed the ball backwards. Roger didn't attack Hufflepuff immediately, but sent the quaffle back to Penelope Clearwater. Parkin's pincer tactics. It turned out that Hufflepuff's players used Parkin's pincer tactics. They were already heading towards Roger from the two wings, but they didn't expect Roger's pass to perfectly defuse the opponent's attack. Another reverse pass. Barnard, who received the quaffle, started to attack. He rushed towards Hufflepuff's goal. Hufflepuff's players started to intercept, and the goalkeeper also used the classic double 8 circle flying tactic to defend. The competition entered into a heated state from the very beginning. The players of the two colleges showed their talents. Everyone who watched was excited and burst into bursts of warm cheers. Charlotte was wandering around the edge of the court at the moment, trying to catch the snitch the moment it appeared. At this time, the commentator's shouts that were about to break the sound sounded in the arena. Double tap the ball. Beautiful. It's a double tap ball. Frank and Gloria are worthy of being La 1 Keluo's fairy couple. Under their incomparable tacit understanding, they successfully hit a super difficult double-click ball. My God, the bludger hit the Hufflepuff goalkeeper's broom. Goal! La 1 Crow took this opportunity and scored the quaffle first. Congratulations to La 1 Crow for scoring the first goal. The moment the goal was scored, there was a burst of warm cheers from the audience, especially the student La 1 Ku, who almost jumped up in place. Professor Phileas picked up his wand and began to direct the cheerleading team of the college. La 1 Clow must win. La 1 Clow must win. Amid the cheers, the ball game continued. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden phantom flashed past Charlotte's eyes, and just as he was about to chase after it, he suddenly felt his broom shake violently. It seems that the next second will be out of my control. Depend on. It must be Voldemort's grandson. Didn't the target of your attack be Harry Potter, the culprit who killed you? What the hell are you looking for? Fortunately, Charlotte is not an ordinary person. His own magic power far exceeds that of ordinary people, and he quickly controlled the broom, but the broom seemed to have entered a dormant state, without any response, so that Charlotte remained in place. Flying curse. Just when everyone looked at Charlotte suspiciously, he rushed out on a broom at a speed that was astounding. Now Charlotte is flying with a broom with a flying spell. The speed of a full-level flying spell is no less than that of a broomstick, and even slightly exceeds it. If it wasn't for Quidditch that requires players to be on the broom, Charlotte is now, they all want to throw the broom away. In the corner of the stand, Filch stared blankly at Charlotte, who started to jump around again, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Impossible. He had obviously successfully cast the spell, and as soon as Charlotte started flying, the broom would bring him to hit the hard ground, throwing his brains out. But why didn't the spell have any effect? Thinking of the punishment he would receive if the mission failed, Filch trembled all over. Just as he quietly took out the wand hidden under his robe and was about to cast the spell again, he found that Snape was using an extremely cold eyes looked at him. He immediately gave Snape an ugly smile, and then began to concentrate on watching the game. Above the stands, Hermione frowned tightly, and she said to Harry Potter and Ron, who were cheering, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong?" Charlotte's broom just lost control for a moment. "I think the Slytherin people may be doing something wrong." Ron turned his head and said, "Don't think about it. Maybe it's because Charlotte was too nervous to participate in the competition for the first time. Don't you see that he is flying very well now?" Hermione's gaze fell on the field. Charlotte was flying very fast. He and Cedric were flying close to the ground, almost side by side. This is a very dangerous way of flying, and if you are not careful, you will hit the ground. But Charlotte and Cedric chased the snitch on the court with ease. The excellent flying skills of the two ushered in bursts of applause. The current score is 40-20, and La 1 Keluo temporarily leads by 20 points. The gap between the two sides is not very big. The key to winning or losing lies in who can catch the snitch first among the seekers of the two teams. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden snitch flying close to the ground turned sharply and flew vertically high above the sky, while Charlotte and Cedric also turned sharply, trying to rush upwards like two rockets. After the golden snitch made a big circle in the air, it fell vertically towards the ground again. Without the slightest hesitation, Charlotte turned around and chased down. Cedric followed closely behind, but Cedric only started to slow down after chasing halfway. If the difficulty of flying close to the ground is 5 stars, the difficulty of flying vertically downward is 10 stars, and the downward speed is about 30% faster than the normal flying speed. Accidentally control the broom and hit the ground. Every time such a situation is encountered, most seekers will slow down first, and then look for the golden snitch again. But Charlotte has no intention of slowing down at all. He flew downward like an arrow leaving the string, and he was getting closer and closer to the golden snitch, only a few centimeters away from being able to take the golden snitch into his hands. "Charlotte, be careful." "Boom!" Penelo yelled, and at the same time as the voice sounded, there was a muffled sound, and one of Hufflepuff's hitters swung his bat and hit a bludger several times, and the bludger pulled an afterimage in the air and smashed toward Charlotte's back. Originally, Charlotte's current situation was already very dangerous, but another life-threatening bludger came. The best result now is to give up chasing the snitch and immediately divert to avoid the bludger. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. "He's accelerating," someone in the stand screamed. All the people present widened their eyes and looked at Charlotte, who was falling vertically in horror. At this time, the golden snitch was only 5 or 6 meters away from the ground. With the flying speed of the golden snitch and Charlotte, they might arrive in the blink of an eye. Ground. But under such circumstances, Charlotte speeded up again and then grabbed the golden snitch in her hands. At this time, he was only less than half a meter away from the ground. Everyone stared at Charlotte. A heart almost jumped out of their throats, and many timid girls even covered their eyes, not daring to look at the next scene. Standing on a high platform, Dumbledore even took out his bone elder wand, which was already glowing dimly. At the moment when Charlotte was about to hit the ground, he abruptly turned his direction, and his whole body was oriented at 90 degrees, flying forward close to the grass on the court ground. Under everyone's stunned eyes, Charlotte stood on the field, raising the snitch high in her hand. After being stunned for a few seconds, the narrator roared loudly. "Success! Charlotte successfully caught the snitch. Congratulations to La One-Keluo for winning." "Wow!" In the next second, the audience erupted. Everyone jumped up, cheered wildly at Charlotte, and waved their arms wildly. No one thought that Charlotte would make such a crazy move, and no one thought that his flying skills were so superb, like a flying bird. Art. 1. Amazing. Charlotte, you are amazing. I was scared to death just now. Don't you want to die? The teammates stepped forward and surrounded Charlotte, with praises and blames. Penelo couldn't help the excitement in his heart, hugged Charlotte directly, and kissed him heavily on the face, and solemnly said, "If there's another time, I hope you will put your own safety first." "No," Charlotte nodded and said, although the scene just now was dangerous, it was just a routine operation for him who had a full-level flying spell. At this time, the people from Hufflepuff also came up, and they looked at Charlotte with deep admiration in their eyes. Charlotte's performance just now completely convinced them. Cedric stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on winning the game. Your strength makes me feel ashamed. Today's game is also the happiest game I have ever played in Quidditch." Charlotte nodded lightly and said, "Thank you. I'm having fun too. To be honest, Cedric is very strong. If it weren't for their conservative style of play, they would have achieved better results. However, Charlotte likes a team like theirs, which makes people feel very comfortable." Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Hufflepuff. Reward skill points *10 and reward the Traceless Extension spell. Untraceable Extended Curse. This is a great charm that expands space, expanding a suitcase or a small matchbox to the size of a castle. However, in order to prevent this spell from being abused, the Ministry of Magic has explicitly prohibited private use of the Traceless Extension spell to expand non-public items. However, There are still people who use them secretly, such as Weasley's suitcase and Hermione's handbag. As long as they are not discovered, the Ministry of Magic will not trouble you. Charlotte wanted to learn this spell a long time ago, but he couldn't get in touch with bullies, so he didn't expect to get it here. Now, Charlotte is already looking forward to the next game. The Hogwarts Quidditch competition system is that the 4 colleges take turns to compete. Lawin Kelluo has to compete with Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff respectively, and the team with the most victories in the end wins the Champions Cup. If Gryffindor and Slytherin are defeated next, there will be rewards of 2 spells and 20 skill points. Not only that, but also the task reward of the Champions Cup, which makes me feel really cool after thinking about it. And at this moment, Snape's brow furrowed tightly. At some point, Filch's figure disappeared above the stands. He was startled suddenly and immediately ran towards the bottom of the stands. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin began. This match was exciting, but it wasn't attractive to Charlotte, who already knew the result. Professor Quirrell was absent, Harry Potter performed exceptionally well, and Gryffindor won the match without any pressure. What was more dramatic was that Harry Potter still grabbed the snitch with his mouth. All the Gryffindor went crazy and defeated their old enemy Slytherin, which meant that this year's champion was within reach. After 5 years, they would finally take back the honor that belonged to the Lion House. After dinner, Charlotte was found by Phileas Flitwick. Your performance today really exceeded my expectations. It seems that making an exception to let you join the Quidditch team of Lawin Kelluo is the most correct decision I have made recently. Thank you, Professor, Charlotte said. Phileas continued. Oh, by the way, Professor Dumbledore asked you to go to his office. Dumbledore? Charlotte was slightly taken aback. What was Dumbledore looking for at this time? It couldn't possibly be because of his superior performance on the Quidditch court, and he was just here to praise himself, right? Without asking any further questions, Charlotte followed Phileas to the front of an oil painting. Honey Eater! As the password was spoken, the oil painting opened automatically, revealing the stairway of a phoenix sculpture. In Phileas' eyes, Charlotte stood under the phoenix sculpture, and the stairs spiraled up automatically. As soon as you enter, you will see photos of 48 previous Hogwarts principals, as well as hundreds of ancient books neatly arranged. There are also ancient microscopes, telescopes, star charts, and various astronomical instruments on the bookshelves. Standing on a shelf of the desk was a large bird with golden and red feathers. Charlotte knew that this was the phoenix named Fox that Dumbledore raised. The first time she saw the phoenix, Charlotte had an inexplicable desire to get close to it. I was once obsessed with the starry sky, thinking that I could see through the mysteries of the starry sky, but gradually I found that I was just an insignificant speck of dust in the universe. The old voice sounded behind Charlotte, which made him tense up. He didn't even have the slightest reaction to Dumbledore's arrival. This old man was indeed the greatest wizard in this century. Even if he was dead, he could still defeat Voldemort. Aware of Charlotte's anomaly, Dumbledore said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to chat with you casually. Moody told me a long time ago that you were a very good kid, but I didn't expect that you were more than 100 times better than what he said." As he spoke, he picked up a silver plate and handed it to Charlotte. "Would you like one? Toffee, my favorite." "Thank you." Charlotte reached out and grabbed a few. Dumbledore smiled, walked to the desk, looked at Charlotte, and said, "I have a question to ask you. You don't need to answer it. I'm very curious. Where did you learn the flying spell? As far as I know, there's only one person in the wizarding world of Wu today who can use the flying spell, but that man's flying spell is black magic, but yours is different from his." "I said I created it myself. Do you believe it?" Charlotte said early. Dumbledore didn't look for him sooner or later, but he did it at this time. Looking back, he didn't seem to show any abnormalities except for using the flying spell today. And Charlotte also discovered early on that the flying spell rewarded by the system is completely tailor-made according to the Thunderbird blood in her body, just like the Thunderbolt before. Even if others know the spell, they can't cast it. It's no different than creating your own. Dumbledore was slightly taken aback upon hearing this answer, his eyes full of astonishment. After being dazed for a few seconds, He laughed loudly and said, I believe. Of course I believe you. In the 1,000-year school history of Hogwarts, you're not the only wizard who independently created magic at such an age, but your achievements far exceed others. Maybe you don't know what it means. If you let others know that an 11-year-old kid has created the flying spell, the entire wizarding world will be shaken. Therefore, you have created the flying spell for the time being. Don't make it public, lest people covet it. Charlotte was slightly taken aback by Dumbledore's words. Just as he said so, he believed it completely, and he also told himself to be careful and guard against other people's schemes. You go back to rest early. I'm looking forward to your match against Gryffindor tomorrow, Dumbledore said with a smile. As soon as Charlotte left the office, Snape in black robe appeared next to Dumbledore, and he said in a low voice, Professor, do you really believe that he created it himself? Of course. Dumbledore turned around and said, When you were studying at Hogwarts, if you hadn't created God's shadowless and fuchsia, it's impossible for Charlotte to create the flying curse. Fox told me just now that it felt a very kind aura in Charlotte's body. If I'm not wrong, Charlotte may have the blood of some kind of magical creature, which is the key to his ability to create the flying spell. Moreover, my spiritual sense tells me that Charlotte has no malice towards Hogwarts, and he can be trusted. Haven't your observations over the past few months dispelled your doubts? Snape was silent for a few seconds, then said, He really doesn't want to be a Death Eater. He has a deep love and desire for magical knowledge. It's not something that can be pretended. It's just that Charlotte's power is unreasonable. He even used the iron armor curse today. Never mind that. As long as he's not Voldemort's man, he's our friend, Dumbledore said. At this moment, an owl flew in through the window, put a letter on the table, flapped its wings a few times, and flew out. Dumbledore glanced at the Ministry of Magic logo on the envelope and smiled slightly. It seems that some people in the Ministry of Magic can't sit still anymore. I will leave for London tomorrow, and Hogwarts will trouble you and Minerva to take care of it. Snape nodded and said in a low voice, I have roughly guessed who that person is, but isn't it too risky to do so? Harry is still a child after all. Dumbledore said, This is the fate he has to face since he was born. Voldemort will not wait for him to grow up slowly. Moreover, only he can really kill Voldemort. The next morning, the Quidditch pitch. The two teams of Lawenkelluo and Gryffindor are ready. As yesterday's winners, the fighting spirit of both teams is quite high. This game is very critical, and the winner has basically locked the championship. The audience in the stands was also extremely excited. Whether it was Lawenkelluo or Gryffindor, the two teams performed very well in yesterday's game, especially Charlotte's superb flying skills. It's simply unbelievable. Gryffindor's momentum is so strong. Of course, Gryffindor has lost to Slytherin at the most critical times in the past few games. This year, they have avenged their shame, and their momentum is naturally going forward. Looks like this year's champion is Gryffindor. That's not necessarily the case. This year's Lawenkelluo is also bad, especially Charlotte. He should be the most powerful Seeker in Hogwarts. On the whole, Gryffindor is slightly better, but the Seeker is still stronger than Wenkelluo Charlotte. The Golden Snitch has too much influence in the Quidditch game, so I'm optimistic about Wenkelluo. On the stands, Ron looked at Hermione next to him and asked, Which one of them do you think will win? Charlotte. Hermione's answer was without the slightest hesitation, so that Ron didn't even realize it. After being stunned for a moment, he said, Aren't you still a Gryffindor who would support Ron Claw? Hermione didn't want to pay attention to Ron at all. After staying with Charlotte for a long time, she felt that this man was too childish, and she didn't look like an 11-year-old boy at all. Looking into Hermione's eyes, Ron sighed and said, Well, I also admit that Charlotte is better, but I'm from Gryffindor, and I still support Gryffindor. At this moment, Mrs. Hooch enters the field. Charlotte's eyes were fixed on the box on the ground. The moment Mrs. Hooch opened the box, he immediately cast the flying spell. With the broomstick and the blessing of the flying spell, Charlotte's speed reached a terrifying speed in a short time. Everyone felt their eyes dazzled, and Charlotte's figure appeared on the other side of the field, and in his hand, He was holding a small golden ball waving its wings. In an instant, the entire Quidditch pitch was silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute. After half a minute, everyone came back to their senses. The commentator stood in the stands and stared at Charlotte dumbfounded, and shouted loudly with all his strength. "Golden snitch! That's the snitch! My God, what the hell, what happened? Charlotte has caught the snitch. How did he do it? Does this mean that the game is over and La One Keluo has won?" The referee was stunned for a while, and finally announced loudly, "Ron Crow wins." The voice fell, and the audience was in an uproar. What's the situation? Is this the end? How did Ron Crow win? My God, how on earth did Charlotte do it? How could he catch the snitch so quickly? Cheating. Charlotte must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he fly faster than the golden snitch? I asked the professors to investigate Charlotte strictly, and Quidditch must be given justice. I feel that today's incident may be published in the Daily Prophet. This should be the fastest game that Quidditch has ended since its inception. That's right, it didn't even take a minute. Hearing a lot of doubts in the arena, Mrs. Hooch took out her wand and cast a loud spell. Silent. Charlotte Elvis, a student of La One Keluo College, did not commit any violations in the game. The winner of this game is La One Keluo. Congratulations! While many are still skeptical, Mrs. Hooch, who was the head referee at the Hogwarts Quidditch match, spoke with force. Until Mrs. Hooch's voice fell, Roger, Pinello, and others still couldn't believe it. They had won the game without doing anything, which was too unmagical. At this moment, Gryffindor's men came up. Oliver would ask a little out of his wits. "Can you tell me how you managed to catch the golden snitch in an instant?" His obsession with Quidditch is well known throughout Hogwarts. He studies Quidditch styles all the time, every day, and constantly urges his teammates to train in order to defeat Gryffindor's old opponent, Slytherin, then get the championship. This year, he finally got his wish, but was knocked out of the cloud by Charlotte, who caught the golden snitch in seconds. The most uncomfortable thing is that he doesn't even know how he lost. Charlotte said, "Actually, it's nothing, just using a magic that can speed up the speed of the broomstick." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, in the Quidditch game, you can bring a wand into the arena. The game stipulates that you cannot use the wand to attack the opponent's broom, and 3 kinds of flying balls, but you can use magic on yourself. No wonder Mrs. Hooch said Charlotte hadn't broken the rules. However, everyone was suspicious again. The broomstick is the fastest-moving magic prop in the wizarding world. The major companies that manufacture broomsticks are launching new styles of broomsticks every year. They have optimized and improved the materials used for the broomstick and the magic booster. The known boost magic has no way to have any effect on the broomstick anymore. But Charlotte's speed just now is at least 30% higher than before. What kind of magic did he use that has such a powerful effect? Seemingly seeing everyone's doubts, Charlotte said with a smile, "This is a magic that I created myself. I didn't expect it to have such a big effect at first." Homemade? Hearing this, all the people present showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and they all stared at Charlotte dumbfounded. "You're only 11 years old. It's only been 2 or 3 months since I entered school, and I'm already able to create my own magic. I've been in Hogwarts for 5 or 6 years, and I can't even cast a lot of magic proficiently. This is too shocking." Oliver would felt that his chest was a little congested, and he recovered after taking a few deep breaths. Now he began to doubt life a little bit, and he was actually beaten by an 11-year-old child in all directions. "I'm not fit to play Quidditch at all. What's the difference between a wizard like me and a muggle?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Gryffindor, rewarding skill points *10, and rewarding magic props Marauder's map. Hearing the voice in her head, a smile appeared on Charlotte's face. This reward was very useful to him. With this map, he could know whether Quirrell was at Hogwarts, and he could also know Voldemort's movements. Although Charlotte didn't like Harry Potter's father very much, the Marauder's map was definitely a genius invention. The afternoon match is Hufflepuff versus Slytherin. In this battle, Slytherin completely defeated Hufflepuff. There was indeed a relatively large gap in strength between the two sides, and Cedric could not make up for it alone. After dinner, Charlotte rejected the invitation of the three of Hermione and went straight back to the lounge. He took out a yellowed blank brown paper from his drawer. Charlotte held her wand and said, "I solemnly swear that I have no good intentions." The moment the voice sounded, a clear black line appeared on the blank craft paper, and the black line began to spread rapidly. Soon, the map of Hogwarts appeared in front of Charlotte. The names of all the people and their movements are densely displayed on the map. From this map, Charlotte could see that Dumbledore was not in her office, nor was she in any corner of Hogwarts. The three of Harry Potter were about to walk out of the castle, and it seemed that they were going in the direction of Hagrid's cabin. Snape was in his office, and he paced back and forth, seeming a little anxious. In the office that originally belonged to Filch, Charlotte saw not only the mark that belonged to Filch, but also the names of Linus Quirrell and Tom Riddle, whose names almost overlapped. Seeing this, a cold look flashed across Charlotte's face. Sure enough, it's these two people. I think they were the ones who cast the spell on my broomstick yesterday. As the saying goes, it's not rude to come and go. Want the Philosopher's Stone? Dream it. Dumbledore wasn't at Hogwarts, which was a godsend for Voldemort. At this moment, the footprints of Quirrell and Voldemort on the map suddenly walked towards the outside of the school, and soon their names disappeared from the Marauders map, and they should have walked out of the range of the Marauders map. Charlotte originally wanted to meet Quirrell and Voldemort in the dead of night, and it would be best if she could kill these two stinky mice silently, but now it seems that it is a bit unrealistic. Although Voldemort now only had a wisp of remnant soul left. Moreover, this person is very cautious, and his running skills are top-notch, as slippery as a loach. If he is not careful, he will slip away. The prank is over. The password was read out, and the map returned to the appearance of blank parchment. You can't leave this thing casually. If someone picks it up, it will be over. Thinking of this, Charlotte decisively opened her property bar. Name, Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talent, thunderstorm. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 9. Magic, 9. Charms, killing curse, level 9. Disillusionment curse, level 9. Thunderbolt, level 9. Flying curse, level 9. Occlumency, level 3. Guardian charm, level 3. Armor protection, level 9. Level 2. Disarming curse, level 2. Obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration proficiency, 2nd rank. Potions mastery, level 4. Herbalism mastery, level 1. Astronomy proficiency, level 0. Divination mastery, level 0. Skill points, 71. After 2 consecutive victories, the skill points have already accumulated 71 points. If he completes the task of the Champions Cup, it will break through 100. Charlotte directly upgraded the Untraceable Extended Curse to level 9. With this spell, no matter where he goes out in the future, he will not have to sleep in the open. He deliberately built a house by himself to hide it in his suitcase or backpack. It's like Newt Scamander's suitcase in Fantastic Beasts. Now Charlotte wants a small storage tool for things, which can be accessed anytime and anywhere. Suitcases and backpacks are definitely not suitable. No one will carry a box anytime and anywhere. After searching for a while, Charlotte finally found an oval hollow citron bead. Charlotte took out her wand and cast the No Trace extending charm directly on the little finger-sized bead. He extended the internal space of the bead to the size of 2 cubes, which was enough for his daily needs. He found another rope and weaved the citron into a bracelet so that he could access things anytime and anywhere. The next morning, while everyone was having breakfast, a flock of owls flew in through the window. They threw a bundle of newspapers in their paws on the table and then flew out with flapping wings. Charles, who was sitting next to Charlotte, opened the newspaper and immediately screamed, "Charlotte, you're on the front page of the Daily Prophet." Charlotte looked up and saw that in the center of the newspaper was a photo of herself riding a broom chasing the golden snitch in the air. This photo was moving and very realistic. This report described Charlotte as miraculous, saying that he may become the greatest seeker in the history of Quidditch and so on. If Charlotte hadn't known about the pissy exaggeration of the Daily Prophet, he would have believed it. He threw the newspaper to Charles and said, "It's too exaggerated. None of the Daily Prophet is reliable. But you are really famous. This is the best-selling newspaper in the wizarding world." Charles looked at the newspaper, the peerless genius who created his own magic at the age of 11, and the monstrous seeker who ended the battle in 30 seconds. "Even if you drop out of Hogwarts now, those top Quidditch teams will give you an olive branch," Charlotte said lightly. "I'm really not interested in Quidditch or anything. All I care about is magic." The purpose of his participation in the Quidditch competition is only to complete the systematic tasks. Without these 50 skill points, Charlotte probably wouldn't even go to the stadium. With this time, wouldn't it be good to study magic? The corners of Charles's mouth twitched violently when he heard this. "I feel like you're pretending, but I have no proof." Charles leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Will you use that trick again in the match with Slytherin later?" Looking at Charles's expectant eyes, Charlotte said calmly, "You'll know soon." Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Slytherin. Reward skill points *10 and reward magic item time converter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Lewin Crow Academy win the Hogwarts Quidditch Championship. You will be rewarded with skill points *50, and you will be rewarded with the Shadowless Curse. A series of system prompts sounded in Charlotte's mind as she lifted the championship trophy. The fight with the Slytherins was almost without any suspense, and the fight was over within a minute. It was the first time in 7 years that La One Kelluo College won the Hogwarts Quidditch Championship again. The whole college was full of joy. Professor Phileas jumped up excitedly and hugged Charlotte fiercely. "You are the hero of La One Kelluo. And tonight, I ordered the kitchen to cook a sumptuous dinner for your celebration." "Thank you, Professor." Charlotte responded to everyone's congratulations with a smile on her face, but at this moment, he was impatient to go back and try to integrate the blood of the Balrog. He wanted to see how powerful this legendary creature was. Finally breaking free from the siege of the crowd, Charlotte cast the disillusionment charm and quickly left Hogwarts. In a remote forest, Charlotte transformed into a Thunderbird and flew into the sky with wings. He didn't dare to try to fuse the blood in Hogwarts. The last time he fused the Thunderbird's blood, there was a lot of trouble, and this time it must be more serious. Thunderbird is very fast, and it feels completely different from riding a broomstick. Charlotte felt more relaxed and more at ease. She seemed to be integrated with nature, the breeze around her, the spring water between the mountains and forests, and the clouds floating in the sky. It seems that as long as they want to, they will be used for themselves. Chirp! A clear and piercing birdsong sounded. After Charlotte hovered in the sky, she landed in the woods, which was already deep in the Forbidden Forest. Most people would never come to this kind of primeval forest, including the 5 wizards. Whoosh! As soon as it fell, a sharp arrow pierced through the air. Looking at Charlotte, a group of strong centaurs stood not far away and stared at her. The longbows in the hands of many centaurs had been fully drawn, and the sharp arrows were aimed at Charlotte. Hula! Charlotte didn't say much to these well-developed centaurs at all. He swung the 6 wings behind him violently, and a gust of wind mixed with fine lightning rushed towards the centaurs. In just an instant, the strong centaur was thrown off his back. When they stood up again, their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Charlotte. After watching the centaur completely leave, Charlotte returned to her human form. He took out the Balrog's blood wrapped in crystal from his citron bracelet, crushed it lightly, and drank it with his head raised. Boom! Charlotte felt like she drank a sip of magma, and set herself on fire the moment she took it. He felt that every pore in his body was spewing out flames. His heart was like a burning fireball, and hot blood flowed through the heart to all the limbs. Roar! The pained Charlotte raised her head to the sky and let out a loud cry, but a roar that was obviously not human came out of his mouth. He raised his palm in surprise, only to see that his palm had completely changed into another shape, with sharp nails, dark red cracked skin, and the power of an explosion that could be felt with a light fist. Ho! Charlotte let out a breath, and a dark red flame mixed with black smoke sprayed out from his mouth and nose and the green grass on the ground was completely reduced to ashes the moment it touched it. Immediately afterwards, his body seemed to be split. Countless black and red flames spewed out from her body, and Charlotte's entire body was covered in thick, liquid-like flames in just an instant. But at this time, in the forest several kilometers away, a white horse with a pure white body and a single horn on its head looked at the distant forest as if it was facing an enemy. Its eyes were full of fear. On the other side, tens of thousands of black spiders swarmed out of the dark cave. From a distance, the countless spiders looked like a black river. They ran towards the outskirts of the forest as if fleeing. In addition, the birds, insects, and ants in the forest also fled in haste. In the centaur tribe, a very strong centaur came out surrounded by the clansmen. He glanced at the vision in the forest, and his eyes showed a deep worry. A centaur holding a spear next to him couldn't help asking, "Boss, what happened in the forest?" The centaur leader frowned and said, "I don't know either, but from the performance of the unicorn, we can know that there must be a very evil existence in the forest, and the animals will only act like this if they feel threatened." Hearing this, the spear-holding centaur said, "Patriarch, what shall we do? Send an order to let all the clansmen approach Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They're the most powerful wizards and human beings there. I believe they will come up with a solution." The centaur leader said, and Hogwarts on the other side, looking at the burly and outrageous Hagrid, Professor Snape and McGonagall said in disbelief, "You mean that Thestrals and Hippogriffs suddenly became irritable, and they all want to escape from here, and a large number of centaurs in the forest are approaching Hogwarts?" Hagrid nodded and said, "That's right, I've been raising them for so many years, and I've never seen anything unusual like this, and centaurs don't migrate for no reason. There must be something unknown happening here. I guess it might be planned with Dumbledore. Does it matter?" "You mean Voldemort?" Snape was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It can't be Voldemort. Centaurs are already rebellious. They didn't surrender even when the Dark Lord was at his peak, let alone now." McGonagall frowned and said, "Whether Voldemort is playing tricks or not, we have to figure this out. Snape, the leader of the centaur you and Hagrid are going to meet with, and figure out what's going on as soon as possible." Snape didn't speak, just nodded, and walked out of the office with Hagrid. As soon as the two of them walked through the gate of the castle, Filch's figure appeared in a shadow. He looked at the backs of Snape and Hagrid, and said hoarsely, "All the people who protect the Philosopher's Stone are gone. What a godsend." Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Charlotte has regained her human form once again. Within 10 meters of Feng Yuan with his feet as the center, it had already turned into a piece of scorched earth, especially the soil under his feet, which appeared to be in a crystallized state. There was still excitement in Charlotte's eyes. The Balrog form is far more powerful than he imagined. The flames attached to his body alone have the power to destroy the world, not to mention the powerful, extraordinary power. Name, Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talents, thunderstorm, abyss, demon flame. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 9. Mana, 15. Charms, killing curse, 9th rank. Disillusionment curse, 9th rank. Thunderbolt, 9th rank. Flying curse, 9th rank. Untraceable extending curse, 9th rank. Acclemency, 3rd rank. Guardian charm, level 3. Armor, level 2. Disarming curse, level 2. Obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration proficiency, 2nd rank. Potions mastery, level 4. Herbalism mastery, level 1. Astronomy proficiency, level 0. Divination mastery, level 0. Skill points, 22. Open the attribute bar, and there is an additional talent of Abyss Demon Flame, which greatly strengthens the power of fire elemental magic and Charlotte's resistance to fire elemental magic. The rest is that the strength attribute has been increased to 10, and the magic attribute has been increased to 15. Without changing his body shape, his current strength is almost the same as that of a muscular man who likes to exercise, and his magic power has far surpassed that of an adult wizard, reaching the standard of an elite auror. If transformed, Charlotte believed that she could compete with Dumbledore in a short time. The Balrog form is indeed powerful, but it also consumes a lot of magic power. Charlotte's current magic power cannot support a long battle. However, taking care of a small remnant of Voldemort was still a piece of cake. The amount of one's own magic power is the key to maintaining the transformation of magical creatures. Not only that, but the magic power consumed by using supernatural power after transforming into a magical creature is even more exaggerated. Generally, there are two ways for wizards to improve their own magic power. One is to continuously consume their own magic power to stimulate the increase of magic power, and the other is to increase their own magic power through the growth of time. When the little wizard was 11 and 14 years old, his magic power grew most rapidly. But this simply cannot meet Charlotte's early needs. Therefore, he chose another path, which was to fuse the blood of magical creatures. He found that after each successful fusion of the bloodline, his own magic power would be greatly improved, especially this time with the bloodline of the Balrog. Although part of the reason was because the Balrog was a very advanced magical creature. But this is definitely the fastest way to increase magic power. Go back to Hogwarts first. Otherwise, it will arouse suspicion after a long time. After murmuring, Charlotte directly turned into a thunderbird, flapping her wings and flying into the air. After this promotion, he can maintain the thunderbird form for a long time. Maybe he can maintain this state and fly back to London from Hogwarts. In the process of flying back, Charlotte saw many animals in the forest running towards the periphery, as if they were fleeing for their lives. What's going on here? Could there be some major change in the forest? Lay's eyes are really powerful, and he can still see clearly from such a long distance, just like an ultra-high-definition camera. It never occurred to Charlotte that the reason for all this was all because of him. Soon he flew back to Hogwarts, and he used the disillusionment charm to quietly return to the castle. As soon as he entered, he felt a strange emotion brewing among the students. I heard that the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest rioted, and not only that, but the Centaur has also gathered an army. They have now crossed the cordon between the Forbidden Forest and Hogwarts. They are probably planning to attack Hogwarts. No way. Centaurs and Hogwarts have always wanted to live in peace. Who knows, but they did gather towards Hogwarts in large numbers. The professors have already solved it, and nothing should happen. Charlotte shook her head lightly. He also saw a large number of centaurs gathering towards Hogwarts in the air just now, but it should not be to attack Hogwarts. They're more like fleeing for their lives. This couldn't be Voldemort's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain, could it? Thinking of this, Charlotte quickly took out the Marauder's map and saw the names of Quirrell and Voldemort appear on the 4th floor. Charlotte sneered. Sure enough, it was you two stinky rats who happened to clean up both of you. With that said, he put away the Marauder's map and walked towards the 4th floor. In order to protect the Sorcerer's Stone from being stolen, Dumbledore set up 7 levels in the secret room on the 4th floor. The first level is a 3-headed dog named Lu Wei raised by Hagrid. When Charlotte arrived, Lu Wei had already fallen asleep beside the harp. The devil vines in the 2nd level and the key in the 3rd level couldn't even stop Charlotte for a moment. As for the giant monster in the 4th level, Charlotte had already disappeared when she went there. It should have been cleaned up by him. What stopped Charlotte was the 5th level of wizard chess, and he couldn't play chess at all. Looking at the wizard chess puppet blocking the way ahead, Charlotte directly took out her wand, pointed to the front, and said, "Thunderbolt, stab." A very dazzling electric light swept forward like a spear, and, after a loud boom, the huge wizard chess puppet immediately shattered into pieces of dregs. Only children will choose to play chess, but I can only push horizontally. Charlotte strode across the chessboard and came to the 6th checkpoint, which was set by the potion's Professor Snape. She had to deduce the correct potion according to the content on the note, and only after drinking it could she pass through the flames and go to the end, where the Philosopher's Stone is stored. Perhaps for others, this is a very difficult level, because a slight mistake will take poison or be burned to death. But for Charlotte, this is undoubtedly the easiest level. Charlotte ignored the potion reasoning at all, and walked directly towards the black flame. Before he got close, the flame automatically receded to both sides, actively giving way to Charlotte. This is the brand new talent Abyss Demon Flame that others obtained after fusing the blood of the Balrog. Walking through the last door, Charlotte saw the ugly Filch standing in front of a mirror from a distance. Without even thinking about it, Charlotte raised her wand and said coldly, "Thunderbolt." The moment Charlotte's voice sounded, a silver-white lightning flashed and fell towards the top of the fake Filch, while the fake Filch turned into a cloud of black mist and flew away, hiding in the dark of the room. The silver lightning fell on the mirror surface of the mirror of Ariste, and then bounced to the wall on one side, blasting a piece of stone debris with a boom. At this moment, Filch stepped out of the shadows. "It turned out to be you." While speaking, his face squirmed for a while, and soon changed into Quirrell's appearance, and Voldemort's hideous face appeared on the back of his head. Quirrell looked at Charlotte in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. He never thought that he could break into the Chamber of Secrets without knowing it. Quirrell thought that it would be Snape who found him first, or it might be Dumbledore who appeared in front of him directly. But he never expected that the first person to come was Charlotte, a first-year freshman. But the magic he just used actually made him feel the threat of death. Quirrell can assure you that there is absolutely no such powerful magic in Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts. Kill him. At this moment, Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded in the empty hall. Quirrell's eyes suddenly turned pale, and the expression on his face also began to twist. Avada Kedavra! Thunderbolt! The green light of the killing curse and the silver-white lightning were emitted from the magic wands of both sides almost simultaneously, and then met in midair. There was a crackling sound in the air. After the two people's spells collided, the turbulent flow of magic power scattered and splashed, hitting the stone floor and walls into potholes. A look of surprise appeared on Charlotte's face. He originally thought that his strength would skyrocket after merging with the blood of the Balrog, but it should be easy to deal with Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. But he didn't expect that he couldn't help him for a while. As expected of a man who intimidated the entire wizarding world, even a wisp of remnant soul is not so easy to deal with. And Voldemort's face showed a bit of surprise. Even if he was as evil as himself, it was impossible for him to control such a powerful magic at the age of 11. How did this kid do it? Boom! The surging magic power exploded in the air, and the lightning and the killing curse deviated from the target at the same time and fell to the sides of the two. The two looked at each other without making any sound. Finally, Voldemort spoke up and said, "You are strong, but you will never be able to kill me, and now my strength is only 1/10 of my peak strength. If you follow me, I will turn you into another Dark Lord, and let the whole world, all wizards, are prostrate at your feet." Hearing this, Charlotte snorted softly and said, "Can't kill it? Then I will kill it once today to see." As soon as the voice fell, Charlotte's body began to emit black and red father's flames, and with a boom, an astonishing wave of magic power erupted from Charlotte's body. A wave of scorching fire suddenly rolled up in the empty hall, and the clothes on Voldemort's body, who was far away, began to dry instantly, and green smoke rose. And at this moment, everyone in Hogwarts felt a powerful and very tyrannical aura coming from them. All the owls in the school flew up in panic and flew outside the castle as if fleeing for their lives. The students felt as if their hearts had missed a beat, and an inexplicable fear emerged from their hearts. For a moment, the entire castle was in chaos. Snape and McGonagall glanced at each other, and they both saw a look of horror in each other's eyes. What is this thing that appeared in the Hogwarts castle without a sound? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded throughout the entire Hogwarts castle. "Attention all teachers and students, quickly evacuate the castle. Everyone, quickly evacuate the castle and take refuge at the edge of the Forbidden Forest." It was Dumbledore's voice. At some point, he had returned to school. Snape and Professor McGonagall ran upstairs quickly and finally saw Dumbledore in the corridor on the 4th floor, and Phileas Flitwick and Pomona Sprout arrived with them almost at the same time. Albus, what's going on here? Professor. McGonagall asked. Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, I don't know, just go down and have a look. In the hall at this time. Voldemort stared at the monster in front of him with wide eyes. A very complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Shocked, puzzled, excited, unbelievable. Because, at this moment, Charlotte has completely lost her human form. Standing in front of Voldemort is a 5-meter-tall one with 2 curved long horns on its head and a pair of wide wings on its back. It is rolling all over its body. Abyssal Balrog with dark red flames. How on earth did he do it? He is obviously a human being, but why did he become like this? Animagus? Wrong. There is no way for Animagus to transform into a magical creature. This has been an iron law for thousands of years. This phenomenon that subverted Voldemort's 3 views made him completely stunned in place. He thought about it, but couldn't figure out how Charlotte transformed into this legendary creature. If you can't figure it out, then I'll take you back to study it carefully. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse glowed green again. At this moment, Charlotte clenched her hand violently, and a 2-handed sword made of dark red flames formed in his hand. With a slight wave of his hand, the killing curse was scattered by the volley. Immediately afterwards, the long sword swung again, and Quirrell's body was cut into 2 by a fan-shaped flame. The moment his body came into contact with the flames, it began to burn violently. In just a moment, Quirrell's whole body was burned to a pile of ashes. And Voldemort fled Quirrell's body before the flames got close, because his spiritual sense was crazily warning him to stay away from these flames, otherwise he would be wiped out in ashes. Voldemort, who broke free from the rising and falling body, turned into a big face made of black mist. He flew past Charlotte's feet and shouted loudly, I will definitely come to you again. Before he finished speaking, a long whip burning with dark red flames wrapped around Voldemort tightly, and the flames on the long whip quickly spread to the black mist. No, impossible. How could it ignite the soul? Voldemort let out a burst of screams, and his soul was like the nourishment of the flames. The more he struggled, the more violent the flames burned, and within a few breaths, Voldemort's soul completely disappeared. Boom! Not far away. After seeing the scene in front of him, Professor Splet was so shocked that the wand in his hand dropped to the ground. The sound of the wand landing startled Charlotte, too. He turned around and looked at the 5 Dumbledores who had just arrived. At this moment, all 5 of them looked at him dumbfounded, with disbelief on their faces. Charlotte ignored the few people, but focused on the system prompt sounding in her mind. Ding! The host kills the Death Eater Quilina's Quirrell, rewarding skill points *5. Ding! The host eliminates Voldemort's remnant soul, rewards skill points *50, and rewards the magic item, the Sword of Freydrak. After hearing the system's reward, Charlotte didn't linger here either. He waved the demon wings behind him directly, turning into a dark red flame and rushing towards the roof. Boom! The thick roof was like a foam board, and it fell apart in an instant. After identifying the direction above the castle, Charlotte flew towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. His figure passed over the Forbidden Forest, causing a burst of exclamation. But at this time in the secret room, watching Charlotte leave, Professor Splet's legs went limp, and he sat on the ground paralyzed. Dumbledore also let out a long breath, with a look of shock on his face. The moment Charlotte turned around to look at him just now, he almost felt the call of death, that incomparably tyrannical aura, that enormous coercion, almost made him breathless. Moreover, if I read correctly just now, it actually burned Voldemort to death. You must know that it was Voldemort, the Dark Lord who overwhelmed the entire wizarding world. Although it was only a wisp of remnant soul, it was definitely not so easy to kill. The reason why I set up these 7 organs here is because I want to use it as a copy of Harry Potter's trial, and I want to let Harry Potter grow up as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to kill the remnant soul of Voldemort, because he knew that Voldemort could not do anything to Harry Potter, and Harry Potter's blood was Voldemort's nemesis. The Philosopher's Stone indeed attracted Voldemort, but where did this Abyssal Balrog come from? At this moment, Snape came back to his senses a little bit, and he asked with lingering fear, "Headmaster Dumbledore, was that just now?" "The Balrog," Dumbledore said with a complicated expression. "It is said that this is a kind of demon that lives in the depths of the abyss. They can be reborn in the flames of the abyss." Hearing this, several people fell silent. They didn't doubt Dumbledore's words at all, because just one look from the Balrog almost stopped their hearts. Seeing the worries of several people, Dumbledore comforted. "You don't have to worry. The abyssal Balrog is powerful, but he shouldn't be able to stay in this world for a long time. Otherwise, Hogwarts has become a sea of flames. And the good news is that he helped us kill dead Voldemort." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. They were all overwhelmed by the domineering Balrog just now, and completely forgot about Voldemort, who was burned to death when he entered. Professor McGonagall hurriedly asked, "Albus, does this mean that Voldemort is completely dead?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "This is only part of Voldemort's soul. To completely kill Voldemort, all of his Horcruxes must be destroyed. However, this can also delay Voldemort's resurrection for a few years, and we can also prepare more." With that said, he walked to the front of the magic mirror of Eris, took out the Philosopher's Stone from it, then looked up at the big hole above his head, sighed softly, and said, "Call the children back. I'm going to the Ministry of Magic to ask for some more funds to repair the castle." "Okay." "Albus," said Professor McGonagall. After the few people left, Dumbledore's face showed a strong worry. He was just comforting McGonagall and the others. "It's okay if the Balrog really can't stay in this world for a long time. In case it can't go back, yes. It is definitely a disaster far worse than the resurrection of the Dark Lord." At this time, the students who retreated to the edge of the Forbidden Forest were led by the prefects of various colleges to the castle. Although Hogwarts is now calm, what happened just now still makes them terrified, especially the mysterious creature that destroyed the castle and flew through the air. That powerful sense of oppression made everyone terrified. But the feeling of survival after the catastrophe made everyone feel unconcealable excitement. For a while, everyone was discussing what happened just now. "What was that thing just now? I just took a look and felt like I was set on fire. I feel like a giant dragon that's on fire, and its claws are exactly like dragon claws." "Nonsense, it's not a giant dragon at all, but a demon in the abyss. I've read similar records in magic books. It has sharp horns on its head and a tail behind it. Aren't abyssal demons legendary creatures? How could they exist in reality? But there is no such creature in the textbooks of magical creatures. Even if it is a red dragon, it will not be wrapped in flames." In the team of Lawan Keluo, Charles looked at Charlotte, who was a little pale, and asked, "Are you okay? Where did you go just now?" Charlotte shook her head and said, "It's okay. I was just scared just now. That mysterious creature is really scary." Seeing Charlotte's lingering fear, Charles laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so timid, but that thing is indeed scary. The Hogwarts castle is all enchanted, and it looks like paper in front of it." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the castle that had lost its spire. Charlotte nodded and looked at the dilapidated castle, hoping that Dumbledore would not be angry, and she helped him deal with Voldemort's remnant soul anyway, so he should still have made a profit. "But I'm not at a loss. It's just that when I transformed just now, the magic power consumption was a bit high, which made me feel a little empty. The Balrog form is indeed powerful, and every gesture is full of great power. If it is not because of the exhaustion of magic power, Charlotte really wants to maintain this state forever. Just now he hit Voldemort like a dog. It felt so good. It seems that the blood of the next magical creature must be fused as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can only be a real man for 5 seconds every time, which is really inexperienced." London, Ministry of Magic. On the basement floor, in the office of the Minister of Magic, Connery Fudge, after everyone saw the picture in the crystal ball, all of them showed expressions of horror. Just some scattered pictures have already made them feel the power of destroying heaven and earth. If the abyssal Balrog really appeared in front of him, he probably would have been burned to ashes without even a chance to escape. A moment later, Dirk Cresswell, director of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Beasts, asked very solemnly, "Professor Dumbledore, I have a few questions. First, why did the Balrog appear in Hogwarts? Secondly, according to the records in the books, the Balrog is an evil and chaotic creature that attacks everything it sees indiscriminately. Creature, but it didn't do much harm to Hogwarts." Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Dumbledore. As Cresswell said, the appearance of the Balrog is too strange, and the behavior after appearance is also very strange. Dumbledore took out a red spar and said to everyone, "My personal guess is that it might be because of this powerful magic stone. Voldemort's remnant soul and Death Eaters appeared at the same time as the Balrog, but they were all burned in the flames of the Balrog. As for the Balrog, why Hogwarts was not extensively destroyed, I can't figure out the reason." The voice fell, and the office fell silent for a while. This short sentence contains several pieces of information. The first is that Hogwarts has a sorcerer's stone that all wizards dream of. Only a legendary alchemist can refine the ultimate magic item. It is said that it can be used to make a potion of immortality. The second was that Voldemort was still alive. Everyone thought he was dead. After all, he had the killing curse that was said to guarantee death. But hearing that Voldemort's remnant soul was burned to death by the Balrog, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Connolly Fudge said suddenly, "Professor Dumbledore, since you suspect that the Sorcerer's Stone may have attracted the Balrog, in order to prevent this from happening again, I suggest destroying the Sorcerer's Stone immediately." Dumbledore said flatly, "As you wish, Minister Fudge." As soon as the words fell, a golden brilliance flashed on Dumbledore's wand, and the Sorcerer's Stone, which countless people dreamed of, began to crack, and then disappeared completely before everyone's eyes. Connery Fudge was taken aback for a moment. He and Ben didn't expect Dumbledore to be so straightforward, so refreshing that people felt that this was not the Philosopher's Stone at all, but an ordinary stone. Then he said, "The Balrog incident this time is of great importance. I will hand it over to the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, the Department of Management and Control of Mythical Creatures, and the Department of Mysteries. I hope you can find traces of the Balrog in the shortest possible time and deal with it effectively." The way of the Balrog. After everyone nodded in agreement, they left the office. In the corridor outside the door, Rufus Scrimgeour, director of Auror Command, quickly caught up with Dumbledore and said, "Do you really think that the Balrog was attracted by the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course not," Dumbledore said. "If I said that I suspect that someone has mastered the magic ritual of summoning the Balrog, then the first people who doubted are me and Hogwarts. So I can only say this: I hope the Ministry of Magic can be vigilant." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he stood in a fireplace, sprinkled a handful of Floo powder, and disappeared. On the other side, the Leaky Cauldron. A gray owl flew in, threw a roll of newspaper on the bar, and flew out. The owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom, looked at the newspaper suspiciously and said, "The Daily Prophet? When will the Daily Prophet be delivered at night?" As the voice fell, another owl flew in one after another, all holding a roll of newspaper in their paws. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were all bewildered. "Merlin, what the hell is this?" At this time, a wizard who had opened a newspaper let out a scream. Hearing the cry, the wizards in the bar opened the newspapers in front of them one after another. The next moment, there was an uproar in the entire bar. There was a picture in the most prominent position of the newspaper. It was the one where Charlotte broke through the roof of Hogwarts. The huge demon wings, the blazing flames, and the two curved horns on the top of the head. The strong sense of sight immediately makes people feel a tyrannical and wanton atmosphere. Abyssal Balrog? How is this possible? An Abyssal Balrog appeared at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The powerful magical creature directly destroyed the roof of the castle, and then disappeared. This can't be fake news. Isn't the Balrog a legendary creature? The Ministry of Magic has issued a statement. They have set up a special team to investigate the Balrog incident. If they can provide real and effective news to the Ministry of Magic, they will be rewarded. A special reporter from the Daily Prophet speculates that the Abyssal Balrog may have been summoned by Dumbledore, and his purpose is to control the wizarding world. It's this woman who is afraid of chaos again. How could Dumbledore be such a person? If he really wants to control the wizarding world, he only needs to cooperate with the great demon King Grindelwald or the mysterious person. There is no need to summon any flames. Magic. That's right, and the Balrog is an evil and chaotic demon. There is no distinction between enemy and friend. How to control it when it is summoned? Not just the leaky cauldron, but everyone who subscribed to the Daily Prophet all over the world saw the news. For a while, everyone in the wizarding world was in danger, for fear that they would encounter the Balrog as soon as they left the house and be burned to death by a flame. Ash. But the culprit who caused this incident was lying very leisurely on the bed in the dormitory. After half a day, the magic power in the body was recovered, and Charlotte's face was not as pale as before. After today's Balrog incident, all students were asked to go back to the common room and not to wander around the school at will. Charlotte also took this opportunity to take a break. At this time, Charles pointed to a corner of the Daily Prophet and said, "Look at Charlotte. Here is a news report related to you. The Department of Magical Sports and Sports has issued new Quidditch rules. In future Quidditch matches, it is forbidden to bring wands into the arena. They say Charlotte Elvis used them. The game style has greatly affected the order of the Quidditch game, and you have changed the rules of the Quidditch game by yourself." Charlotte spread her hands and said helplessly, "I don't want to. Anyway, I don't plan to participate in the Quidditch competition after I enter. It doesn't matter." He participated in the competition only for those skill points, and now that he got the reward, he would naturally not participate in this competition. The only thing he wants to do now is to find a third suitable bloodline as soon as possible. The appearance of the Balrog made Hogwarts students and teachers really nervous for a while. But after a few days, everyone quickly began to forget the fear at that time and used this incident as a topic of discussion and discussed it from time to time. The damaged roof was restored in only 3 days, and there was no trace of damage at all. Charlotte has been very free recently. Apart from attending classes every day, she spent her days in the library frantically studying magic knowledge. Magic is a very huge system, and every branch in it is enough for any wizard to exhaust his life's energy. However, Charlotte soon discovered that her level of knowledge in magic had completely surpassed the level of the first grade, or even the second and third grades. If he can go directly to the 4th grade class. As soon as this thought came up, it lingered in Charlotte's mind. Hogwarts didn't seem to have a precedent for skipping a grade, but there was no school rule that explicitly said no. Charlotte Elvis. Snape found Charlotte, who was in a daze, called him up directly, and asked, "Please answer, what kind of medicinal materials are added to the hiccup potion? Without changing the efficacy of the potion, it can also change the taste of the potion, and explain the reason." This is no longer a question that first-year freshmen can answer. The freshman's understanding of potion classes only lies in the proficient operation of various equipment and the brewing process of some simple potions. The combination of medicinal materials is already a relatively advanced theoretical knowledge. It not only requires knowledge of potions, but also requires profound knowledge of herbal medicine. Snape was clearly trying to make things difficult for Charlotte. He couldn't tolerate someone wandering off his course. "Mint leaves, Professor Snape." "Why?" said Professor Snape. "At which stage were the mint leaves added?" Charlotte said very calmly, "The taste of mint leaves is sweet and cool. It can cover the peculiar smell of many medicinal materials and effectively improve the discomfort caused by taking medicines. Moreover, mint leaves will not conflict with several medicinal materials used to refine burp water. However, mint leaves will lose its activity quickly, so mint leaves can only be added after the burp water is refined and the potion cools down. Fresh ones are the best." Snape was a little surprised. He didn't expect Charlotte to answer his question so easily. Adding mint leaves to the refined burp water is just a trick, and the answer is barely correct. If you can come up with another solution, I will forgive you for being in a daze in my class. Hearing this, Charlotte was also extremely speechless. Didn't I just desert her? Are you so narrow-minded? But this also aroused Charlotte's rebellious psychology. If you want to make things difficult for me, then I won't let you succeed. He looked up at Snape and said, Then what if I get the answer and can also name the third one? Snape stared at Charlotte and said in a deep voice, From now on, every time you come up with a solution, I will give La One Kaleo 10 points. Upon hearing this, Charlotte said, The first one is to add lavender, but the lavender should be added 5 minutes after adding the flobber caterpillar slime. Otherwise, it may make the potion ineffective, because the lavender will affect the lionfish bones added at the beginning performance. The second type is hocklap juice, which is no different from the way of mint leaves. The third type is mistletoe berries, which can be added immediately after adding mimosa to the crucible. The fourth type is to add almond oil and licorice. Charlotte began to talk about her solution without interruption. From the beginning of adding 1 additional medicinal material until the end, after Charlotte added 6 additional medicinal materials to the hiccup potion, not only can it maintain the potion's properties, change the taste of the potion, but also change the color of the potion to another color. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable at the beginning, then became accustomed to it at the end, and then became numb. It didn't stop until Charlotte came up with 10 solutions. Snape said blankly, Very good. La Winkelio. Wait a moment. Charlotte interrupted Snape abruptly, laughing and saying, Professor, I haven't finished yet. Your problem just now is to change the taste of the burp water. The 10 solutions I mentioned before are all to make the burp water taste better. Now I have 10 more ways to make the burp water taste better. The hiccup water has become even more unpalatable. Please wait for a while. Let me finish. No need, Snape said with a sullen face. Winkelio, plus 200 points. Snape didn't doubt that Charlotte would be able to come up with 10 more solutions, because 2 of the previous 10 solutions were very unpopular knowledge, and anyone who could know these 2 methods would be able to slap him in the face of Hogwarts College. I can count them. This shows that Charlotte's understanding of potions is already very good. Maybe after a lot of practice, Hogwarts will add a new master of potions. The other students were immediately shocked. They were not shocked by Charlotte's profound knowledge of potions, but that Snape actually gave La One Kaleo 200 credits in one go. This seems to have never been recorded in the history of Hogwarts. Adding up the 200%, this year's Hogwarts House Cup has basically been locked by the people of La One Kaleo. Ding! The host gets 200 credits at a time, breaking Hogwarts' record for 500 years, rewarding skill points *10, and rewarding spell apparition. Hearing the voice, a smile appeared on Charlotte's face. This wave is simply a bloodbath, and he can't think too little of skill point rewards, and the magic of apparition is something that doesn't exist in Quirrell's notebook, and it's something Charlotte has always wanted to learn. With this spell, except for a few special places, he can perform long-distance teleportation. It is simply a must for home travel. Charlotte said to Snape, Thank you, Professor Snape. Snape nodded and said, Come to my office after class. Yes, Professor Snape, Charlotte said. It happened that Charlotte also wanted to find Snape. What he did in class today was not purely to fight against Snape, but to show his talent in front of Snape, a genius master of potions. Then he asked himself if he could skip the grade. Now, the lower grade courses really didn't help him much, especially defense against the dark arts. He dared to say that in a duel, he could defeat most of the teachers in the school. In the office, Snape handed Charlotte a book with a black cover. Advanced Potion Preparation? Charlotte looked at Snape in a little surprise. Isn't this the book that Harry got when he entered the potions improvement class in the 6th grade? Turning over the title page, he saw the words, This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince on it. Snape pulled a face and said, Your basic knowledge of potion science is quite rich, but understanding the knowledge in books and being able to make a potion are 2 completely different things. From today onwards, you can go to the dungeon refines potions, but you must report to me for any materials you use, and if you have any questions, you can come to me. Charlotte froze for a moment. Is this still that cold Professor Snape? Although he knew that Snape was an extremely soft person at heart, he never showed any extra concern to anyone. You can go out now. Seeing that Charlotte didn't speak, Snape said coldly, You only have 3 months to use this book. If you dare to lose it, I will turn you into a toad and cook it in a cauldron." Originally, Charlotte wanted to ask if Snape could follow the higher grade students to attend classes, but the other party thought that doing so now would be tantamount to giving himself a little trouble. Charlotte had never enjoyed such treatment in 2 lifetimes, but he still asked, "Professor Snape, how can I get into the potions improvement class?" "When you get excellent in O.W.LS in the 5th grade, you can enter my potion improvement class," Snape said impatiently. "Or, if you independently refine a potion for intelligence enhancement, maybe I will consider making an exception to let you enter my potion improvement class." Charlotte smiled and said, "Soon you will see the intelligence-enhancing potion I made." Later, he found Professor Filius. After hearing Charlotte's intentions, Filius laughed and said, "Hogwarts has never had such a precedent. Even a genius like Dumbledore, he didn't skip a grade. I personally don't think there is such a need. Hogwarts is a very free and open school. If you think the knowledge of the lower grades is of no help to you, you can completely study the courses of the higher grades by yourself, and if you encounter problems, any teacher in the college will be happy to help you." Charlotte nodded and said, "I see. Can I apply for the O.W.LS exam in advance?" "There seems to be no precedent for this, but I can ask Headmaster Dumbledore for you," Filius said. "Charlotte is different from others. He is a wall hanger. Maybe even Dumbledore doesn't have such strength at his age. As a time traveler, he really doesn't have much nostalgia for school life. On the contrary, this student status obviously restricted his freedom. If he could graduate early, he would be able to search for the blood of magical creatures all over the world, which was much better than being trapped in school. However, there are also 2 extremely powerful magical creatures in the school, the unlucky Phoenix and the strange snake left in the secret room by Salazar Slytherin. The former has immortality, and tears are the magic medicine for healing wounds. A pair of petrified eyes that stare at anyone will die, and they're also extremely powerful. Name, Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talent, thunderstorm, abyss, demon flame. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 9. Mana, 15. Charms, killing curse, 9th. Disillusionment, 9th. Thunderbolt, 9th. Flying, 9th. Untraceable extension, 9th. Acclemency, 9th. Guardianship, level 3. Armor, level 2. Disarming curse, level 2. Obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration proficiency, 5th level. Potions mastery, level 4. Herbalism mastery, level 2. Astronomy proficiency, level 2. Divination mastery, level 2. Skill points, 79. Glancing at his attribute bar, if it wasn't for the previous wave of skills enhancement, his skill points would probably have reached 100 points at this time. It was almost 80, and Charlotte looked extremely uncomfortable. So he simply raised the apparition to the top level, so that the round number looked much more comfortable. The bloodline of the basilisk is a bit difficult. If you want to open it, you must find someone who can speak Parseltongue to open the passage, and the ability of the basilisk is a bit difficult. Charlotte cannot guarantee that she will not be seen by the basilisk. Then call Phoenix Fox's attention first. At this time, in the principal's office, Snape, dressed in black, stood at Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore looked at Snape and said, "So, do you want to take Charlotte as your student?" "No, that's not the case." Snape rolled up his sleeves and said, "Although you perjured me in the trial of the Ministry of Magic and prevented me from becoming a prisoner of Azkaban, this does not erase the fact that I have been a prisoner of Azkaban. The fact that I am a Death Eater, I am not worthy of being a teacher to others." Dumbledore looked at the Death Eater mark on his arm and sighed. Everyone has time to go wrong, and everyone has the right to turn back when they go astray. Just like me back then, I was also conquered by Grindelwald's charm and became a member of his Conquering the World, but I finally came to my senses and finally became the savior in everyone's mind. Don't mention the past. Snape was silent for a moment, then said, "I just want to train Charlotte. His talent is the best among the students I have taught. Maybe he can surpass me in the future and become a legendary master of potions." Dumbledore nodded, Charlotte's reputation as a genius was already well known to him. Every professor at Hogwarts praised him as a genius that is rare in 100 years. But such a genius has not been seen before, and this genius eventually became the Dark Lord that everyone feared in the wizarding world. One Voldemort is difficult enough. If there is another one, the whole world will be in chaos. And he already felt that this Charlotte's talent was stronger than Voldemort's, so powerful that he felt a little scared. Once such a person grows up, he must be a world-renowned existence. After a long time, Waitingbot was said, "I need to think about this matter again. I will find an opportunity to chat with Charlotte in 2 days and tell you the answer." Christmas is coming soon, and there is a heavy snowfall at Hogwarts. This festival is very important to everyone, but it has nothing to do with Charlotte. Although he has white skin now, he is still a very traditional Oriental person in his bones. On December 25th, all the teachers and students of the school gathered in the auditorium to enjoy the Christmas dinner. Tomorrow morning, 80% of the students will return to their homes for the week-long Christmas holiday. The food on the table today is particularly rich. In addition to the ordinary roast chicken and roast duck, there are also whole big turkey, prosciutto, and roast whole pig. The desserts include Christmas pudding and cakes of various flavors. Charlotte's favorite is gingerbread, which is a small shortbread, fragrant and crispy, very delicious. Lau and Keluo's little friends basically chose to go home to spend a happy Christmas holiday with their families, and only Charlotte, an orphan with no father or mother, stayed here alone. Originally, Charles invited Charlotte to go to his home, but Charlotte refused. He was not used to going to other people's homes for holidays. The only surprise is that after Charlotte woke up in the morning, he found a pile of Christmas presents under the Christmas tree in the common room, many of which were for him. The blue scarf was sent by Pinello, a new collection of wizard novels. It must have been sent by Charles. He likes to read these messy books the most. There were also some trinkets, which Charlotte guessed were gifts from the members of the Quidditch team, who had taken great care of him since he helped the team when the last time. There's only one thing that Charlotte's a little confused about. It was a thumb-sized crystal bottle filled with 2/3 of the potion, and a note was attached to the box, on which was written "Merry Christmas" in beautiful cursive characters. Charlotte really couldn't think of who gave this gift. But it looks like it should be a bottle of potion. But Charlotte doesn't know the function of this potion, and he dare not open it to try. If it is a bottle of poisonous potion or cursed potion, then it will be trouble. After putting the potion into the bracelet, Charlotte went directly to the auditorium to have some breakfast, and then went to the dungeon to try to refine some potions. What Snape said is quite right. What you know is not equal to being able to do it. The system adds points to improve the level, and what you increase is only theoretical knowledge, and I still lack practical experience. If it was Snape, he should be able to tell what a bottle is just now potion. As a result, he saw an unexpected person as soon as he entered the auditorium. Dumbledore saw Charlotte coming in with a book in his arms, and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Charlotte. Did you get the gift I gave you?" Charlotte frowned slightly, and said with some surprise, "You gave me that bottle of potion?" Dumbledore nodded and smiled. "It is a bottle of euphoria. After taking it, it can make people feel extremely happy. Although this is illusory, it is also a kind of beauty. Glad to receive your gift." Charlotte nodded. "This Christmas should be the time I have received the most gifts in my life." Dumbledore took a sip of the milk on the table and said, "The breakfast at Hogwarts is indeed too monotonous. I heard the elves say that you want to eat some breakfast from the east. This is a very good idea. If there is a chance, I will let the elves learn." Hearing this, Charlotte's face froze. He just said it casually at that time, but he didn't expect it to reach Dumbledore's ears. He didn't speak, but slowly ate 2 pieces of buttered bread and a glass of juice sent by the elf. At this time, Ron and Harry Potter also came to the Great Hall. After seeing Dumbledore sitting inside, they were startled and walked up cautiously to say hello to Dumbledore. "Ron, I think you seem to be registered to go home." "My father and mother temporarily decided to go to Romania to see Charlie, where he raised dragons and hadn't been home for a long time," Ron said. "Charlie Weasley?" Dumbledore said with a smile. "I remember him as a very good student. I always thought he would represent Britain in the World Quidditch competition, but I didn't expect him to choose to go to Romania. At this time, Harry Potter hurriedly said, "Professor Dumbledore, I found a magical mirror in my castle. In the mirror, I saw my parents standing beside me, but Ron saw someone else. Then you'll take me and Charlotte to see it later, too, okay?" Dumbledore asked. "Okay, Professor." 10 minutes later, Harry Potter brought the three of them into a room. Charlotte knew right away that he was talking about the Mirror of Erist. This mirror was used by Dumbledore as a mechanism to store the Philosopher's Stone. Now, he doesn't know why it was put here. In fact, he also wanted to see what he wanted the most in his heart. What is it? What Harry saw was his parents. What Ron saw was that he became the captain of the Quidditch team and led the team to win the championship. What Dumbledore saw was a red sock. He joked that it was because he hadn't received any gifts for Christmas. In fact, the red sock represented family affection. Like Harry, he was missing his family. Charlotte stood in front of the mirror, and the picture inside surprised him a little. "What did you see?" Dumbledore asked. Charlotte said, "It's all very ordinary things: green grass, colorful wildflowers, a simple but very warm house, a clear stream, and a lazy cat basking in the sun." Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, and seeing the longing look on Charlotte's face, a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. This is the Mirror of Erist. What we see here is what our hearts desire most. Remember, what this mirror gives us is not truth and knowledge, but illusory imagination. Charlotte really didn't expect that what she longed for the most was to live a peaceful and comfortable life. But when I think about it carefully, I am indeed such a person. But as soon as I crossed over, I became a test product of a black wizard and almost died. Although I have become stronger, there are still stronger people in this world. Dark Lord. Therefore, if you want to live a comfortable life, you must first become the invincible person. Otherwise, who knows, a black wizard will come to your door one day and give you Avada Kedavra. Just then, a black owl flew in and landed on the Mirror of Erist. It just watched several people quietly, and the sharp-eyed Charlotte noticed a pink pendant tied to the owl's claw. Seeing the pendant, Dumbledore's expression changed drastically, and he hurried forward to take the pendant off and said to the three of them with an uncertain expression, "Go back first. Don't run around in the last few days." A look of surprise flashed across Charlotte's face when she saw the pink pendant. If he remembered correctly, this pink pendant should be the blood bond pendant of his Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The two had made a covenant and vowed not to harm each other. But in the end, this close pair of people parted ways and went on opposite sides. But Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore in the legendary duel in 1945 and was imprisoned in the highest cell of Nurmengard. Now that the pendant suddenly appeared, could it be said that Greenwald, the first great devil, had escaped from the closely guarded Nurmengard? This is not impossible. Even Azkaban, which is known as the most guarded in the world, has escaped Sirius and Barty Crouch Jr. one after another. It seems reasonable that Grindelwald, the big devil, can escape from Nurmengard as it should be. And looking at Dumbledore's expression, Charlotte guessed that her guess was close to 10. Thinking of this, Charlotte sighed heavily. Of these two people, one is ambitious and wants to establish a brand new wizarding system, making wizards the masters of the world, while muggles can only become slaves serving wizards, and the other's thinking is even more extreme: there should be no muggles in the world. Melons and half-blood wizards, these people should be damned. The former has an extremely powerful personality charm, making countless wizards willing to become pawns. The latter was brutal and ruthless, and conquered a group of believers with extremely powerful strength. Both of them are characters who can make the wizarding world tremble by stomping their feet. If they really appeared at the same time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, the far north of the European continent, a castle stands in the ice and snow, and here is Durmstrang, one of the largest magic schools in Europe, which is as famous as Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. The headmaster of Durmstrang, Ergo Karl Karloff, stepped into his spacious and warm office. Just as he took off his fur coat and hung it on the hanger, he turned around abruptly and pulled out his wand, looking at his desk vigilantly. At that moment, A strange person was sitting on the office chair that belonged to him. This person had his back turned to him, as if he was not afraid that he would make a sudden move. "Who are you?" Karloff asked in a deep voice. The moment the voice fell, the office chair slowly turned around, and a middle-aged man with white hair who looked only 40 or 50 years old came into his eyes. Seeing this man, Karloff's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw something unbelievable. Even his hand holding the wand began to tremble involuntarily. Karloff said in a very frightened tone, "Impossible. How is it possible? How could you appear here?" The corner of the man's mouth raised slightly. He caught his words and said, "Are you thinking I should be living that kind of dark life in the highest prison in Nurmengard now? How could I appear in Durmstrang? Is it? What makes you think I'll be trapped in a prison of my own making?" Karloff didn't dare to speak. He didn't even have the courage to look directly at the other party. Because this man was born in Durmstrang and is considered by the wizarding world to be one of the most powerful dark wizards of all time, Gellert Grindelwald. This man is an existence that can be compared with the Dark Lord Voldemort, yet his appearance is still exactly the same as the portrait from decades ago, without any change. "I would like to surrender at your feet." Karloff finally couldn't bear the strong, psychological oppression of the other party, knelt on the ground, and said very humbly. Hearing this, Grindelwald showed a mocking look on his face, and he said, "Sorry, I never taken other people's dogs here. It's a dog that will betray the owner for glory. How do you think Voldemort will torture you after he is resurrected?" Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Karloff's forehead, and his whole body trembled like chaff. He has seen the methods of the Dark Lord tormenting people with his own eyes. Using the killing curse to end a person's life is already considered very kind. The Dark Lord can make a person suffer the cruelest punishment and curse in the world, which makes people you can't live, you can't die. "Please save me," Karloff begged again. "Why should I save you?" Karloff seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and he said loudly, "As long as you can save my life, Durmstrang will be your strong backing in the future, and everyone in Durmstrang will obey you." A smile appeared on Grindelwald's face. Then he took out a red spar from his pocket and said, "You give this to Voldemort so that he can spare your life. As for whether you will be punished by Voldemort, it depends on your own ability." Karloff saw the spar in Grindelwald's hand. His eyes flashed with shock, and then he hurried forward to take the spar over. If Charlotte was present, he would definitely recognize the red spar as the wizard the world's most precious philosopher's stone. It was something that Voldemort had worked so hard to get before, but Grindelwald had one in his hands. At this moment, Grindelwald stood up and said to Karloff next to him, "Remember, you owe me a life debt." As soon as the words fell, he turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared from Karloff's office. On the top of a snow mountain tens of kilometers away, two groups of black mist flew from the sky and gathered on the snow-white snow to form two figures. One was Greenwald, and the other was a woman in her 20s with short blonde hair. Greenwald looked at the woman beside him and said, "It seems that you have been able to control Momo very well. Lena, you are indeed the person I fancy. Everything I have now is given by you." Lena looked at Grindelwald with great reverence, and then asked very puzzled, "I don't understand one thing. Do you really believe what Karloff said? He is a complete villain and coward, and will he really give the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort? I never believed what Karloff said, and I didn't care about Durmstrang's support. I did this just to convince Karloff that I wanted his allegiance. That's all." Ward said with a smile, "As for the Philosopher's Stone, he will definitely give it to Voldemort, because it is his life-saving talisman, and with this Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort can be resurrected a few years earlier." Nurmengard. Outside the tall prison, Dumbledore, Phoenix-Eyed Moody, and Scrimgeour, the current head of the Auror Command, stood outside the prison on the top floor of the tall building. There is only one prisoner here, and that is the famous Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore looked at the dirty man with messy hair in the cell with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "It's not him. For Grindelwald, no one in this world can understand him better than him. Even if he became a prisoner, there would be no such despair in his eyes." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Grinwald in the prison actually took out a wand. Disarm you. Before he could attack, a disarming spell from Mad-Eye Moody landed on him. Immediately afterwards, another imprisoning curse. Quick imprisonment. A black rope appeared out of thin air, tightly bound Grindelwald, who was about to stand up and resist on the ground. And at this moment, Grindelwald's appearance also began to change. From an old man with gray hair to a middle-aged man with brown hair. Crazy-eyed Moody stepped forward to pick up the impostor's wand, then checked the shackles on the man, and said solemnly, "He is a transfiguration magus, and the shackles on his body are not magic shackles for wizards. It seems that Grindelwald has already left Nurmengard." Hearing this, Scrimgeour's expression turned extremely ugly. Nurmengard was known as one of the safest prisons in the world, but Grindelwald ignored the strict guards, and Aurors like himself didn't even know when the people would leave. With a gloomy face, he took out his wand and said to this person, "Legiliancy." A thread of light was pulled out along the tip of the wand. The next moment, Scrimgeour's face became even more ugly. He didn't find any useful clues in this person's memory. The only memory picture he saw about Grindelwald was Grindelwald standing outside Nurmengard's prison. His face full of he waved his hand with a smile. That smile was simply a mockery of Scrimgeour's Hongwawa. Dumbledore seemed to have already guessed that legilimency would not have any effect. He sighed softly and said, "It was my mistake. I should have thought that Nurmengard couldn't lock him up." Crazy-eyed Moody shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you, Dumbledore. Nurmengard is the most suitable place to hold him. Azkaban is like a child's play to Grindelwald. He is more difficult to deal with than the Dark Lord, but if you can beat him once, you can beat him twice, and he is only temporarily at large." Dumbledore nodded and said nothing more. It's not easy to defeat Grindelwald again. His divination skills are unmatched in the wizarding world. If he doesn't want to meet you, no one will find him. If I hadn't confronted him head-on back then, I wouldn't have been able to catch Grindelwald at all. Moreover, Dumbledore knew Grindelwald very well. This man fled Nurmengard early, but only sent him a news at this time, which showed that he was already confident that he could defeat him in a head-on confrontation. The current Grindelwald is estimated to have surpassed Voldemort at his peak. Then Scrimgeour said, "I'm going to issue a wanted report on Grindelwald right away, making him a street rat for the entire wizarding world. Not for the time being. Rashly issuing the arrest warrant will only cause unnecessary panic in the wizarding world." Dumbledore said, "It will also make everyone doubt the credibility of the Ministry of Magic. The Auror Command can do it secretly to hunt down Grindelwald." Scrimgeour thought for a moment, then agreed with Dumbledore. Grindelwald was indeed different from the average prisoner, and his arrest did not do any good except to make the wizarding world question the ability of the Ministry of Magic. At this point, Mad-Eye Moody said to Dumbledore, "How about the child I sent? Is he a rare, genius wizard?" Dumbledore laughed. "He is more talented than any child I have ever seen, and he is a very kind and gentle person. He is even ready to study the upper grades. By the way, the defense against the dark magician teacher at Hogwarts came out. I asked some questions. Do you want to come over and act as a substitute for a year?" Crazy-eyed Moody shook his head and said, "Probably not. I recently discovered the traces of Death Eaters, and I have to catch all these awful into Azkaban." "What a pity that lesson," Dumbledore said. Hogwarts, the dungeon. Charlotte successfully concocted a bottle of intelligence enhancer. This bottle of potion showed a dreamy purple-blue color, and there were light spots that kept flickering inside. This should be the most beautiful potion he had ever seen. "Kind. Good own." Charlotte raised her head and drank the bottle of potion. The next moment, he felt that his thinking became extremely clear and his memory improved a lot, and he could quickly recall things that happened a long time ago. This is really a must-have artifact for the exam. If I had this thing like you in my previous life, I would be invincible. Charlotte couldn't help admiring that although Hogwarts has very strict supervision on the exam, candidates still take the exam every year by taking the risk of using intelligence enhancers. A bottle of 50 milliliters intelligence enhancer can maintain the effect for about half an hour. During this half an hour, Charlotte found that his learning efficiency had increased by at least 30%. But the moment the effect of the medicine disappeared, he had the side effect of slow thinking. It took a full minute before he broke out of that state. This is a normal phenomenon, just like you've been taking the high-speed rail, and suddenly you're asked to take the green train. It must be a little uncomfortable. However, this medicine cannot be taken frequently, otherwise it will make people feel a sense of dependence, and they will feel that their thinking is in a state of stagnation without taking the intelligence enhancer. Charlotte packed up the dungeon and prepared to return to the common room. Grindelwald has most likely already entrusted Nermangard's control. He must be planning something in the dark. If he does a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering. I don't know how old Dang will deal with it. In fact, in Charlotte's mind, Grindelwald's danger was always higher than Voldemort's. He at least knew Voldemort's weakness. Destroying 7 Horcruxes would completely kill him, but Grindelwald was like a cloud of fog. Judging from the current situation, maybe he also lost the duel with Dumbledore on purpose. You don't know what he wants to do. This kind of incomprehensible old sixth is the most annoying. The Christmas holidays are gone in the blink of an eye. The return of the students made Hogwarts lively again, and Charlotte hadn't seen Dumbledore since Dumbledore received the pendant on Christmas Day, and he used to show up at dinner every day. Recently, Charlotte has also keenly felt that there seems to be a tense atmosphere in the school, especially Professor McGonagall. She has even written the word worry on her face. Thinking about it with a big toe, it must have something to do with Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Everyone knows that Grindelwald lost to Dumbledore back then. Now that he has escaped, according to normal people's thinking, he must come to Dumbledore to take revenge, and there is a high probability that he will take revenge on other teachers and students at Hogwarts. After all, Grindelwald's reputation in the wizarding world was no worse than Voldemort's. And now Voldemort is a bloody cripple, and Grindelwald is a big boss full of blood. The two cannot be compared in the same breath. Charlotte, come and tell us the main points of casting the wand lighting spell. In the morning spell class, Professor Filius asked Charlotte to stand up and give a demonstration for everyone. Since the professors discovered Charlotte's extraordinary magical talent, such things often happened in various classes. And the professors also found that doing so has greatly improved the teaching rate. Ordinary students were amazed that Charlotte was able to master this profound knowledge of magic. Some thorny students thought that they could find some mistakes and omissions from Charlotte's demonstration to prove that he was not a genius. Charlotte drew out her wand and said, "The illuminating mantra is actually a very simple spell. I believe most of you here can cast it. Its spell is from Lumos, but there is one thing you need to keep in mind. When releasing the illuminating mantra, you must concentrate and control the spell. Take good care of your own magic power. Otherwise, you may ignite your own wand, and the damage to the wand is irreversible." With that, he spoke a spell, and a soft white light lit his wand. After the students in the class basically mastered the spell, Filius said again, "Very good. It seems that everyone is very talented in learning spells. Don't underestimate the lighting spell. Although it is only a functional spell, if used properly, it can also be used against enemies. How does the illumination curse be used against the enemy? Do you ignite your own wand and then attack the enemy?" A Gryffindor boy said loudly. The rest of the students burst out laughing when they heard this. Not only was Filius not angry, but he also smiled and said, "Mr. Preet's idea is very good, but if your family is not very rich, I don't agree with everyone using this method because it takes too much magic wand." When everyone heard this, they laughed again. This is why everyone in Filius' class dared to make such unscrupulous jokes, because everyone knew that he was a very gentle person and was willing to mingle with the students. If it were Snape or Professor McGonagall, it is estimated that the kid who was joking would be directly turned into a toad. After the joke, Filius said, "So, let's continue to ask Charlotte to demonstrate how to use the illuminating charm against the enemy." Charlotte sighed helplessly. He felt that he had become a tool man. He took out his wand again and said to the boy who had just joked, "Want to try it out?" "Certainly." The boy stood up eagerly, and he also wanted to see how the almost powerless lighting spell could be used against the enemy. Charlotte waved her wand lightly and said, "Lunmos Solum." "Ah!" The boy immediately uttered a scream and retreated in a panic, knocking down a piece of desks. Because just now, after Charlotte's spell was uttered, a dazzling beam of light came out from his wand, and the beam directly hit the boy's eyes, causing his eyes to lose their light in an instant. Charlotte looked at the stunned crowd and said, "This is the advanced version of the illumination spell, the flashing spell. It is only slightly modified on the basis of the illumination spell, and then it has such power. If I hadn't controlled the magic power to a minimum just now, then this ray of light, it will directly blind his eyes." Phileas nodded with great satisfaction and gestured for Charlotte to sit down. "Next, everyone can practice freely. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me and Charlotte at any time." Then Phileas said to Charlotte, "I've thought about the question you asked me before. There is really no need to stay here at your current level. If you want, you can come to my magic spell improvement class. Of course, if I can keep up." "Of course." Charlotte was very pleasantly surprised. The 1st to 5th grades at Hogwarts learn elementary and intermediate magic knowledge, while advanced magic knowledge is in the improvement classes of 6th and 7th grades. For example, some advanced spells and some very powerful potions may only be the knowledge that the professors have researched themselves. It is impossible to tell it in ordinary courses. Charlotte asked, "But isn't it necessary to achieve excellent results in the OG.W.LS assessment to enter the advanced class? Am I breaking the rules?" Phileas smiled and said, "This is my improvement class. I can let whoever I want to enter, and with your strength, you can make others speechless by showing your hands casually. I believe Dumbledore will not say much." Charlotte nodded. For the other students, getting a good grade at Hogwarts and graduating smoothly is their greatest wish. But this is dispensable for Charlotte. What he longs for is knowledge, more and more advanced knowledge of magic. It doesn't really matter whether he takes the exam or gets a diploma. That night, Dumbledore, who hadn't been seen in school for a long time, finally showed up at the dinner party. There was an undisguised fatigue on his body. Charlotte estimated that he had been looking for Grindelwald all this time. Given the unusual relationship between the two, it was estimated that something unknown had happened. After the dinner, Dumbledore found Charlotte directly and told him that if he got the professor's consent, then he could enter the improvement class to study. In other words, he would not need to waste time in first-year classrooms in the future, and he could attend more advanced magic classes, which was unique in the entire Hogwarts. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Charlotte stood on the branch of a big tree and looked into the distance. If anyone was here at this time, they would be surprised to find that his pupils had turned into a rare pale gold. His hair has also undergone great changes. It is no longer filamentary, but has become a bit flat, and the color can change from black to golden, and his hands have grown sharp nails, like a pair of bird claw. This is a new form developed by Charlotte recently, half Thunderbird. The initial reason was that Charlotte felt that Thunderbird's eyes were very powerful, and it could see a blade of grass on the ground at an altitude of several kilometers, just like a living high-definition telescope. So he was thinking, is it possible to develop a spell so that human eyes can also reach this level? It seemed simple when I thought about it, but Charlotte realized that this idea was not feasible at all. This is completely different from his previous development of the spell of Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt relies on his own talent Thunderstorm, which makes Charlotte himself compatible with thunder and lightning, so he can develop it. However, the structure of Thunderbird's eyes is completely different from that of human eyes. In order for human eyes to have that kind of vision, the structure of the eyes must be modified. But the human organ is like a tight instrument, and it can affect the whole body. It is not something you can change if you want to. Another way is to imitate the eyes of the Thunderbird to make a magic equipment, just like the magic eye that can see through the crazy eye Moody, but it is too troublesome and ugly. One day, Charlotte had a flash of inspiration. He was originally a Thunderbird, so why should he look far away? So after a long time of practice, he finally mastered the semi-Thunderbird form, although his current state is not as good as the abnormality of the full Thunderbird form same vision. But he can still see things within 2 kilometers. Moreover, in this state, Charlotte has greatly improved both in strength and speed. Even without magic, he can easily defeat 10 strong men. At this time, Charlotte, who was standing on the branch, let out a little sigh. In the dense forest in the distance, there are two figures, one behind the other, performing a chase scene. Running away in front was a girl with flaxen hair, who looked about 15 or 16 years old. Her hair was disheveled, and she was very embarrassed. And the one who chased her down was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. This man was not much better. His clothes were torn and scratched a lot, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Presumably, he had suffered a lot. Cruciate. At this moment, the middle-aged man hit the girl directly with the Cruciatus curse. The girl suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, then curled up into a ball, her face twisted instantly. The middle-aged man cursed and said while torturing the girl, "Run, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Aren't you good at running? How does Cruciatus taste? Isn't it very refreshing? Don't worry, I will let you taste it slowly." Charlotte frowned when she saw it. He had also tasted the Cruciatus curse before. This is definitely the most vicious curse among the 3 unforgivable curses, even more vicious than the killing curse. He jumped up and cast a flying spell directly to fly over. Charlotte didn't expect to find him as soon as he got close to the other party. The middle-aged man was very vigilant and locked him with his wand in an instant. Although Charlotte looked like an 11-year-old boy, it was strange to see a harmless boy in this dangerous, forbidden forest. Thunderbolt. Damn! The two attacked almost at the same time, but Charlotte's lightning broke the opponent's stun spell in an instant. The silver lightning not only broke the magic wand in the man's hand, but also knocked him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Charlotte stepped forward and found that the middle-aged man was not dead, but in a coma. He pointed at him with his wand and said, "Quick recovery." The middle-aged man opened his eyes with difficulty. He looked at the young man who had defeated him with an incredulous look on his face. He was a wizard who could fight 2 elite aurors alone without losing the wind. He was actually defeated by this boy in 1 round. He asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" "This should be my question to you. Who are you?" Charlotte pulled the clothes off the man's arm. "Without the dark mark, then you should not be Voldemort's subordinate, who can use the Cruciatus curse, so skillfully dark wizard. Are you from Grindelwald?" Charlotte just said something nonsense, but the face of the other party changed instantly. "Is this a crooked shot? That's interesting. Grindelwald's people appeared in the Forbidden Forest to hunt down a girl. There must be some secrets, just to torture this person, to see what Grindelwald, the 6th child, wants to do." As if guessing what Charlotte was thinking, the middle-aged man closed his eyes and said, "Don't waste your time. I won't tell you a word." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "I just like people with a hard mouth like you." As he spoke, he lightly touched his wrist with his right hand, and a simple long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was rewarded by the system when Voldemort was eliminated before. Sword. It also has a name called the Sword of Response. When a person has this sword pointed at his throat, there is no way for this person to lie. This is equivalent to the sword version of the truth-telling potion and the truth-telling potion. But both the soul-hunting potion and the truth-telling potion can be resisted, but the answering sword cannot, and the person whose throat is pointed by the sword must speak the truth. The middle-aged man watched Charlotte point the sword of answer at his throat, thinking that he was threatening himself with death. So he said disdainfully, "Even if you cut off my head, I wouldn't say a word." Charlotte nodded and asked, "What's your name? Why did you hunt down this girl?" The next moment, the expression on the middle-aged man's face changed. He clenched his teeth and wanted to close his mouth, but there seemed to be a powerful force to pry his mouth open. And then he said, "My name is Mason Johnson. I'm from Arizona. I'm a wanted criminal of the U.S. Ministry of Magic. The boss said that this girl's ability is very rare and might affect his plan. He ordered me to bring her back alive." After finishing speaking, the man looked at Charlotte in horror and said tremblingly, "What the hell did you do to me, damn it? You damn devil." It was the first time for Charlotte to use the Sword of Response. She didn't expect it to be so convenient. He ignored the frightened man and asked again, "Is your boss Grindelwald?" "Yes." Sure enough, it was the old coin Grindelwald. Charlotte looked at the ashen-faced Mason Johnson and continued to ask, "What are Grindelwald plans?" "I don't know. He only told me that I must catch this vampire girl, because she has a very rare talent for prediction, which will affect the layout behind him. Mason Johnson said with great reluctance. There was a look of struggling on his face, but his mouth kept talking, which felt extremely weird. When she heard him say that the girl was a vampire, Charlotte showed a look of extreme surprise. In the original book, both centaurs and werewolves appeared many times, but vampires were pitifully few. Only later did Harry meet a vampire at Professor Horace Slughorn's Slug Club. In the end, Charlotte asked a few more questions about Grindelwald, but this wizard named Mason didn't know anything. It seemed that Grindelwald was very cautious, and even his own people didn't know too many clues. At this moment, Merlin, who was drained dry, seemed to have lost his soul. He thought he could stick to his beliefs, but his psychological defense was as fragile as paper in front of Charlotte. Extreme deep flames. With a wave of Charlotte's wand, a thumb-thick black-red fiery snake appeared out of thin air, and then leaped at Mason as if with a spirituality. In just an instant, Mason was burnt to a pile of ashes. Ding! Kill the black wizard Mason Johnson. Reward skill points *10, and reward the Imperius curse. Hearing the prompt from the system, Charlotte shook her head helplessly. She had gathered the 3 unforgivable curses. The Abyss Fierce Flame magic he used just now is a spell improved by Charlotte. Originally, Charlotte didn't want to use the Fierce Fire curse, a black magic with extremely poor stability. But after merging with the blood of the Balrog, Charlotte found that not only could she use the Fierce Fire curse perfectly, but also the Fierce Fire curse seemed to have an attached the characteristics of some abyssal flames are also more powerful. So Charlotte called this brand new Fierce Fire curse the Abyss Fierce Flame. Although Thunderbolt's attack power is also very strong, it is still more convenient for Jiyu and Lian to destroy corpses and traces. At this time, Charlotte heard some movement behind her. It was the fainted girl who was tortured by the Cruciatus curse and woke up. "I've seen you." Charlotte was stunned by the first words after the girl opened her eyes, and he asked curiously, "You have seen me. Do you know my name?" The girl shook her head, but the next moment she grinned and gasped, as if this slight movement had touched her sore spot, and she looked at Charlotte with a little fear in her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes lost focus, and she said to Charlotte like a puppet, "I saw you in my dream. You are the master of thunder and storm, the king above the flames, the walker in the dream, and more." Before the words were finished, it fainted again. Charlotte, on the other hand, was shocked by her words. Although it was only 3 simple sentences, she pointed out the fact that he had fused the blood of the Thunderbird and the blood of the Balrog. As for the walker in the dream, he haven't figured it out yet. Originally, Charlotte didn't believe the girl's nonsense, but now he felt a little tingly. Is this the foreknowledge? Isn't this ability a bit too buggy to be able to see the future picture? Grindelwald also seems to be a very powerful prophet. No wonder he wants to catch this girl. If all his plans are seen by others, then he is still playing with wool. After muttering, Charlotte poured a bottle of healing potion that she made into the girl's mouth. This bottle of potion can't cure the damage caused by the Cruciatus curse, but it has a certain analgesic effect, which should relieve the pain caused by the Cruciatus curse. But this is a potion for humans, and Charlotte doesn't know if it can be used for vampires. Has an effect. Why I didn't expect was that the medicine seemed to take effect very quickly. It didn't take long for the girl to wake up again. The first second she saw Charlotte, she quickly asked, "Did I just tell you something?" Charlotte asked, "Don't you have no memory yourself?" "No." The girl shook her head and said, "I can't control my ability to predict. Many times I make predictions involuntarily, and I have no memory of such predictions. Only the person to be predicted can know." Later, through chatting with Charlotte, she learned that the girl's name was Joya Streeter, and she came from a hidden vampire family in Eastern Europe. Joya is not a pure vampire, but a Dambell that is a half-vampire. Her father is a pure vampire, and her mother is a witch. The combination of the two gave birth to Joya, and she showed an extraordinary talent for prophecy since she was born, and she was trained as the next head of the Streeter family. This time, she ran out secretly. She yearned for the human world very much, so she ran to her mother's hometown alone. Unexpectedly, she was chased and killed by Grindelwald's men just after she came out. After listening to Xiaoya's narration, Charlotte sighed helplessly. Isn't this just a story about the escape of a princess? Seeing that Xiaoya had almost recovered, Charlotte asked, "What are your plans next?" "I won't be by your side." Xiaoya looked at Charlotte very seriously and said, "My intuition tells me that it will be safe to be by your side." Charlotte shook her head immediately, rejecting her request. Although Joya's ability is very powerful, but his identity is very sensitive, and he is a student of Hogwarts. What kind of identity does she enter Hogwarts? But Xiaoya said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, as long as I can meet Headmaster Dumbledore. I can stay in the school, and I was originally planning to come to Hogwarts this time. This is where my mother studied." Charlotte didn't expect Joya and Hogwarts to have such a connection. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I'll take you to see Headmaster Dumbledore, but you can't tell Dumbledore that I saved you." "Don't worry, I won't say anything." "If you're worried, you can use the Oblivion Curse on me," Xiaoya said. Charlotte didn't cast a spell on her. He was no longer afraid of his strength being exposed. He just didn't want his peaceful life to be disrupted. "Can you move yourself now?" Xiaoya smiled and instantly turned into a little black bat and then flew around Charlotte's surroundings quickly. This scene directly made Charlotte's mouth grow wide in surprise, and the stone was hammered. The vampire really turned into a bat. As if guessing what Charlotte was thinking, Joya turned back into a human form again. She said to the astonished Charlotte, "Don't think about it. Vampires are not bats at all. I'm just an Animagus. Are you a vampire wizard?" Xiaoya nodded calmly and said, "Is this surprising to you? Vampires are born with magical powers, and vampires can cast spells without a wand. Many of the spells you learn are actually created by vampire wizards, but because of the reputation of vampires, everyone doesn't like to mention them. That's all." Charlotte quickly figured out this problem. After all, even Lupin, a werewolf, can become a wizard. It seems that it is not so surprising that a more mysterious and powerful vampire can become a wizard, casting spells without a wand. Aren't you similar to magical creatures? Human wizards are logically also a type of magical creature, but everyone's body structure and spell-casting methods are different, Xiaoya said. Charlotte froze suddenly. This was something he had never thought about before. Humans are actually magical creatures, but human beings are far more intelligent than other magical creatures, and they cannot form a social group. The more she got in touch with, the more Charlotte felt that Joya's knowledge was profound, and the Tesley's family behind him should be an ancient family with a long history. Then Charlotte put Joya, who had transformed into a bat, into her school uniform pocket, and then directly cast the flying spell and returned to Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office, Charlotte meets Dumbledore. Then he took out the little bat in front of Dumbledore. Seeing Joya transformed into a human form, Dumbledore asked in surprise, "A vampire? Child, where do you come from? I feel a familiar breath on your body." "My name is Joa Street, Mr. Dumbledore, Karina's child," Joa said. Hearing her name, Dumbledore showed a soft look on his face. He stared at Joya and said, "So you are from the Streeter family. How is your mother, Karina?" "When I was your mother's wedding witness, it was 20 years ago." Through the conversation between the two, Charlotte found out that Joya's mother, Karina, was originally a student of Dumbledore and later met Joya's father. When Dumbledore heard that Joya was being hunted down by Grindelwald, his expression changed instantly, and he immediately expressed that he would keep Joya at Hogwarts. "Joya, you should stay in Hogwarts first. It is very safe here. I will send a letter to your parents so as not to worry them." "Thank you, Professor," Xiaoya said very obediently. "Then I can let Charlotte be my tour guide and let him take me around Hogwarts. I always heard about it from my mother at home, and now I finally have a chance to come and see." Waiting for bad luck nodded and said, "Okay, you go, and I'll let Hagrid take you to Hogsmeade to buy some daily necessities. You can't wander around the school like this." Xiaoya looked at her embarrassed appearance and laughed very embarrassedly. After half an hour, Hogsmeade, Fignal Wizarding Clothing Store. This is a large clothing chain store in the wizarding world, and I heard that their branch has opened to Paris. When Joya came out of the fitting room, Charlotte's eyes lit up. Just now, she looked like a sweet potato dug out of the dirt. Now that she changed her clothes, it was like a new one. People are average. Although she was only 15 years old, she already had an extremely tall figure, fair skin, and delicate facial features that made passers-by look back again and again. Even Hagrid couldn't help but praise. "It's so beautiful. I dare say that there is no one in Hogwarts who is more beautiful than you." Joya jumped up and down in front of Charlotte and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" "Looks good." Charlotte nodded and said, "Just now I thought you drank compound potion and turned into another person." Hearing Charlotte's affirmation, Joya happily took out a fancy thing from her bag and stuffed it into Charlotte's hand. "It's for." Charlotte looked at the two strange pairs of socks in her hands and couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. Can these things really be worn out? Following around behind Joya, Charlotte also expressed her inner doubts. "I want to ask some more private questions. If it's inconvenient, I don't need to say it." "Go ahead." "Aren't vampires afraid of the sun? How can you move freely under the sun? And do you have to drink fresh blood every day?" "Sunshine can't kill vampires directly, but it will weaken the power of vampires. Only some vampires will drink blood every day, and the rest only need to maintain their own needs. At least that's the case of our Trieste family." Xiaoyu said, "Because I am Dambell, I can survive eating human food, but my strength and physical strength are not as strong as purebred vampires. Otherwise, with the Black Wizard before, I can cut him off with one hand neck." As Xiaoyu spoke, she raised her hand and gestured twice. From Joya, Charlotte learned a lot of secrets about vampires. For example, silver is not the killer of vampires, and ordinary weapons can kill them as long as they find the right method. Vampires hate sunlight, so they spend most of their time in castles. Today's vampires no longer need to kill humans to obtain blood. They have enough wealth to buy blood. Many wizards have contacts with vampires because the blood, teeth, and bones of vampires are very precious materials, which are of great help in alchemy and potions. Joya also took out her wand and said, "The core of my wand is the blood-sucking fangs of a vampire duke. This duke was a very powerful potion master before his death. My father specially found a human being on my 10th birthday. The master alchemist tailor-made it for me." Looking at Charlotte's puzzled eyes, Xiaoyu said again, "Vampires can indeed cast spells without a wand, but a wand can greatly improve our spellcasting efficiency and magic power. I don't think anyone would reject such a magic item, right?" Charlotte nodded, with a dazed look on her face. In her previous life, Charlotte had been very interested in mysterious creatures like vampires, and Joy's appearance just satisfied his curiosity about vampires. "Then have you ever drank human blood?" "No." Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "I'm not interested in human blood. If I want to drink it, I'll drink the blood of powerful magical creatures, which are much more nutritious than human blood. Grandpa Antonio, the patriarch of the Streeter family, loves the blood of magical creatures, and I also know that he treasures the blood of many extinct magical creatures in his bedroom." The blood of extinct magical creatures? Hearing this, Charlotte immediately became energetic. This is what she urgently needs now. Wouldn't it be cool if this old man Antonio treasured the blood of magical creatures that slowly filled a bedroom? Thinking of this, Charlotte hurriedly asked, "Then do you know that all his treasures have the blood of those magical creatures?" "I don't know about that." Joya took out a bloody lollipop and took a bite, then said, "I only know that Grandpa Antonio likes the blood of the red dragon the most. He said that the blood of the red dragon was drunk into his mouth, like it's going to explode." "Then can you take me to meet this Mr. Antonio?" Charlotte said, "Yes, according to the time, Grandpa Antonio will wake up once in the next few months, and then I will take you to see him." Xiaoyu explained to Charlotte, "For a blood race like them who have lived for 500 or 600 years, sleeps half the year." Only then did Charlotte know that the blood race is not immortal, but that they age very slowly. Generally speaking, 500 years old is already the limit, and they will also suffer from mental distress like the elderly of human beings, and their too long lifespan makes them uninterested in many things. So sleeping has become a way for them to pass the time. After purchasing a lot of daily necessities, Charlotte and Hagrid returned to Hogwarts. Joya came back after meeting Dumbledore and told Charlotte that Dumbledore asked her to be an assistant to Professor Trelawney, the teacher of divination. Professor Dumbledore said that Professor Trelawney sometimes likes to lose things when she walks around, and she needs a careful person like me to help her. She also said that Professor Trelawney's divination is very powerful, and I can consult her from time to time. Dumbledore's approach can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Professor Trelawney was originally a bit withdrawn and didn't like to stay with his colleagues, so she mostly stays alone in the crowded North Tower office. Let Xiaoya, a little girl who is proficient in divination, go there. Firstly, she can care for Trelawney, a widow, and secondly, let Xiaoya ask Trelawney about divination. You know, Trelawney is a descendant of the famous divinationist Cassian della Trelawney, who is known as a prophet. Although it has been several generations, Trelawney's talent in divination is still very powerful. In the original book, she successfully predicted the birth of the Savior, the resurrection of Voldemort, and the death of Dumbledore. It's just that she's always crazy and not very likable. Professor Trelawney is indeed a very powerful master of divination. She is a descendant of the prophet. Charlotte said, "Did Dumbledore tell you how long you stayed here?" Xiaoya turned her head and said with a smile, "I've already told Dumbledore that I'm going to stay at Hogwarts forever, and actually, I don't like divination at all. I prefer defense against the dark arts." Charlotte sighed helplessly. "I still want you to go home early and take me to Mr. Antonio." At the same time, in a very luxurious manner, Grindelwald, who was sitting in a study room, suddenly raised his head. After frowning slightly, he took out a hookah made of a skull from a side drawer. The moment he touched the hookah, the skull began to emit orange light. After seeing this scene in the study, Lena quickly walked up to Grindelwald. She knew that Grindelwald was about to show his extraordinary prophecy magic again. At this moment, Grindelwald exhaled a puff of smoke. In the smoke, Reyna could vaguely see the shadows of the three people, but the bodies of these three people were covered by a thin layer of smoke, making it hard to see clearly. Seeing this, Grindelwald frowned slightly, and then blew lightly into the smoke. The picture in the smoke shook for a while, and then a man's figure appeared very clearly in front of the two of them. "It's Mason," Reyna exclaimed softly. At this time, Mason's condition is very bad. If it wasn't for the heaving of his chest, Reyna even thought he was dead. Just as her voice fell, a very nimble fire snake pounced on Mason's body with a swish, and the flames burst into flames. Immediately afterwards, the picture in the smoke quickly shattered as if lit by flames. Lena stared at the gloomy Grindelwald and asked cautiously, "Boss, Mason, he is dead." Grindelwald's voice was as cold as the wind outside the window, and Lena couldn't help shivering. It stands to reason that with Mason's strength, it should be easy to catch a small vampire. Unexpectedly, the task was not completed, but was burned into coke instead. After a long time, Grindelwald said in a deep voice, "It seems that the plan to deal with the Streeter family has to be advanced. Let them be used as an example first. I don't believe that the gang of old stubborns will not give in." Reyna lowered her head and said, "Okay, boss, this time I will go to Bulgaria myself and raise the castle of the Streeter family to the ground." After Grindelwald nodded lightly, he asked again, "How's the situation over there at Carlos?" "He sent me a message once, saying that he had sent the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. He didn't elaborate on the specific situation. I feel that he is a vacillating villain." Reyna seemed to say to Carlo husband's prejudice is very deep. Every time this person is mentioned, she always has a gritted look on her face. Grindelwald said, "This person is still useful to me for the time being. Well, he has no use value. You can deal with him whatever you want. I understand. I will definitely not spoil the boss's plan." Reyna said with her head bowed. "Well, let's go." Looking at the back of Lena's departure, Grindelwald frowned tightly. In the past few months, his prediction seemed to have been affected by an inexplicable, and his mistakes became more and more serious. In addition, some other things have also occurred, some unknown changes. For example, an abyssal Balrog appeared in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which had never appeared in his prophecy. The whole world seemed to be disrupted, and the source of this contradiction should be in Hogwarts, because more than 90% of his divinations about Hogwarts failed. Something extraordinary must have happened in this school. Dumbledore, what are you planning? The next morning, potions classroom. Charlotte stood out in the middle of a group of senior students. More than half of the students who entered Snape's advanced potions class were Slytherins, and Gryffindors were the least. It also had a lot to do with their dislike of Snape. At the beginning, everyone had some criticisms about Charlotte's entry into the potion improvement class, but after Charlotte successfully refined several very difficult potions in front of everyone, there were no more people. What did you say? Today, Snape will explain to you the preparation process of the flickering potion. This is a potion that is difficult to refine, and its effect is to reduce the size of objects. The ingredients needed to make the flickering potion include chopped daisy roots, peeled shrunken figs, thinly sliced caterpillars, mouse bile, and leech sap, among others. Although Snape's explanations were very detailed, the refining of this potion could not be done in one class. After entering the improvement class and being exposed to the preparation of advanced potions, Charlotte discovered a problem. The more advanced the potion, the longer the refining time, often a day or two, or even longer. It's like a potion-like compound potion, which takes a month to succeed. Before, he could occasionally gain 1 or 2 skill points when refining potions, but now Charlotte hasn't gained skill points through refining potions for a long time. Fortunately, I have other ways to get skill points, otherwise it would be really uncomfortable. Dinner time. Everyone was chatting about today's anecdotes while enjoying a sumptuous dinner, and most of the boys in the auditorium would involuntarily look at a girl sitting next to Trelawney, because she is so beautiful. Even if she sits there still, she can still become the focus of the audience. Ron lowered his head and whispered to Harry Potter, "Did you see that girl? I dare say that all the girls in Hogwarts are not as beautiful as her. Can anyone tell me where she comes from and why I haven't seen her before?" At this moment, Fred, who was sitting beside him, suddenly said, "Want to know her name? All I need is a golden galleon." "I'm your real brother," Ron said with wide eyes. After Fred and George looked at each other, they continued, "Those 2 galleons." Ron gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 men with smirks on their faces and said angrily, "I don't need you to tell me the answer. She is so beautiful. I don't think it will be a day before the whole of Hogwarts will know her name, and she will know my name, Ron Weasley." Hermione at the side heard this and said very disdainfully, "I think so. Probably before tomorrow the whole Hogwarts will know that you, Ron Weasley, were bullied by a slug and cried." "Can you shut up?" Ron glared at Hermione angrily, but brothers George and Fred couldn't wait to know what happened to their younger brother, which was more interesting than the 100 galleons they had earned. While several people were taunting Ron ruthlessly, Joyous said something to Trelawney beside her, then left the seat and walked down. This action immediately attracted the attention of all the boys. When Ron found that she was walking in his direction, he immediately said excitedly, "Hey, she's coming our way." The brothers George and Fred also stopped fighting and sat at the dining table, staring intently at Joya, who was striding forward. Fred bumped George with his arm and said, "She must have noticed my outstanding performance in divination class today, so she wanted to come over and strike up a conversation with me. No, she must have come to see me because I wrote her a little poem in class today, and she must have been impressed by my talent," George said. Just as the 3 of them were looking forward to it, Chiaoya walked over to Charlotte and sat down. Seeing the embarrassing expressions on the 3 people's faces, Hermione, who was sitting next to her, showed a smile, but she saw Joya, who was sitting next to Charlotte, with a flash of displeasure in her eyes. At this time, Charlotte became the focus of the entire auditorium, and everyone was speculating about the relationship between the 2. Charlotte didn't care about these and asked, "How was your day? Are you still used to it?" "It feels great." Chiaoya showed a very bright smile on her face, and the boy next to her was dazzled for a while. She held her chin and said, "Professor Trelawney is a very good teacher, and everyone likes me very much." I finally realized the joy that my mother had when she was studying here. I knew that my mother should have sent me to study here. Joya had said before that if their country wanted to go to a magic school, it should be Durmstrang. But it was a school that did not prohibit black magic experiments. Half vampires like Joya might encounter accidents if they entered, and the distance between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons was too far. One was in the east, and the other was in the west. Almost across the entire continent of Europe. Just get used to it. Charlotte said, I want to study divination recently. I don't know if you're free tomorrow. I want to ask you for advice. Of course I'm free this afternoon. Professor Trelawney has no class tomorrow afternoon. Xiaoya said, although I personally don't like divination very much, I'm more than enough to be your teacher. At this time, Charlotte also finished her meal, and the two walked out of the auditorium together. As soon as he walked to the corridor outside, Ron, Harry Potter, and Hermione chased after them. Charlotte looked at the three and asked, What's the matter with you? Hermione glanced at Ron and said, Ron wants to meet this beautiful lady next to you, and I want to tell you that I've been waiting for the storm to come. Before Charlotte could speak, Xiaoya said in surprise, Have you reached the last step? This is too incredible. You're only in the first grade, right? But you may have to wait 2 to 3 months for the storm, because the storm usually doesn't come until around June. You must be careful during this period of time. Charlotte was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Hermione to go so smoothly. He introduced Joya to the three, and he also knew that Ron and Harry had temporarily given up their plans to become Animagus, because they failed 3 or 4 times at the first step, not to mention the later steps. Joya said to Hermione very seriously, If I'm still at Hogwarts when your storm comes, please be sure to call me. This step is extremely dangerous. I almost made a mistake when I was transforming. I know some ways to deal with emergencies. Method. You're an Animagus too? Hermione asked in surprise. That's right, but you must keep it secret from me, because I am an Animagus who has not registered with the Ministry of Magic, Joya said in a low voice. Originally, Hermione still held a trace of hostility towards Joya, but now that the two have a common secret, they suddenly feel close. The most commonly used divination by wizards is astrology, tarot divination, and arithmetic divination. In addition to these 3 most commonly used divination methods, there are also a series of divinations such as rune divination, teacup divination, pendulum divination, and divination stick. Means. In the corner of the library, Joya sat opposite Charlotte and explained some simple knowledge of divination to him. Divination at Hogwarts is a course that only starts in the 3rd grade. Charlotte learned some knowledge about divination based on her own preferences, but it was too one-sided. It just so happens that Xiaoya is proficient in divination, so it makes no sense to leave such a professional teacher alone. And what I'm going to give you today is one of my best divination techniques, crystal ball divination. Joya said confidently, It's not that I don't want to teach you the 3 mainstream divination methods, but the first 3. Divination methods are too troublesome. Just take astrology. Its pre-discipline is astronomy. You must understand every astrology in order to make accurate predictions. Divination with a crystal ball is much simpler, but divination with a crystal ball is also a method of divination that depends on talent. Charlotte didn't struggle either, and he didn't ask to learn any kind of divination. I just feel that the magic of divination is a bit too buggy. If I can also master powerful divination, it will be much more convenient no matter what I do. For example, if he wants a powerful blood of magical creatures, can he use divination? Got a clue? Joya continued to explain to Charlotte. Let me start with the origin of crystal ball divination. Crystal ball divination is actually called crystal ball prophecy. It is said that in ancient times, everyone had a 3rd eye. This eye can see through the future, but because for some reason, the 3rd eye doesn't grow back, and people lose the ability to see the future. Finally, people came up with a way to use some special tools to use the ability of the 3rd eye, and this tool is a crystal ball. Through Joya's explanation, Charlotte knew that each kind of divination is a very complicated knowledge, and each kind of divination is good at different directions. Crystal ball divination is about prediction. You may see some pictures related to the future in the crystal ball. The teacup divination is about hints. and the fortune teller will get some hints from the shape of the residue of tea leaves, so as to know the direction of certain things. After all the preparations were completed, Joya began to teach Charlotte how to do crystal ball divination. When doing crystal ball divination, you must empty your brain. Apart from what you want to ask, you must not have other distracting thoughts. If you can do this, then you may perceive the reflection of the crystal ball. Come back with some light. At the beginning, it may be just some small light spots, and gradually these light spots will become more and more dazzling, and at the same time, the rain will become more and more blurred. Seeing some blurry or clear pictures in the fog is considered a successful divination. According to Joya's explanation, Charlotte started her first prophecy. He now wants to know whether he can successfully obtain the blood of magical creatures in the Trieste family. The moment he stared at the crystal ball, a dazzling brilliance bloomed from the crystal ball, and Charlotte immediately felt her consciousness fall into a pure white world. This is completely different from what Joya said. Just when he was full of doubts, a black spot began to stand out in this pure white world. And then this black spot turned into a cloud of black mist, which kept rolling as if it was extremely painful. Just when he wanted to take a step forward and take a closer look, everything in front of him disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pre-casting the prophecy, rewarding skill points *2. Charlotte froze for a moment. It was a success, but I feel like I didn't get any useful information. He looked up, just in time to see Xiaoya's surprised face. What's wrong? You succeeded in the first attempt, but I only succeeded in the second attempt, so my father said that I am a rare genius. Xiaoya looked at Charlotte in surprise. She just told Charlotte that divination with a crystal ball is not a mainstream divination, because the threshold for divination with a crystal ball is very high, and foreknowledge is the most profound kind of divination in divination. It's not like astrology, tarot, and arithmetic. As long as you spend your time studying the meanings between astrology, cards, and numbers, even people without much talent can do some simple divination. The crystal ball is different. It allows you to directly see the future picture. Maybe it's just my luck, Charlotte said. Xiaoya shook her head and said, it's not because of luck. Being able to see the picture in the crystal ball just once can only show that you are very talented. People without talent will never succeed. Then, Charlotte told Xiaoya what he saw, because he felt that the scene was completely irrelevant to what he wanted to see. After Xiaoya finished listening, she explained with a smile. This is normal. Many times the picture we predict may be just a tree, a stone, and a piece of grass. But this is definitely related to what you want to know. It's just that you haven't seen a more complete picture. It's just a picture. After speaking, Xiaoya's eyes fell on the crystal ball. The next moment, her eyes lost focus in an instant, and the look on her face became tense. It took a full 30 seconds for Xiaoya to recover. Like a drowning person who had just been rescued, she opened her mouth wide and breathed in fresh air. Looking at the terrified Joya, Charlotte asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Destruction, death." Joya's face was so pale that she didn't notice a trace of blood. "I foresaw the destruction of the Trieste family." The family's castle was shrouded in endless black mist. Antonio wails, "My parents all were buried in the black sea of flames." "No, I have to go home immediately. Someone wants to destroy the Trieste family." Seeing this, Charlotte hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Even if you go home immediately, there's a high probability that the situation will not be reversed. We can go to Dumbledore for help. If he can make a move, he can definitely save the Trieste family." The Black Sea of Flames. Isn't this the Fierce Fire curse? Don't even think about it. It must be Grindelwald behind the scenes. From chasing and killing Joya to destroying the Trieste family, Grindelwald definitely has some ulterior purpose. Maybe finding Dumbledore will give Charlotte the answer. Joya nodded and dragged Charlotte to Dumbledore's office. At this time, Mad-Eye Moody was in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore looked at the photo in his hand. His face was very solemn, and he said, "It's Momarin. Only those who are killed by Momarin will leave this special black mark on their faces." "What is the identity of the deceased?" "Just an ordinary muggle," Mad-Eyes Moody said in a deep voice. "I also pointed out that it was done by Momarin, but none of the diehards at the Ministry of Magic believed it." When he said this, Mad-Eyes Moody's anger soared. and he shouted loudly. They told me that there were no obscurity in Britain as early as 40 or 50 years ago. Every underage wizard in this country is under their control. All of them are farting. Dumbledore didn't speak, but looked at the picture quietly. After a long time, he said with a complicated expression, "The deceased room is so clean and tidy, and there is no appearance of being out of control at all. Ordinary silence can't do this." Crazy-eyed Moody frowned upon hearing this, and said, "That's right. That's what those old guys said. So they don't think it's a silent handwriting. Dumbledore, are you starting to waver too?" "No, I'm even more worried." Dumbledore put down the photo in his hand and said, "Someone may have completely controlled Moran." "Impossible." Crazy Eyes Moody retorted subconsciously, but the next moment he thought of a person's name and said it. "Grindelwald." There is no doubt about the power of Moran, and there seems to be no upper limit to its ability. The greater the magic power in the body, the greater the power of Moran. But it is also uncontrollable, and it may counterattack the parasite at any time. But Grindelwald didn't care about that. He longed for such great power. If Grindelwald had been experimenting with the dark arts of obscurity all these years after he escaped from Ermengarde, it is possible that he had indeed found a way to control obscurity. If so, Grindelwald is even more terrifying. No wonder he would take the initiative to tell Dumbledore that he had escaped from Ermengarde before. It turned out that he had nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Mad-Eye Moody's artificial magic began to spin crazily, and he asked worriedly, "Dumbledore, what should we do now?" In his opinion, Grindelwald is 100 times more difficult than Voldemort. Although Voldemort is powerful and terrifying, at least he will not hide in the shadows. He will show himself wantonly. What he wants is that all those who oppose him stand up and attack him, so that he can catch all those who refuse to surrender. Grindelwald, on the other hand, likes to make decisions before acting. He is not as cruel and crazy as Voldemort, but likes to use his personality charm to entice people to follow him. Such a person is a born leader. Such an enemy is also the most terrifying. After a long silence, Dumbledore frowned and said, "I know Grindelwald. He has never given up his dream of ruling the wizarding world. He will definitely overturn the Ministry of Magic and establish his own authority, but I don't know where he is now." This feeling of not knowing what to do made him very uncomfortable. If Grindelwald hadn't taken the initiative to reveal his information, he still wouldn't know the truth about Ermengarde. The real intention of the Blood Alliance pendant was to declare war on himself. He is declaring war on himself? Grindelwald, are back. What are you going to do to stop me this time? The office fell silent, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing for a while. At this moment, Dumbledore said suddenly, "Let's stop this matter for a while. 2 more kids are here. I think you definitely want to see him." Crazy-eyed Moody looked at the door suspiciously, only to see Charlotte and the pale-faced Xiao Yu walking in together. After seeing Crazy Eyes Moody, Charlotte froze for a moment and exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Moody, it's very kind of you to be here." Crazy Eye Moody was also very happy to see Charlotte. At that time, he was very sympathetic to Charlotte's situation. Later, after hearing about Charlotte's excellent performance at Hogwarts, he was even more happy for him. "Nice to see you again, Charlotte. It feels like you've grown a lot stronger than last year." Charlotte and Crazy Eyes Moody exchanged simple greetings, and then spoke out joyous prophecy. Dumbledore and Mad Eyes Moody looked at each other and immediately asked nervously, "Xiaoya, can you describe the scene of the prophecy in detail?" Xiaoya nodded and recalled, "I saw the castle dragon in Streetland, shrouded in a black mist. Grandpa Antonio and my parents were all burned to ashes by a kind of black flame. The black flame is like a greedy devil. It will see everything burned, including my favorite camellia." Hearing Joya's description, Dumbledore immediately confirmed that it was Grindelwald's handwriting. Because only Grindelwald's fierce fire curse can have such power, but why would he go to great lengths to attack the Streeter family? This is not in line with his character. But now he can't control what Grindelwald thinks in his heart. As long as he can find his trace, it's better than anything else. The only thing that is uncertain now is how accurate Xiao's prediction is. Joya looked at Dumbledore and said, "This is an uncontrolled prophecy made by my body. Since I was a child, this uncontrolled prophecy has all come true. So, Professor Dumbledore, please don't worry about the veracity of the prophecy, and please help us the Streeters." "Don't worry, child. I will definitely go to the Streeters' house to help your parents. But I also want to ask, do you know why Grindelwald did something to your Streeter family?" Dumbledore asked. Crazy-eyed Moody's eyes widened at the sound of Grindelwald's name. Just now he and Dumbledore were still worrying about how to dig out the stinky mouse. But now Charlotte and the little girl named Joya immediately sent the news to him. He has decided that no matter whether the prophecy is true or not, he will go to the Streeter family. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoya said, "The Eye of Cyclops, they must want to destroy our street family because of the Eye of Cyclops." The Eye of Cyclops. Hearing this name, both Charlotte and Mad Eyes Moody were confused, while Dumbledore's face changed drastically, and he asked very seriously, "Are you the Eye of Cyclops kept in your Streeter house?" Joya nodded and said, "Yes, I am the next patriarch of the street house, and the Eye of Cyclops is the symbol of the patriarch of the street house. We'll just go to Streeters, and we must not let Grindelwald get the Eye of Cyclops." "Boss, what is the Eye of Cyclops?" In a manner, Raina stood respectfully behind Grindelwald and asked curiously. Grindelwald looked at the sunset in the distance, turned around, and said, "The Eye of Cyclops is a crystal ball. It is said that this crystal ball was made by the gods with the eyes of a one-eyed titan. It has very powerful power of prophecy. See the future in the ball. And according to legend, Carla Desson once had the Eye of Cyclops for a period of time, and she also won the title of prophet because of this object." Hearing this, Lena's eyes lit up immediately. The most powerful thing about Grindelwald is prophecy. If you add this magical Eye of Cyclops, then he's the only prophet in this world. "Don't worry, boss. Magus is already on his way to Bulgaria, and we will definitely bring back the Eye of Cyclops for you." Grindelwald shook his head slightly and said, "I changed my mind. This time I went to Bulgaria myself. I have a hunch that I will find the answer in my heart in Bulgaria, and those old vampire bats are not so easy to deal with." Originally, Grindelwald was looking for the 3 Deathly Hallows. He wanted to collect all 3 Deathly Hallows to see if he could really obtain the legendary power of death. But he accidentally found clues about the Eye of Cyclops, and Grindelwald was overjoyed. He always thought that the Eye of Cyclops was just a legend, but he didn't expect it to exist in the world. This magic item is a perfect match with my ability, and its effect is even greater than the Bone Elder one I got before. This time the operation can only succeed and not fail. You will call back the scattered elites, and I will wipe out the Streeter family with a thunderbolt. Understood, boss. This time, he not only wanted to take the Eye of Cyclops, but also wanted to kill the chickens and monkeys first. Grindelwald's original plan was to pull the vampires onto his warship. He promised that as long as the vampires help him overthrow the current magical system, he will help vampires gain an equal status in the wizarding world. Since ancient times, the blood-sucking vampire family has been an evil creature that everyone shouts and beats. They are classified into the same category as werewolves and trolls. But as long as he becomes the supreme existence in the wizarding world, the vampire can realize the freedom of blood-sucking. But what Grindelwald didn't expect was that all the vampire families rejected his solicitation. Part of the reason is that they don't believe in the big pie drawn by Grindelwald. And another reason is that the current vampire family is no longer the same as the previous vampires. Most ordinary people have forgotten them, and wizards are no longer like vampires. It was the same as before, shouting and killing at every turn. They all feel that their lives are... This made Grindelwald's plan halfway, so he decided to use a high-handed policy. "If you don't talk to me well, then I will use violence. When you are threatened with death, talk to me well." On the other side, the 3 of Charlotte and Dumbledore have arrived in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. Dumbledore and Crazy Eye Moody first brought Charlotte and Joya to London with Apparition, and then went to the Ministry of Magic to find a port key that could go to Bulgaria. It only took half an hour before and after. "Professor, why can't we use apparition and flew to get on the road?" Crazy Eye Moody heard this and said in a low voice, "Do you really think that apparition is omnipotent? The distance from London to Bulgaria is at least 2,000 kilometers, which is far beyond the safe distance of apparition. If an ordinary wizard wants to use apparition to go there, then the consequence of his doing so is equivalent to committing suicide. As for the Flynn network, there is no way to transmit such a long distance at one time, and it needs to be transferred continuously without the convenience of a door key." Hearing this, Charlotte's face showed a hint of surprise. He always thought that apparition could go anywhere he wanted, but he didn't expect that there was a distance limit. "Professor Dumbledore, how far is a safe distance for apparating?" Dumbledore said, "Theoretically, there is no distance limit for apparition. As long as your body is strong enough and your magic power is abundant enough, you can even cross continents. This requires you to explore by yourself in the future, just like me, crossing 2 continents. A distance of 1,000 kilometers is still possible, but it will consume a huge amount of mana. In fact, if I hadn't considered the urgency of time, I would have chosen to take a Muggle-made plane, which would take me only 3 hours to reach my destination, and I could even enjoy a glass of red wine on it. In fact, many wizards will choose to take a plane during long-distance travel, because the flying speed of the plane is much faster than that of a flying broom, and it is also very comfortable, which is very suitable for long-distance travel. Now we can use apparition. I'll go say hello to Joya first." After the words fell, Dumbledore grabbed Joa's arm and disappeared before Charlotte's eyes. Since Charlotte learned apparition, he really hasn't used it a few times. Every time he goes to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he always likes to use the flying spell, or directly transform into a thunderbird and fly over. One is that he enjoys it very much, the feeling of flying. Another reason is that there are anti-apparition spells all the way from Hogwarts Castle to a large area around the Forbidden Forest, which cannot be used at all. He also wanted to use apparition to go directly to the castle of the Streeter family, but he didn't know the direction. Apparition had such a disadvantage that he couldn't teleport to places he hadn't been to. Soon, Dumbledore returned to Charlotte's side. After a whirlwind, Charlotte appeared in a valley, and not far away was an ancient castle standing in the valley. This is the castle where the Streeter family has lived for generations. There's a magic circle in this valley, and ordinary people can't get in at all. Dumbledore said as he walked, "Vampires hate the sun, and this valley is difficult because of the terrain. The reason is that 70% of the year is covered by cloudy weather, which is very suitable for vampires to live in." While they were talking, the gates of the castle opened, and several figures appeared in front of Charlotte. Joya stood between 2 very young girls, who must have been her parents. Looking at these people, Charlotte feels very pleasing to the eye, because they all have one characteristic in common. That is delicious. The looks of these 7 or 8 people are really outstanding. People who don't know think this is the catwalk scene of a certain high-end brand. The most important thing is that they have a very special temperament. Charlotte has also felt it in Xiaoya, but now it is more obvious after seeing other people. Although the clothes of these 7 or 8 people are different, some are wearing modern casual clothes, and some are wearing heavy skirts from the last century. But they seem to be born aristocrats, and they will attract the attention of everyone wherever they go. Seeing Charlotte's eyes dull, Dumbledore smiled lightly and said, "Vampires are a very special race. They have an extremely strong obsession with aesthetics, just like what Muggles call obsessive-compulsive disorder. So when they develop family members, they will also choose good-looking human beings, over time, have become what they are now. It turns out that all vampires are a bunch of dogs." After making a secret complaint, Charlotte followed closely. After the 3 approached, a man in his early 30s with long hair came up to him. He was wearing a very elegant black tuxedo and a bow tie. After performing a very classical courtesy towards Dumbledore, he said, "Welcome, Mr. Dumbledore. Long time no see, Mr. Robert." Charlotte didn't hear what the 2 of them were talking about at all. As soon as he came over, his attention was all on this quaint castle compared to Hogwarts, which had a history of thousands of years. The castle of the Streeter family is more exquisite and gorgeous. Robert brought the three of them into a living room, and two house elves brought black tea and some desserts to the three of Charlotte. Professor Dumbledore, thank you very much for using it to help our Streeter family. You will be our eternal friend of the Streeter family. You don't have to be so polite. Grindelwald is the enemy of the entire wizarding world, and I'm helping myself. Dumbledore took a sip of black tea and said, I've already spoken to the British Ministry of Magic before I came, and they will also send the Aurors are here to help you. Robert, who is already 150 years old, naturally knows the prestige of Grindelwald. He nodded and said, I have also sent a message to the scattered clansmen to come back. I hope that the Stellite family can successfully escape this disaster. It is a pity that Patriarch Antonio is still asleep. Otherwise, with his prophecy, he will definitely help us out of danger. Dumbledore said, Actually, my suggestion is to let all the Streeter family withdraw, and then we set up an ambush here, and then defeat Grindelwald together. Just when Robert was about to speak, a slightly tired voice sounded at the door of the living room. Escape will only hasten the demise of the Streeter family. Charlotte subconsciously turned her head to look and saw an extremely handsome man in his 40s with long white hair who came to the door of the living room at some point. The man was extremely tall, wearing a long robe with a black background and a red border. Although judging from his appearance, his grade is not very high, but Charlotte can see a strong sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. Patriarch Antonio, you are finally awake, great, Robert exclaimed in a low voice. His appearance was like giving the Streeters a tranquilizer, and the sorrow on everyone's faces immediately dissipated a lot. Charlotte looked at Antonio with some surprise. He had always heard Joya call him Grandpa, so Charlotte always thought that Antonio's appearance should not be much different from Dumbledore's. He was a very kind old man with a gray beard. Never thought that he'd turn out to be such a handsome middle-aged man. At this moment, Antonio turned his head away. He nodded slightly towards Charlotte before walking towards Dumbledore. The Streeters are not afraid of Grindelwald, and I already know why he came. As long as the Eye of Cyclops is still in our hands, we will never be able to get rid of Grindelwald. Hearing Antonio's words, Robert said nervously, Patriarch, the Eye of Cyclops is a secret in the Stellite family. Even the members of the family are only known to him and Antonio. Later, after Joya was born, she showed outstanding prophecy talent and was designated as the next after the Patriarch. Antonio told Xiao you the secret. They knew that once the news was leaked, the Streeter family would become the target of the wizarding world. No wizard would be willing to let a vampire family control such a powerful magic item. Antonio shook his head lightly and said, There's no need to hide it any longer. Since Grindelwald already knows, more people will know about it. In the face of a great wizard like Dumbledore, there's no need to hide it. Take them back first. Dumbledore, and I still have these friends, have something to say. All the vampires bowed and saluted, and then exited the room. Joya, stay here. Antonio called out, and then said to the three of Charlotte, Please follow me. Charlotte and the others followed Antonio to the third floor of the castle, and stopped in front of a tall wooden door engraved with angels and devils. After Antonio gently drew a strange symbol on the wooden door opened silently. The room was very spacious, and Charlotte saw a huge bookshelf as soon as he entered the door, which reminded him of the Hogwarts library, which also had countless books. Seeing Charlotte attracted by the bookshelf, Antonio said with a smile, Most of the books here were collected when I was young, and some were written by myself. If you like them, feel free to take them. Anyway, if you put them here, they will only be buried in dust. Xiaoyu reminded in a low voice. Grandpa Antonio was a famous prophet and master of potions when he was young. Do you know the potion of reminiscence? This potion was invented by Grandpa Antonio. He also invented many interesting potions. You can let him teach you. Hearing this, Charlotte was startled. She didn't expect the famous memory potion to be invented by the vampire in front of her. Wizards who can invent a brand new potion are all amazing and talented. For example, Snape, who invented Wolfsbane potion. If he hadn't been sent by the old Dangtu to be an undercover agent, he would definitely become a legendary master of potions in the future. Just when Charlotte was amazed, Antonio came to a shelf full of all kinds of crystal balls. He casually took off a crystal ball from above, turned around, and said to everyone, "This is the Eye of Cyclops." Everyone was shocked for a moment, and they all looked at the legendary crystal ball curiously. Nothing special. Not only Charlotte, but even the well-informed Dumbledore thinks so. Could it be that this old boy just took out a crystal ball just to fool us? The Eye of Cyclops is a magic tool far more precious than the Sorcerer's Stone. After all, there is a way to make the latter again, and there's only one Cyclops Eye in the world. Dumbledore set up 7 checkpoints to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Although there's a bit of water, it also shows that he attaches great importance to the Philosopher's Stone. And you put it in such an obvious place so grandiosely, it doesn't look real in any way. Antonio looked at everyone's puzzled expressions and smiled slightly. Everyone in the world says that the Eye of Cyclops is an artifact that can predict the future, but no one knows that this crystal ball is a magic item cursed by the gods, and everyone who uses it will pay a heavy price. Cost? Charlotte subconsciously asked, "What kind of curse?" "Have no idea." Antonio shook his head and said, "Maybe the gods don't want humans to control the power that belongs to the gods. Everyone who has used it received different curses. The curse of the prophet Cassandela is something that no one would believe. Her prophecy, and my curse, is that everything I accidentally say will come true." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Cassandela Trelawney is probably one of the most familiar prophets. She is the great-grandmother of Sybil Trelawney, a professor of divination at Hogwarts School, and a princess. Back then, she predicted that Troy would be broken by the Greek Trojan horse, but no one believed her, and everyone thought it was a big joke. In the end, Troy died, and Cassandela also came to a tragic end. And Antonio's curse doesn't seem to be a problem at all. And there's a feeling that he can't say what he said, but it's okay if he inadvertently said a good direction. If it is a bad direction, it may give countless people bring disaster. At this time, Xiaoyu suddenly realized, "I just said why Grandpa Antonio always doesn't speak. Since I was a child, I thought you were a very serious and unsmiling person. It turned out to be the reason. Because of his curse, I lost my most beloved girl, which almost made me lose the desire to live. Later, I devoted myself to developing potions, hoping to refine potions that would bring the dead back to life, but I still found nothing," Antonio said. "I also thought about destroying the Eye of Cyclops directly, but this crystal ball seems to have a kind of magic power, which makes everyone who gets it completely obsessed with it, making it impossible for people to attack it. Now, its existence has affected the survival of the Streeter family, so I want you to help me destroy it." After speaking, he handed the crystal ball to Charlotte. Charlotte was completely stunned. "Why leave it to me? Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody are here. So it's not my turn to do this, right?" Antonio explained, "I think only you can resist the temptation of Cyclops." Charlotte glanced at Dumbledore, seeing that Dumbledore had won the head, and took the crystal ball over. As soon as she started using it, Charlotte felt a call from the bottom of her heart, as if someone was quietly inducing herself in her ear, and quickly used the Eye of Cyclops. Charlotte suddenly started, saw Antonio smiling, and said, "Did you feel it?" "Feel." This kind of temptation is not something ordinary people can resist. The stronger the desire, the easier it is to sink into it. Charlotte exhaled lightly. "This Nima is not a magical weapon at all, is it? It is as if a devil from the depths of hell is sealed inside the crystal ball, bewitching your heart all the time." Antonio, who handed over the Eye of Cyclops, seemed to have relieved a heavy burden, and the whole person felt a lot easier. He said to Charlotte, "If there is a person who can perfectly predict everything that will happen in the future, it would be such a boring thing. Full of unknowns can bring surprises." Antonio added, "Prophecy can only be used as a means for us to observe the changes in this world, and we cannot completely rely on it, because this world does not operate according to established laws. There are infinitely many variables in it, and every small variable will lead to an unknown change. So the picture of the sun we see through prophecy is only the one with the highest probability of occurrence among countless future branches. For example, our stellite family will be destroyed by the hands of Grindelwald, but you appear, and the appearance of your variable will lead the incident to a new ending. The more Charlotte heard it, the more frightened she became. After just 10 minutes of contact, he felt that this old vampire who had lived for hundreds of years was like a bottomless pool of water. This person is literally watching things from the space layer. He had reason to believe that even if he didn't show up, Grindelwald would have nothing to do with the Streeter family. At this time, Antonio led everyone to another wooden shelf, and he introduced it to everyone as if showing off. These are all my treasures. They are all the most delicious blood of magical creatures that I have ever drank in my life. Many of them have completely disappeared in this world. When he said this, Antonio looked at Charlotte with a smile on his face, and then took down a slender crystal bottle from the top of the shelf. This crystal bottle contained a kind of black smoke. Antonio handed it to Charlotte and said, "This is filled with the blood of the nightmare beast. I was lucky enough to see it once 400 years ago. Its blood is the most unique and unforgettable that I have ever drank. The dreamlike feeling makes me feel incomparable. The intoxication. Now, there's only this. I think you should need it very much." Charlotte took the crystal bottle without any hesitation. The most important thing for him to come to the Streeter family this time was to see if he could obtain a powerful magical creature bloodline. In the end, before I even opened my mouth, I was clearly arranged by others. Has this old man already seen his true identity from the future picture? If this is the case, the strength of this old man is too terrifying, right? Antonio ignored Charlotte's surprised expression, but said something that shocked everyone. "I foresaw my own death on the first full moon since I woke up." Hearing this, everyone's hearts suddenly thumped. Today is the 15th of March. That is to say, when the moon appears tonight, Antonio's life will end. Chalia opened her mouth wide and looked at Antonio in disbelief, tears streaming down her eyes. Antonio smiled and touched Chalia's head and said, "The end of a vampire's life is not a sad thing, because we are a cursed race. Although we live a long life, we have to suffer from eternal loneliness. Death is a relief for us." Chalia broke down in tears and said, "No, you will definitely not die. I have observed the sky today, and it is cloudy tonight, and there will never be a full moon." Antonio smiled and shook his head and said, "Okay, you take this little friend to Zao to visit the castle, and call Robert and the others in. By the way, I still have something to say." Chalia was very reluctant to go out. The news was too sudden for her. The entire Streeter family was established by Antonio alone. In the era when wizards hunted and killed vampires, he saved everyone countless times, avoiding the fate of being tied to the stake and being burned to death. Chalia heard her father talk about Guan Hui's deeds about Antonio more than once. But this vampire, who was like a legend in her heart, was coming to an end today, which made her unable to accept it for a while. Charlotte also sighed for a while. He was more and more sure now that Antonio definitely knew his true identity. Otherwise, why would he give him this bottle of nightmare blood? Moreover, when I met Xiaoya for the first time, she suddenly said something very strange. "You are the master of storms, the king of flames, and the walker of dreams." The two sentences corresponded to the Thunderbird and the Balrog. So the walker in this dream is not the corresponding nightmare. The nightmare beast is also a legendary magical creature like the Balrog. It is a creature that looks very similar to a horse. It is said that the whole body of this creature is burning with the fire of hell. It has the power of chaos on its 4 hooves, which can float in the air. It can bring people nightmares and feed on nightmares. It can even travel through dreams. It is an extremely powerful creature. The strength is estimated to be comparable to that of the Abyssal Balrog, but the two are taking different paths. The Balrog is domineering, and the nightmare is weird. Charlotte glanced at her attribute bar and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, her worries came true. "Name." Charlotte Elwes. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talent, thunderstorm, abyss demon flame. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 9. Mana, 15. Charms, killing curse, 9th rank. Disillusionment curse, 9th rank. Thunderbolt, 9th rank. Flying curse, 9th rank. Unseen extending curse, 9th rank. Acclemency, 9th rank. Apparition shape, level 9. Guardian spell, level 3. Armor protection, level 2. Disarming spell, level 2. Obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration proficiency, 5th level. Potions mastery, level 4. Herbalism mastery, level 2. Astronomy proficiency, level 2. Divination mastery, level 2. Skill points, 89. Now, there is a powerful magical creature bloodline, but the skill point is a little bit short, otherwise I can turn into a nightmare tonight. Pit Father Ah. At this moment, a strange scene happened. In the originally cloudy and rainy sky, layers of dark clouds began to disperse to both sides, and a bright full moon appeared in front of Charlotte and Joya. It's raining while the sun is shining. Charlotte has seen it. But it was the first time he saw the moon hanging high and raining at the same time. It seemed that the moon tonight was specially for Antonio. By the time Charlotte and Joya arrived in the study, Antonio had already disappeared. Robert said to Joya with a sad face, he said that he doesn't need us to send him off. This is his last dignity. From now on, you will be the head of the Streeter family, and we will all be loyal to you. After the words fell, all the vampires present knelt down on one knee and saluted Xiaoya. At the same time, London, in the office of the Minister for Magic, the head of the Auror Command, Scrimgeour, shouted angrily at the head, Cornelius Fudge. We must send the Aurors to Bulgaria, or we will lose another chance to capture Grindelwald. Mr. Minister, I believe you should know what this man represents. As soon as he finished speaking, a pudgy middle-aged woman who was dressed in pink ruffles and a pink bow on her head, dressed very girlishly. She stared at Scrimgeour and said in a strange way, Scrimgeour, please pay attention to your words. Regarding Grindelwald's escape, Minister Fudge has been extremely tolerant if he didn't blame you, and now you're going to make the Ministry of Magic proud just because of a prophecy. Luo to save a bunch of evil vampires? Do you want the entire wizarding world to stand up and accuse Minister Fudge? Hearing this, Scrimgeour's nose was almost crooked. Umbridge is a woman who has no skills, and she relies on sycophant Cornelius Fudge to get her position. How dare a person like this dare to criticize herself here? Mr. Minister, even if the prophecy is wrong, it won't be wrong if you can't wait for Leto. He is the one who defeated Grindelwald. With him, then let Dumbledore go and capture Grindelwald. Cornelius Fudge's face collapsed when he heard Dumbledore's name. If Dumbledore can beat Grindelwald once, then he can beat him twice. Why should we go to war? Seeing the speechless Scrimgeour, Umbridge had a sneer on his face. How stupid. Who in the whole Ministry of Magic didn't know that Connery Fudge was most afraid of Dumbledore because Dumbledore's prestige in the wizarding world was too high, and he was afraid that Dumbledore would take away his position as Minister of Magic. And with one word from Dumbledore, you're going to remove most of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, and anyone will feel that Dumbledore's power is above the Minister of Magic. Scrimgeour wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Cornelius Fudge raising his hand. There is no need to talk about this matter. I will send a message to Mr. Oblonsk, the Minister of Magic of Bulgaria. They will have full authority to deal with this incident. Mr. Scrimgeour, if you privately transfer the Auror to Bulgaria, I will consider sending the Auror to Bulgaria. You are sent to Azkaban. The next morning, as soon as Charlotte stepped into the hall of the castle, she found many strange faces. Joya was surrounded by a group of handsome vampires with extraordinary temperament, and facing them was a group of people wearing black trench coats and black hats. From their appearance, Charlotte concluded that they were not vampires, because the leader of these black trench coats is a short, ugly, and fat man. He walked up to Dumbledore and asked softly, Professor, who are these people? Aurors from the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. They were ordered to assist the Streeter family in defending against the Grindelwald attack. Dumbledore said, "The leader is Rogredus Franco, a very good wizard, graduated from Durmstrang." As soon as the words fell, Rogredus, who was short and fat like a ball, walked towards this side with a smile. He smiled very politely at Dumbledore. "I didn't expect that I would be honored to be remembered by the great Professor Dumbledore. To tell you the truth, I was really shocked when I first received this order. I didn't expect that the big devil Grindelwald would come from the closely guarded Nurmengard escaped. However, when I heard that the famous Professor Dumbledore is also here, I feel more relieved. After all, Grindelwald is your defeat. I believe he will not be able to make a fuss this time. Although Rogredus is ugly, he speaks very nicely." There was a lot of flattery about Dumbledore's feats, even the crazy-eyed Moody and Charlotte standing beside him. Charlotte was extremely speechless. This guy described Crazy-Eye Moody as the nemesis of dark wizards and the terminator of Voldemort, and praised Charlotte as the once-in-a-lifetime child of the wizarding world. If it wasn't for Charlotte's self-knowledge, she might have floated into the sky by now. After there was nothing to say here, he ran to Xiaoyu again, patted his round belly, and said confidently, "Everyone, please rest assured that the Streeter family and our Bulgarian Ministry of Magic are closely cooperating. Your entire family is under the protection of the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. I, Rogredus, will never let Grindelwald's plot succeed." Charlotte really didn't want to listen to him talking nonsense here. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think this person had any attainments in magic. "Professor, when will the people from the British Ministry of Magic come over? If it's just based on these people, I think the situation may not be optimistic. There is no support from the British Ministry of Magic." Hearing this, Charlotte turned her head and looked at Crazy Moody in surprise. He remembered that it was Crazy-Eye Moody who went to find Scrimgeour in person yesterday. It stands to reason that Scrimgeour shouldn't remain indifferent after learning about Grindelwald. Cornell Fudge thinks that Aurors from the Ministry of Magic shouldn't rush to Bulgaria just because of a prophecy. Crazy-Eyed Moody sneered and continued, "Because he is protecting vampires this time, he is afraid that someone will come to Bulgaria with this as an excuse to threaten his ministerial position." Charlotte sighed softly, probably more than that. The person Cornelius Fudge fears the most is Dumbledore, because Dumbledore's prestige and reputation in the wizarding world are so high that almost all wizards know his name and the great things he has done. And although he, Cornelius Fudge, was the Minister of Magic, his words might not even match one of Dumbledore's fingers. In his view, Dumbledore was the greatest threat to his re-election as Minister of Magic. "Mr. Moody, do we have any good plans for dealing with Grindelwald now?" "No." Crazy-Eyed Moody shook his head and said with a very ugly face, "Originally, Dumbledore and I planned to wait until Scrimgeour brought reinforcements, and then we set up an ambush to defeat Grindelwald in one fell swoop by surprise. But now we have to think about other things. I hope that fat man can come in handy. However, there is still a possibility that Grindelwald already knew about our arrival, and he should give up his plan to attack Street." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore again, seeing that he had been silent. Could it be that Dumbledore, who is always resourceful, was out of luck this time? This guy Grindelwald is really disgusting. He has now firmly controlled the initiative in his own hands. He can fight whenever he wants, and he doesn't even show his shadow if he doesn't want to. You guys can only be anxious. At this time, Dumbledore, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Mr. Rogredus, in fact, you don't need to make a special trip this time. The main purpose of Grindelwald's attack on the Stellite family is to obtain the Eye of Cyclops collected here. Now, this crystal the ball has been given to me by Mr. Antonio." When he said this, a blue-purple crystal ball suddenly appeared in Dumbledore's hand. The shape of this crystal ball is extraordinarily gorgeous, and there are nebulae flickering in the middle, which is very valuable at first glance. Looking at the crystal ball, Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, but the next moment he understood Dumbledore's true intentions to go above and beyond this scene. He could only say that Jiang was still hot, and he figured out a way to break the situation so quickly. According to Mr. Antonio's last wish, after his death, I will destroy it. Otherwise, it will always bring misfortune to the Streeter family. So, I'm going to destroy it when the moon rises tonight. No, without it, there would be no need for Grindelwald to attack the Streeters, said Dumbledore. When Rodriguez saw the crystal ball, his eyes almost popped out. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to touch it, but was frightened by Dumbledore's look. He quickly explained, "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I just wanted to pay my respects to this legendary object, but I really didn't expect that this thing actually existed in the world. I have a suggestion. If the Streeters feel that the Eye of Cyclops will bring them disaster, we can transfer it to the Ministry of Magic in Bulgaria, where it is absolutely safe, and Grindelwald would not dare to go to the Ministry of Magic to make trouble. What does the professor think?" Hearing this, Dumbledore shook his head seriously and said, "No, forgive me for not agreeing to this request. The Eye of Cyclops belongs to Streeter's private property. I can only destroy it according to Mr. Antonio's last wish." At this moment, a slightly angry voice sounded in the hall. Robert stood up with a gloomy face. He looked at Dumbledore and Rodriguez and said, "I do not agree to destroy the Eye of Cyclops. It is an inheritance of our Streeter family and cannot be destroyed. Professor Dumbledore, you just said that it is a private property of our family, so please get it back to us." "Robert, uncle." Joya came out, and after glancing at the crystal ball in Dumbledore's hand, she said to Robert, "Are you going to oppose Patriarch Antonio's last wish?" Hearing this, Robert's face froze for a moment, and then he said, "That's not the case. After all, the Eye of Cyclops is an inheritance of the Streeter family. If it is destroyed like this, perhaps the former Streeter family has survived to this day because of the Eye of Cyclops, but now the Streeter family will be destroyed because of it. Destroying her is the best choice." Joya said. Robert and Rodriguez wanted to say something, but Joya didn't give them a chance at all, turned around, and walked upstairs. Charlotte also left the living room with Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody. He knew that Dumbledore sang such a play in front of everyone. In fact, he wanted to force Grindelwald to take action, because the other party's goal was the Eye of Cyclops, and if you don't come, I will destroy it. But what Charlotte doesn't know is how Dumbledore can be sure that the news that he destroyed the Eye of Cyclops will reach Grindelwald. After returning to the room, Charlotte asked the question. Dumbledore explained casually, "Grindelwald is a very thoughtful person. He likes to make plans before acting. This castle must have his eyeliner. It may be an Auror from the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic, or it may be someone from the Streeter family. I prefer the former." Boom, boom, boom. While the three of them were talking, there was a knock on the door. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, the door of a room opened automatically, and Joya walked in. Dumbledore said, with a serious expression, "If I don't expect, Grindelwald will definitely come before tonight. You go tell Karina and your father, be ready to open the magic barrier of the castle at any time, and be careful of the people around you. They may all belong to Grindelwald Eyeliner." "Understood, Professor." Xiaoya nodded and said, "Professor, regardless of whether Grindelwald will come tonight or not, I hope you could destroy the Eye of Cyclops as soon as possible. The sword of Damocles above our heads. Don't worry, I will." After Xiaoya left, Mad-Eye Moody said, "Dumbledore, even with the addition of the magic barrier, our chances of winning are still slim. In fact, we really don't need to stay here. It is best to suggest that the Streeter family evacuate immediately." Dumbledore said, "I didn't think about defeating Grindelwald, and this matter is not as complicated as you think. In fact, Antonio already told us the solution yesterday. Destroy the Eye of Cyclops in public." Charlotte said, "That's right. The key factor that caused this conflict was the Eye of Cyclops. If Grindelwald destroyed it in front of Grindelwald, then he would have no reason to attack Streeter. As for whether or not this would annoy Grindelwald, it was none of Charlotte's business, and Dumbledore would of course have to deal with it." And at this moment, located in a private house in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, Grindelwald frowned slightly after hearing his subordinate's report. Rhaena, standing behind him, said in a deep voice, "What to do, boss? If Dumbledore really destroyed the Eye of Cyclops, wouldn't our trip be in vain this time?" At this time, a burly man with a hideous scar on his face stood up and said, "Boss, I'll take people there right away, kill them all, and help you get back the Eye of Cyclops." Grindelwald raised his hand to stop the two, and after a moment of silence, he said, "He's forcing me to show up. Dumbledore is the Eye of Cyclops who wants to destroy it in front of me. He wants me to retreat. I haven't seen him for so many years. He still has this sharp and decisive style." When Lena heard this, her face immediately became tangled. Originally, they planned to impress the patience of Dumbledore and others, and then take the Streeter family by surprise. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore solved the dilemma with only one sentence, making them in a dilemma. If they can't get the Eye of Cyclops, then they will feel lonely. After a few more seconds, Grindelwald laughed suddenly. "Since he wants to show up before me, then I will do as he wishes. Let me see if Dumbledore's level has improved since I haven't seen him for decades." Hearing this, the corners of the scar-faced man's mouth rose wildly. He showed a mouthful of black and yellow teeth and laughed loudly. "Boss, when are we leaving? Let's go now. The sun is shining today. It's a good time to destroy the vampires." Grindelwald said, "Mags, I want no one from the Streeter family left behind." "No problem, boss." Before he finished speaking, Magus, the scar-faced man, turned into a cloud of strange black wind and quickly disappeared into the courtyard. Reyna asked very suspiciously, "Boss, what about the Eye of Cyclops, in case they really destroy it?" Grindelwald smiled slightly. "Who said what I want must be the Eye of Cyclops?" After finishing speaking, Grindelwald also turned into a black, strange wind in Reyna's puzzled eyes, flying towards the sky without any cover. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures followed him and flew towards the sky. Stella Castle on the other side. A very young-looking vampire saw a strange black wind appearing in the distance through the window of the attic, and she subconsciously yelled, "Enemy attack!" In just an instant, a light blue magic barrier enveloped the castle from all sides. Charlotte, Joya, Rogridus, and others quickly appeared in the open space outside the castle. In the distant sky, a strange black wind that covered the sky quickly flew towards the castle. Seeing the strange black wind, Dumbledore frowned, his face very ugly. Charlotte on the other side also had an extremely surprised expression after seeing this scene. He recognized the strange black wind. Isn't this just Muron? Could it be that Grindelwald has found a way to control Muron? Soon, the sky above the castle was completely blocked by a black, strange wind, and the whole world seemed to have entered night. Whoosh! The black, strange wind shrunk suddenly, and the light returned to the sky and the earth again. The strange wind swept across the ground, and hundreds of black wizards in different shapes, all wearing black robes, appeared in front of everyone. After the strange wind circled for a while, he turned into Grindelwald and floated in the air. He looked down at Dumbledore and said with a smile, "Long time no see, old friend." Dumbledore didn't speak. He just looked at Grindelwald with a complicated expression. The two were once the closest friends and partners, but they had a complete break due to different ideas. Now that they met again, Dumbledore's mood was extremely complicated. At this time, Grindelwald restrained the black mist around him and slowly fell to the ground. He looked at Dumbledore and said, "See, Albus, I have successfully controlled the power of obscurity. Its power is beyond your imagination, without any boundaries. If you become obscurity like me, I guarantee you will possess a power unmatched by the god of law, Merlin. The obscurity shouldn't have appeared in this world." Dumbledore frowned and said, "Gellert, you should know better than me how Chumo's obscurity was formed." Dumbledore resented the silence very much. This kind of dark creature was formed in a very special environment. When a young wizard was physically or mentally traumatized and forced to suppress his magic power, the young wizard would feel extremely painful emotionally. And silence is the product of this extreme negative emotion. It can be said that behind every silence is a tragedy. And Dumbledore's own sister, Ariana Dumbledore, is an obscurant who is parasitized by obscurity. Grindelwald opened his arms and said loudly, "Of course I know how Moran was formed. and I will make this creature completely disappear in this world. Because in the future, wizards are the supreme existence, and muggles are only worthy of slaves. Albus, I will let everyone see that the choice I made is the right one." After saying this, Grindelwald seemed to have exhausted all his patience. He looked at the crowd and the magic barrier with a sneer on his face. "Give me the Eye of Cyclops, or I will make the entire Stellite family disappear completely." "Albus, you know very well that I always keep my word. No wizard would care about the life and death of a vampire. Otherwise, why do you think the Ministry of Magic hasn't sent Aurors to rescue them? Not only wizards, but even muggles regard you as aliens and wish to get rid of them quickly. I don't understand what you're holding on to. The glory of the Streeter family? How stupid. As long as you hand over the Eye of Cyclops to me, I guarantee that you will be in charge together. After I establish a new order, vampires will have the same status as the 5 wizards." The words were impassioned. Even Charlotte couldn't help but feel a little moved when he heard it, let alone some vampires in the Streeter family. His originally determined eyes began to show a little hesitation. Since ancient times, vampires have been synonymous with evil in people's hearts, and every time they appear, they are cast aside like rats crossing the street. Although there are indeed evil people among vampires, just like there are many evil dark wizards among wizards, most vampires also want to integrate into the lives of normal people, and they don't want to hide in the deep mountains and old forests and live like mice. However, this is just a luxury, and most wizards are still prejudiced. As Grindelwald said, wizards don't care about the life and death of vampires. In their view, they're just a group of evil creatures. If one day vampires can really have the same status as wizards, that would indeed be a very beautiful thing. Seeing this scene, Charlotte couldn't help but click her tongue secretly. This old guy is really powerful. A few words can make people fall in love. No wonder he's been able to have so many die-hard fans for decades. And he can make people limping with just one mouth. Charlotte looked at Xiaoya, who was hesitant beside her, and said loudly, "You must not listen to his nonsense here. He is thinking of you inside and out. But in fact, what he is doing is driving you to death. So you can't believe a word that this person says." When Xiaoya heard this, she suddenly came to her senses. That's right, Grindelwald just wanted the Eye of Cyclops. He didn't care about the life and death of vampires at all. He saw clearly in the prophecy that the Stellite family was slaughtered. He just wants to confuse himself now. Thinking of this, Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. She stared at Grindelwald and said, "I will never hand over the Eye of Cyclops to someone like you. Even if the entire Stellite family is killed in battle, you will never get it." As soon as the words fell, a blue-purple crystal ball appeared in Xiaoya's hand. She looked at Grindelwald resolutely and was about to smash the crystal ball to the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes blurred. A black shadow snatched the crystal ball from Joya's hand at lightning speed, then quickly passed through the magic barrier and came to Grindelwald's side. "Jervis!" After seeing the figure clearly, Robert roared angrily, "I didn't expect that the betrayer turned out to be you." This Jervis was a boy who looked about 18 or 19 years old. He had very beautiful blonde hair, and Charlotte remembered that he was a family member who just came back from outside today. Jervis held the crystal ball and said, "Betray the family? I just want to make the vampire clan more prosperous. I don't want to live like a mouse like you. Only Master Grindelwald can help me realize my wish. Only Master Grindelwald is worthy of having such a fetish as the Eye of Cyclops, because he is an all-knowing prophet." As he spoke, he handed the crystal ball to Grindelwald very respectfully. Grindelwald took it with a smile on his face, and then threw it on the ground without looking at it. With a click, the crystal ball was directly smashed into pieces. "Boss," Jerviston was dumbfounded at the moment. He stared at the debris all over the floor. He didn't understand why Grindelwald would do this at all. This is a fetish that he risked his life to snatch back. "It's just a fake. Don't make such a fuss." Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and laughed. "Do you think whoever you are can snatch things from under the nose of the famous Dumbledore? That is the existence that once defeated me. Who gave you such confidence?" Hearing this, Jervis immediately lowered his head in panic. He had no idea that this was just a trick of the other party. At this moment, Grindelwald raised his head sharply, and his eyes fell on Charlotte. At this moment, Charlotte was holding an ordinary crystal ball in one hand and a simple long sword in the other. The moment he saw the crystal ball, Grindelwald's heart trembled. He knew that this was what he wanted, the Eye of Cyclops. What Charlotte holds in her hand is the real Eye of Cyclops. Now he is preparing to destroy it directly according to the previous agreement. In order to ensure that it can be completely destroyed, he also took out his own sword of response. In addition to being able to make people speak the truth, this long sword is also a magical weapon that cuts iron like mud. The Eye of Cyclops is a divine weapon after all, and the Horcruxes made by Voldemort are very difficult to destroy, not to mention the legendary crystal ball polish from the eyes of a one-eyed titan. Why did Antonio give the crystal ball to himself to destroy instead of the more powerful Dumbledore? Probably because he knew that he had such a magic weapon on him. Thinking about it this way, Charlotte understood everything. Just when he was about to gently throw up the Eye of Cyclops in his hand, and then cut it off with his sword, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and a crazy voice kept ringing in the hearts of everyone. "Stop him! He is a demon from the abyss. Save me. I will make you a prophet. I will let you have the power of a god." Charlotte also heard these voices, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. This thing is too evil, and it can confuse others. No wonder Antonio said that anyone who has used the Eye of Cyclops, there is no way to start with it. This thing must not be left behind. Thinking of going here, he gritted his teeth and threw the crystal ball up. Grindelwald, who was standing outside the magic barrier, saw this and roared angrily. "Stop him!" After the words fell, Rogridus and several Aurors raised their wands and aimed at Charlotte. "Disarm you, all petrified. Quick imprisonment." 7 or 8 spells of different colors all fell on Charlotte's back. At this moment, Dumbledore's figure stood in front of Charlotte. He raised his wand and lightly tapped it, saying, "Armor protection." The next moment, his whole body was enveloped by an illusory armor. The spells released by Rogridus and his subordinates were all blocked by the armor, and were either bounced off or directly reflected back, causing Grolides and his gang to panic immediately. All this happened between the fire and light stones. After Dumbledore blocked the spells of Rogridus and others, Mad Eyes Moody and others woke up from the bewitched state. At this moment, the long sword in Charlotte's hand fell on the Eye of Cyclops with incomparable precision. A low, hoarse roar sounded from the shattered Eye of Cyclops. Immediately afterwards, a puff of thick black smoke emerged from the shattered earth crystal ball, quickly forming an extremely tall one-eyed titan, which roared at Charlotte and quickly disappeared into the air. Ding! The host destroys the artifact Cyclops Eye, rewards skill points *50, and rewards Frost Titan blood. Hearing the system prompt in her head, Charlotte's heart immediately burst into joy. These 50 skill points came at the right time. And there's also a Frost Titan bloodline, which is definitely 100 times more precious than skill points. Although he didn't know why destroying the eyeball of the one-eyed Titan would reward the blood of the Frost Titan, Charlotte didn't care anymore. At this moment, when he was dazed, Dumbledore and Mad Eye Moody joined forces with a group of vampires to subdue Rogridus and others, even though they were elite Aurors who reported to the Ministry of Magic of Glaya. But it's not enough to look at big guys like Dumbledore and Mad Eye Moody. Not to mention that there are more than a dozen vampires who are stalking. They're all fighters with both martial arts and martial arts. Even without magic, they can still fight against ordinary elite wizards. Rogridus' trembling team at the moment said to Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, I'm innocent. I was only bewitched by the Eye of Cyclops. I didn't really want to kill Charlotte. You have to believe me, everyone was bewitched." Dumbledore said blankly, "Talk these words to the people in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I think they should believe what you say." Charlotte ignored Grindelwald, whose eyes looked like he was about to kill someone. He still had lingering fears when he recalled the scene just now. If Rogridus was bewitched, that's all. If they were all from Grindelwald, it would be really scary. However, Dumbledore seems to have been on guard against them for a long time, and it can only be said that he's indeed old dang. He walked up with the sword of response, pointed at the trembling Rogredus with the tip of the sword, and asked, "Who do you take orders from?" "Master Gettler Grindelwald." After saying this, Rogredus' eyes widened, and he looked at Charlotte with a look of incomparable horror. He had no idea how he could say such a thing. After hearing this, the people around looked at Charlotte in surprise, not knowing what he had done to Rogredus. Charlotte said, "This sword has a very magical effect. That is, when it is pointed at by its tip, you cannot tell lies. Its effect is similar to the truth-telling potion, so what Rogredus said just now is the truth." Hearing this, Grindelwald's eyes showed a strong killing intent, and Rogredus shouted to Grindelwald in horror, "Help me, Lord Grindelwald. I don't want to enter Azkaban, Lord Grindelwald, for the sake of what I have done for you. Please save me." Grindelwald looked at Rogredus with a gloomy face. "This is simply a big idiot. You know that this sword has the ability to tell the truth. If you call it like this, don't you rush to make others question you?" And Charlotte frowned slightly when he heard this. It seems that this is still an important person. He continued to ask, "What exactly is Grindelwald trying to do?" Rogredus said with a look of despair, "He wants to subdue vampires for his use, but all previous lobbying failed, so he can only take the Stellite family as a knife, which can not only capture the Eye of Cyclops, but also kill others and establish dignity. Those of us, everyone obeys him, and prepares to cooperate with Grindelwald to take down the Eye of Cyclops in Stellite's castle." When he said this, Grindelwald no longer had the feeling of holding the wisdom beads before. He stared at Charlotte. His voice became... Grindelwald gave an order, and Magston, who followed him, let out a long and excited roar. The whole person turned into a black, strange wind and rushed up to the sky quickly, and then rushed down quickly, hitting the magic barrier fiercely. Boom! A loud muffled sound came from overhead. There were circles of ripples on the magic enchantment, and everyone only felt that the whole ground trembled because of it. Although the magic barrier blocked this attack intact, everyone could clearly see that the end of magic would not last long under such a powerful attack. Immediately afterwards, Grindelwald's followers also launched an attack, and colorful spells landed on the barrier densely. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu said to the group of vampires behind her, "The magic barrier won't last long. The other party has a large number of 480. We are definitely not rivals. If anyone wants to leave now, just tell me. I can open the Flu network on the 3rd floor." Everyone was silent for a long time, and no one stood up and left. Xiaoyu said again, "You're different from me. I am the head of the Streeter family. You don't have to stay here with me." Then Robert stood up and said, "Joya, where can we escape again? This is our home." And the old owner said that escaping will hasten the demise of the Streeter family. He must have seen something to tell us this. So even if we escape, there is no way to avoid the ending of the Streeter family's demise. So we might as well stay and fight to the death. Hearing this, the other vampires also said, "That's right, we're not leaving. I'm no Jervis to be a traitor. I'm almost 200 years old. I'm used to it. Grindelwald is nothing, but his mother didn't know where he was when I was born." After hearing what everyone said, Xiaoyu nodded heavily. The current situation is very unfavorable to them. Not only is the number of people not dominant, but the weather today is also very clear. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. If you want to show your full strength, you can only enter the castle, but once you enter the castle, you will become a turtle in an urn. The magic barrier had begun to crumble. Grindelwald was floating in the air. He looked at Dumbledore expressionlessly and said, "Albus, do you really think that by destroying the Eye of Cyclops, I won't bother the Streeters again? You're so naive, and I don't necessarily want the Eye of Cyclops, sir. A wand is a must for me, too." Hearing this, Dumbledore's face changed for a while. You should have thought of this a long time ago. Grindelwald has always wanted to collect the 3 Deathly Hallows. Now that the Elder Wand is in front of his eyes, he can't let himself go so easily. No wonder he will come in person. His goal from beginning to end is himself. Dumbledore took 2 steps forward and said, "Gellert, if you tell your subordinates to stop immediately, I will offer the Elder Wand with both hands. Otherwise, you will never be able to collect all the 3 holy relics in your life. Albus, are you threatening me? A trace of sneer appeared on Grindelwald's face. I've given you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't take it. Even if you want to escape now, you have no chance. The Floo network in the castle has been destroyed by Jervis. Now I will pay the price for all of you. Hearing this, the faces of all the vampires in the enchantment showed indignation. You want to snatch the eye of Cyclops and seek refuge in Grindelwald. This may be just a matter of everyone's position, but you have destroyed all the escape routes, which is clearly trying to kill everyone. Robert stared at Jervis outside the barrier and said angrily, Jervis, when the barrier is shattered, I will crush you and burn you to ashes. When Jervis heard this, a look of fear appeared on his face. He subconsciously stepped back and hid his body behind a group of dark wizards, for fear that Robert and others would see him. At this time, Grindelwald waved his wand and shouted, Fiend fire! Immediately, a black spark burst from Grindelwald's wand. The spark fell on the transparent magic barrier, and it burned violently just like a spark fell into the oil pan and quickly ignited the entire magic barrier. When everyone looked up, they saw a black sea of flames everywhere. There was this flame. That was the one that burned the entire Streeter home to ashes. Seeing this scene, Xiaoya's complexion instantly turned extremely pale, because this was exactly what she saw in the prophecy. Charlotte comforted softly, Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any harm. No matter how many of them there are, they're just a bunch of trash. I will make them regret coming here immediately. Hearing this, everyone didn't care. They only thought he was comforting Xiaoya. After all, he is only an 11-year-old child. Even if he is a genius, he can be so strong. In today's scene, even a powerful wizard like Dumbledore might not be able to escape, right? Charlotte looked at the flames above her head with a very calm expression. Grindelwald's fiendish curse is indeed very powerful, but the power of Balrog's abyssal flame is definitely higher than that of Fierce Fire curse. As long as you transform yourself into a Balrog, what is the difference between these wizards and chickens and dogs? It's just that the magic power consumed by transforming into a Balrog is too exaggerated. Maybe the time to transform has arrived before he can kill the enemy. Thinking of this, Charlotte decisively took out the bottle of succubi blood that Antonio gave her before, and without thinking about it, she raised her head and drank it. In just a split second, he felt as if his soul had floated out of his body, which was completely different from his previous 2 fusion experiences, where the Thunderbird burst and the Balrog blazed. And the feeling of nightmare is a little light. It seems that all of them have been applied to the soul. Let his spiritual power rise infinitely. Although he is closing his eyes tightly at the moment, he can perceive everything around him, and he seems to perceive another world. 3.3 There is a layer of separation between the 2 worlds, the window paper. It seems that as long as Charlotte is willing, he can immediately enter this world. Ka! A crisp sound sounded. The magic enchantment finally couldn't support the burning of the Fierce Fire curse, and it shattered directly. But at this moment, all the dark wizards, including Grindelwald, did not take a step forward, because standing in front of them was a war horse covered in pitch black with a curved one horn growing on top of its head. The mane and tail of this war horse are fiery red, like 2 groups of burning flames. Its body is still wrapped in strands of black flames. Fallen evil is coming. Grindelwald stared wide-eyed, looked at Charlotte, who was only tens of meters away from him, in disbelief, and murmured, Is this not only Grindelwald, but also Dumbledore, Mad-Eye Moody, Joya, and other vampires were shocked, because they watched Charlotte transform from a living person into a nightmare entwined with hellfire. Even these vampires who have lived for 100 or 200 years have never seen Dad like this. Only Dumbledore looked at Charlotte with an extremely complicated look, as if thinking of something. At this moment, everyone looked at Charlotte very nervously. No one dared to act rashly, and they didn't know whether Charlotte in this state was sane. At this time, Charlotte felt unprecedented carefree. He felt that his mental power was extremely powerful in this state, and he even felt that his extended mental power could lift a stone. After the transformation of the previous Thunderbird bloodline and Balrog bloodline, he felt that the most changed was himself. The power has grown explosively. It was extremely difficult for him to control this change for a while, but this time it was different. Charlotte felt that she could control all the abilities after becoming a nightmare with ease. Open one's eyes. Charlotte looked up at the 3 strange black winds floating in the air one day. Through his strong mental power, he could clearly perceive the huge power contained in the black wind of Grindelwald. It's like a raging sea and dark waves. If you don't move, you will be fine, and if you move, it will shake the world. Black flames rose from Nightmare's 4 hooves. Charlotte just jumped lightly and walked away as if walking on flat ground. Seeing Charlotte walking towards him, Grindelwald's eyes flickered. What's this, Animagus? Impossible. Animagus can only transform into ordinary animals. This is a truth that has been recognized since ancient times, and countless dark wizards have done experiments with the blood of magical creatures. Without exception, they all failed. Muggles and wizards who had been transplanted with magical creatures also all died. How on earth did he do it? Grindelwald couldn't figure it out, and then his eyes fixed on Charlotte, and he said, "Even if you can transform into a nightmare, so what? The ending will still not change. The Streeter family and Dumbledore will all die, including you. Mugs, kill him. Kill." The incomparably burly Magus roared, and instantly turned into a black, strange wind and swept toward Charlotte. On the ground, after recovering, a group of dark wizards also waved their wands, preparing to attack Charlotte. Roar! At this moment, Nightmare let out an extremely high-pitched cry. A burst of transparent ripples centered on Charlotte and instantly spread in all directions. The first to be affected was Magus, who had already approached Charlotte. He saw that the black wind he had turned and it stagnated suddenly, and the black wind almost collapsed. He turned around and flew to the sky to prepare for another attack. But the black wizards on the ground don't have his ability. The second after Nightmare screamed, half of the hundreds of black wizards rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, although the rest of them were still standing in place. It could be seen from their terrified eyes and pale faces that he had basically lost the confidence to fight the Nightmare. This is one of Nightmare's core talents: mind magic, fear. Also use your aura to intimidate others. If the other party's psychological quality and mental strength are very weak, they will lose the will to fight at least and faint directly or even die at worst. Charlotte used this trick for the first time, and she didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. But from another aspect, Grindelwald's followers are of average strength, and more than half of them are just make-up chickens and dogs. Seeing this shocking scene, Xiaoya immediately heard the words that Charlotte said to herself before. No matter how many of them there are, they are nothing but a bunch of trash. Everyone thought he was just talking casually, but they didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, Grindelwald has already seen that the situation is not good. He seems to have the advantage in numbers, but in fact there are only a few people left who can fight. And the biggest variable today is this boy who is only in his teens. What is his identity? No wonder Dumbledore was indifferent from the beginning to the end. It turned out that there was such a powerful trump card. If Dumbledore knew what Grindelwald was thinking at this moment, he would definitely call him wrong. I just found out that this kid is still hiding such a trick. If I had known this, I would have been worried ****. Grindelwald stared at the Nightmare and said loudly, "Let's go together and solve this trouble quickly." As soon as the words fell, he set off a violent hurricane and swept toward Charlotte, and Raina and Muggs followed one after another. In just an instant, the entire sky was darkened. Charlotte's incarnate Nightmare and 3 black, strange winds chased in the air at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! Every time the 4 collided, there would be a loud bang. Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody wanted to step forward to help, but the 4 were entangled and there was no way to do it. If they were not careful, they would accidentally injure Charlotte. At this moment, Xiaoya frowned. She keenly noticed Jervis's figure. He successfully resisted Charlotte's spiritual magic, but at this moment he was ready to run away. While everyone was paying attention to the battle in the sky, he had slowly moved 957 to the end of the crowd. Xiaoyu snorted coldly and rushed out in an instant. This traitor who betrayed her family. She must personally kill him today. Joya. When Karina realized that something was wrong, she immediately chased after her. She and her husband maintained a magic barrier in the castle just now. After the barrier was broken, they came out and saw their daughter rushing out desperately. After she exclaimed, she followed closely regardless of the scorching sun outside. Robert and the other vampires naturally understood Xiao Ya's idea of killing the traitor, and regardless of the suppression of the scorching sun, they all rushed forward to ensure that the patriarch killed Jervis smoothly. The dark wizards on the opposite side had already lost their fighting spirit. When they saw the Streeter family rushing forward, they had no intention of resisting, so they immediately turned around and ran away. Even if there were a few more powerful ones who still had the strength to resist, when they saw that Dumbledore and Mad Eyes Moody also entered the battle, there was no further text. These two are the nemesis of the Dark Wizard, especially the Crazy Eye Moody, who has made great achievements in battle and has never been merciless to the Dark Wizard. Not to mention Dumbledore, who had beaten Grindelwald. For a while, the Black Wizard Legion, led by Grindelwald, was disbanded before a serious battle was launched. After a while, Xiaoyu came back with Jervis' head in her hand. This is a battle without any suspense. Joya is Dambell, who is not suppressed by the sun. Although Jervis is older and stronger, he can't perform well under the sun. The original strength was frightened by the nightmare, and there was no one in his strength. When meeting Xiaoyu, who was so angry, she was naturally no match. And Dumbledore didn't chase after the fleeing dark wizards, but just stood there and looked up at the battle above the sky after driving them away. In the sky at this time, Nightmare won't be defeated by 1 against 3, but it can't do anything to Grindelwald. Moran's ability is indeed very powerful, and the strange wind transformed into it is erratic and erratic. If it weren't for Grindelwald, he would be a little afraid of the hellfire on Nightmare. It is estimated that Nightmare has already lost at this moment. Boom! There was a roar in the sky. Mag seemed to have lost his patience. He didn't care about the flames of hell on Nightmare's body and directly hit him head-on. In an instant, the black strange wind was ignited by the flames of hell. Magus let out a scream in the air, the black strange wind tumbling for a while before extinguishing the flames. He regained his human form and was not affected by anything except his pale face substantial harm. On the other hand, the Nightmare on the opposite side, most of the flames that originally wrapped around the body have disappeared, and the threat has been greatly reduced. After seeing this situation, Crazy Eye Moody said anxiously, "Dumbledore, the situation seems to be a little bad. If this continues, Charlotte's incarnate Nightmare will probably lose. We must find a way to help him." Xiaoyu, who was standing aside, also looked anxious. "That's right, Professor. We can't wait any longer." Dumbledore shook his head lightly and said, "Wait a minute, this shouldn't be Charlotte's limit. But he is clearly at a disadvantage, and he will be killed by Grindelwald if this continues," Xiaoyu said with a worried face. Dumbledore didn't seem to hear what Joyce said. He looked at the Nightmare above the sky and said, "The most important reason why Nightmare is at a disadvantage is that he is not suitable for this kind of battle. The main ability of Nightmare lies in dreams. He can invade other people's dreams silently. The ability to weave nightmares is frightening. Inhaling nightmares to strengthen himself. He can even travel through dreams, killing people invisible in dreams. If there is no defense, even I have no power to resist. The Nightmare's ability is very strange, but it is not suitable for frontal combat." Hearing this, Xiaoyu became even more anxious. She stared at the Nightmare in the sky and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we help him immediately?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't need our help." "What?" Everyone looked at Dumbledore in surprise, completely ignoring what he meant. But if he didn't help Nightmare, the others could only be in a hurry. First, they couldn't intervene in the battle in the sky. Second, Their strength didn't allow it. Going there would probably add to the chaos. At this time, Charlotte regained her human form. He also felt that it was too much of a disadvantage to use the nightmare form to fight, and he could only use 3 of his abilities to achieve good results. Seeing this, Grindelwald thought that Charlotte couldn't hold on any longer, so he recovered his human form and stood in the air. He glanced at the follower who had fainted on the ground. If it wasn't for this kid, he would have gotten the Eye of Cyclops and the Elder Wand now. As a result, not only did he not get anything, the protection to eliminate the Streeter family was not completed, and the Black Wizard army he had worked so hard to form was also defeated. All kinds of things add up to bring Grindelwald's hatred for Charlotte to a climax. At this moment, when he saw Charlotte regaining her human form, he thought that he had reached the limit, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Catch him, Magus. I want to live. I want to take him back to be my test subject. Let him know what will happen if he fights against me." "Yes, boss." A grin appeared on Magus's face, and he instantly changed into an old and silent form, flying toward Charlotte. It's just that his silent form at the moment is a little smaller than before. It seems that the previous Hellfire has no effect on him. Thunderbolt. Just as Muggs was about to approach, Charlotte tapped her wand lightly, and a silver-white lightning hit the black, strange wind instantly, and Muggs was instantly knocked back. He looked at Charlotte in astonishment, then turned to Grindelwald. Charlotte is the second wizard he has seen who can use lightning magic, the first being Grindelwald, but Charlotte's lightning magic seems to be more powerful than Grindelwald's. That blow just now almost knocked him back to his original form. Crazy-eyed Moody on the ground stared wide with his only remaining eye after seeing Charlotte use Thunderbolt. It was too sudden to think of the 2 dark wizards who were killed by lightning when they rescued Charlotte. Could it be that he killed it? It's impossible. At that time, he didn't even have a wand. If it was really him, with the level of those 2 dark wizards, he couldn't catch him at all. Moreover, the wound on Charlotte's body at that time was absolutely not pretended. It can't be him. Charlotte ignored everyone's surprise, just looked at Magus, who seemed to have no effect, and murmured, "Thunderbolt has no effect. Moran is really a difficult guy." You must know that Charlotte's Thunderbolt has reached the full level, and its power is no less powerful than the Killing Curse. Even giant monsters with extremely high magic resistance can't withstand Thunderbolt's full blow. And Magus, who was in a state of silence, had nothing to do, which is a bit too exaggerated. Does Momarin have powerful lightning immunity, or does Momarin have strong resistance to all elemental spells? Just as he was thinking about this question, Magus rushed forward again, roaring, "Extreme Abyss Fierce Flame." The moment the spell sounded, a dark red fire snake turned into a line of fire and slammed into the black, strange wind transformed by Magus. Ooh! The silence of the entire Magus change was instantly ignited. He let out screams in the air, and the black, strange wind kept tumbling. And it took a full 10 seconds before the flames went out, and Magus, who had turned back into a human form, still had no damage. It's just that the breath has become extremely weak, like a patient who has not recovered from serious illness. "Boss, he killed Mason," Reyna exclaimed. She still remembers the magic just now. It was the one that Grindelwald used when he saw Mason killed in the prophecy, the black and red fire snake. It seemed to be spiritual. Grindelwald nodded. He naturally recognized the spell. It turned out that Charlotte had already started to sabotage her plan from the very beginning. If it wasn't for him, Joya would have already fallen into her own hands, and she would have easily taken down the Streeter family. He will come out and destroy every step of his plan. Could it be that he is the variable in my prophecy? Thinking of this, Grindelwald felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. This kid must not be left behind. He already has such a strong strength at such a young age, so he will have it in the future. Taking advantage of his current weakness, kill him directly. He winked at Reyna, and both of them activated their strongest form in an instant. In an instant, the whole world was darkened. Such a powerful posture caused Xiao yet to despair while standing on the ground. She finally realized the power of the great demon King Grindelwald. With such power alone, there was no need to send other wizards. It only takes Grindelwald alone to wipe out everyone in the Streeter family. The black clouds covering the sky formed a huge human face, and Grindelwald's voice came from the sky. This is M.O. Rand's true strength, suffer. Charlotte looked up at Grindelwald and said calmly, "Have you ever seen flames from the abyss?" At the same time as the voice fell, a little flame began to burn on Charlotte's body, and in this dark environment, he was as dazzling as a torch. Dumbledore looked at the blazing flames and murmured, "Is it finally here?" Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from Street, an old-fashioned car is flying fast in the air, followed by a motorcycle with a strange shape. The driver was Arthur Weasley with a head of red hair. He looked at the black clouds covering the sky in front of him. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed involuntarily, "Merlin, what the hell is this?" Hagrid, who was riding on a motorcycle, was also shocked and speechless. And Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror Command, who was sitting on the co-pilot of the car, said solemnly, "Momarin, this is a very powerful Momarin. I wonder how Dumbledore and the others are doing now." Not long ago, the London Ministry of Magic received a magical murder case. At that time, Crazy Eye Moody pointed out that this was a silent attack method, but no one in Galley agreed with this statement. Now it seems that Grindelwald really played tricks in it. Although Cornelius Fudge had banned Scrimgeour from leading the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic to Bulgaria to support Dumbledore, Scrimgeour still decided to go to Bulgaria alone. I didn't expect to meet a group of members of the Order of the Phoenix here. Just when everyone was worried about Dumbledore's safety, a bright flame appeared in the black clouds. Immediately afterwards, the flames expanded rapidly and soon turned into a huge fireball. When it was blazing, it looked like a small sun hanging above the sky, reflecting the earth below. Just as everyone stared dumbfounded at this unbelievable scene, a pair of huge wings burning with flames spread out from the fireball. The flames on the fireball gradually shrank, and a creature with a height of tens of meters and a pair of curved long horns on its head appeared impressively in front of everyone. "Balrog!" Hagrid exclaimed, with a look of horror on his face. A few months ago, the scene of the terrifying Balrog descending on Hogwarts is still fresh in his memory, and today he saw this terrifying creature again. Scrimgeour also looked at the Balrog in shock and said solemnly, "Could it be that the Balrog that appeared at Hogwarts was summoned by Grindelwald?" "I don't know." Hagrid shook his head and said, "The Balrog in Hogwarts is far less powerful than this one. No matter in terms of size or power, this one is much stronger." Lupin and Tonks, who were sitting in the back row, also opened their mouths. They were several kilometers away, yet they could clearly feel the terrifying power of the Balrog and the domineering and tyrannical aura that they dared not look directly at. If people like myself are like this, what kind of situation will Dumbledore and others who have been in close contact with a Balrog be like? Arthur Weasley stared into the distance with a dead face and asked in a daze, What shall we do now?" For a moment, all the people in the car fell silent. Leaving aside the powerful Balrog, there was an unusually powerful person silently present. Now that these people pass by, they probably won't even be able to make splashes. Was burned to ashes by the Balrog. After a moment of silence, Scrimgeour said, "Let's retreat. The matter has become so serious that it is irreparable. There is no need for us to make fearless sacrifices." Before he finished speaking, Scrimgeour froze in place, staring into the distance with his mouth open. In the dark sky, the Balrog shook its wings, held a big sword wrapped in black and red flames in its hand, soared into the sky, and then slashed towards the extremely thick black cloud. In an instant, the black cloud covering the sky and the sun split into two. In the crack, a ray of golden sunlight poured down, illuminating the stalwart body of the Balrog incomparably dazzlingly. Hagrid, Lupin, and Tonks also opened their mouths, watching this scene in disbelief. What's the situation? The Balrog and Momarin are fighting. Aren't they the same team? In their minds, Balrog and Moran belong to the evil side, so they naturally classified them as Grindelwald's camp. But judging from their current situation, they seem to have guessed wrong. At this moment, Charlotte's heart is really incomparably happy. This transformation is much stronger than the first time. Whether it is magic power or the control of the Balrog's body, it is not a level boat. And Grindelwald is also an opponent with enough points. Morin is really powerful against him. But he absolutely shouldn't have to confront himself head-on. Roar! After the extremely excited Charlotte let out a long roar, she waved her wings and rushed towards the black clouds above her head again. With a whoosh, the black clouds all over the sky instantly shrank into a small group, and then disappeared into the sky at a speed that is hard to see with the naked. The sky and the earth regained clarity in an instant. Only the Balrog in the form of Charlotte waved its wings slowly, staying high above the sky. He hit Grindelwald with all his strength just now, and he wanted to go up to know his life directly, but he didn't expect Morin to burst out with such a powerful speed, making it too late for Charlotte to pursue him. And he couldn't last long in the Balrog state. Although the fusion of the Nightmare bloodline this time gave him a considerable increase in magic power, but after the blow with all his strength just now, the follow-up was still a bit weak. It's a pity if you can keep Grindelwald, you can gain a lot of skill points. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes fell on those dark wizards who fainted. These are also skill points for walking, or they could be burned directly. Anyway, they're all evil people. Even if they are burned, Dumbledore will not, what will you say? And I have to say whether they can beat it now. At this moment, a strange black wind suddenly rushed out of these fainted people and flew to the distance quickly. It turned out that this person was Muggs, who had been injured by Charlotte before. When Grindelwald broke out in his strongest form, he was too weak to help, but hit on the ground to recover his strength secretly. Originally, in his imagination, after the mighty Grindelwald showed his amazing strength, the opponent suddenly there is no way to fight back. It must have been killed mercilessly by the powerful Grindelwald like a mustard. But what he never expected was that Charlotte actually had a second form, directly transforming into a destructive Balrog. Even a mighty Grindelwald can't stand the shocking blow of the Balrog. Muggs was stunned by Charlotte's strength, so he missed the best time to escape and could only lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, waiting for the opportunity to slip away. But at this moment, Magus was enveloped by a strong, killing intent. He thought he had been exposed, so without even thinking about it, he turned into a form of silence and fled far away in a panic. At this time, Charlotte's eyes brightened. I didn't expect there to be such a fish that slipped through the net. With a wave of his big hand, a long whip burning with black and red flames flew out, and the whip wrapped around 983 Magus, who was running away with a little precision. Ah, keep him alive! Muggs' screams and Dumbledore's dissuasion sounded almost simultaneously. But it was too late. The moment the flame whip engulfed Magus, he was like an ignited torch, burning violently, and it only took 2 or 3 breaths. Magus was burnt to the point that there was not even ashes left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the silent man, Magus Smith, rewarding skill points *30. Hearing the system's notification sound, Charlotte finally felt a little more comfortable. Fortunately, there was such a fish that slipped through the net and compensated herself with a little skill point. Otherwise, this time it would be really bad. The flames dissipated, and Charlotte returned to her human form. He cast the flying spell and landed in the courtyard in front of the castle. When everyone saw him coming, they all took a step back subconsciously. After all, his appearance just now was really scary. The big devil Grindelwald was in front of him, and he felt that he was more than one level behind. Only Dumbledore and Joyous stood there without moving. One of them had already guessed Charlotte's identity and made sure that he was not a bad person, and the other believed 100% that Charlotte was a friend who could help her. Charlotte came in front of Dumbledore and said with a smile, "Sorry, Professor, I didn't control the strength, because my hand burned him to death." Dumbledore looked at Charlotte, who was close at hand, with a complicated expression, and said after a moment of silence, "It's all right. It's better to be burned to death than to escape." At this moment, an old car and 1 or 2 motorcycles with strange shapes flew quickly from afar. Looking at the shapes of the 2 cars, Charlotte knew who was coming. It turned out that Dumbledore had already sent a message to the Order of the Phoenix, but they came a step late and were of no use at all. To be precise, even if they came, it would be useless. After possessing this silent ability, Grindelwald has become extremely powerful. It is estimated that his strength has far surpassed Dumbledore. Maybe even Voldemort in his heyday is not his opponent. I just don't know if Momarin can resist the attack of the killing curse. Scrimgeour went straight to Dumbledore as soon as he got out of the car, and he came up with a series of questions. Professor Dumbledore, what happened just now? Did Grindelwald mess up that silence? And where did that giant Balrog come from? Why did it fight Grindelwald? Dumbledore looked at the doubtful faces of the crowd. Tion, Finn said helplessly. I know that everyone has a lot of doubts to answer, but I'm not very clear about this matter. Can we clean up the mess here before discussing this matter? Scrimgeour nodded, agreeing to Dumbledore's suggestion. Now there are still dozens of black wizards who have fainted on the ground and have not been dealt with. Grindelwald appeared with great fanfare this time, and all the Aurors in Bulgaria have turned traitor. The Ministry of Magic had no way to hide his escape from prison anymore. It had to make an announcement to the entire wizarding world so that the Ministry of Magic of all countries would be more vigilant. There can no longer be a thing like the Bulgaria Ministry of Magic, where even the Auror Command has been completely infiltrated. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone finished handling these matters. After the London Ministry of Magic got the news, they immediately dispatched elite Aurors to Bulgaria. Even Cornelius Fudge himself came here in person. He never thought that this time the matter would be so serious. In order to show the importance he attaches to this incident, he rushed over in person. But he prevented Scrimgeour from sending Aurors to capture Grindelwald, which still caused a burst of dissatisfaction in the Ministry of Magic. Some wizards even said bluntly that he had been bought by Grindelwald. In the study of Stellite Castle, Scrimgeour and the Order of the Phoenix are all here. Scrimgeour looked at Charlotte in disbelief and said with a dull face, So, you are an Animagus. That Balrog was transformed into by you, not someone summoned it. Yes, Mr. Scrimgeour, said Charlotte. Impossible. How is this possible? Scrimgeour shook his head frantically. No one can transform into a magical creature. This is a truth that all wizards understand. How can you do it? Charlotte spread her hands and said, I can only attribute it to talent. The rest I can't explain. Talent. Scrimgeour fell silent, but Tonks, who was sitting on the side, said, I don't think this is something incomprehensible. It's like my disguise magus talent. Others can't do it, but I can. Isn't magic like this? It can achieve things that ordinary people can't do. Charlotte directly gave this weirdly dressed Miss Tonks a thumbs up. Her rhetoric temporarily convinced everyone. Only crazy-eyed Moody. He looked at Charlotte and asked with a very serious expression, Did you kill those two in the Dark Wizard's dungeon? It's me. Charlotte didn't hide anything, and he didn't need to hide his strength anymore. At that time, I was forcibly given a potion made from the blood of the Thunderbird by two black wizards. I thought I would die in the dungeon, but unexpectedly, I succeeded. In order to escape, I chose to kill that two black wizards. Guy, I lied to you at that time because I didn't want to expose my identity because I wasn't sure if you were really good people at the time. Hearing Charlotte's explanation, Mad Eyes Moody nodded and didn't speak again. He understood Charlotte's behavior very well, and he would have made the same choice under such circumstances. At this time, Chaoya asked very curiously, In other words, you can also transform into a Thunderbird, which is too cool. Can I learn this transformation? It shouldn't be, so far, except for me. All the wizards who try to transform into magical creatures are dead. Charlotte said. Seeing Chaoya's disappointed expression, Charlotte smiled and comforted her. You don't have to be so discouraged. Maybe I will be able to research a way for wizards to transform into magical creatures one day. After all, there is already a precedent like mine, and future research will no longer be dark. After sending everyone away, Charlotte heaved a long sigh of relief, fell head first on the bed, and opened his attribute bar. Name, Charlotte Elvis. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talents, Thunderstorm, Abyss Demon Flame, Dream Eater Soul. Strength, 10. 11. Mana, 25. Charms, Killing Curse, level 9. Disillusionment Curse, level 9. Thunderbolt, level 9. Flying Curse, level 9. Untraceable Extending Curse, level 9. Occlumency, level 9. Apparition, level 9. Abyssal Flame, level 9. Guardian Curse, level 3. Armor Protection, level 2. Disarming Curse, level 2. Obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration Proficiency, 5 ranks. Potions Mastery, level 4. Herbalism Mastery, level 2. Astronomy Proficiency, level 2. Divination Mastery, level 2. Skill Points, 69. This time, after merging the Blood of Nightmare, the biggest increase is the magic power. And there is an additional talent of the Dream-Eating Soul, which is a spiritual talent that has greatly increased Chon Luo's spiritual spells. In addition, this talent can make him immune to spiritual spells, such as Imperius Curse and Legilimency, which have completely lost their effect on her. And these are not the biggest gains for Charlotte this time. When destroying the Eye of Kykrop, he obtained an additional bloodline of the Frost Titan. The Frost Titan is different from the Titan family in the wizarding world. Equal name. They control the power of extreme cold and frost, and are the greatest enemies of the gods. This is also a powerful bloodline, no less than that of the Abyssal Balrog. As long as the skill points are collected, he is ready to perform fusion again. This kind of powerful blood of magical creatures is very cherished. In the afternoon, he specially looked at the blood of magical creatures treasured by Antonio. Apart from the previous bottle of succubus blood, even the powerful red dragon blood could not attract Charlotte's attention. Grindelwald has been hit hard this time, and there shouldn't be any big moves for a long time in the future. After she has completely fused the Frost bloodline, she might be able to maintain the Balrog form for a long time. At that time, whether it is the great demon Lord Grindelwald or Voldemort, as long as they dare to come, Charlotte can completely send them to see Satan. And at this time, in a manor somewhere, Grindelwald was lying on a bed very weakly. His face was very pale. It seemed that he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Lena sits on the edge of the bed. She pours a bottle of crimson. The blood-like potion was fed into Grindelwald's mouth, and within a moment, Grindelwald's face turned red. He struggled to sit up and asked with great difficulty, "Where is Magus? Hasn't he come back yet?" Raina's eyes darkened, and she shook her head lightly. Grindelwald took a deep breath, then let it out again, and said in a deep voice, "That means he won't be able to come back. He was already severely injured, and there's basically no possibility of surviving in front of that person." Hearing Grindelwald mention Charlotte, Lena was silent for a moment and couldn't help asking, "What the hell is that?" "The Balrog of the Abyss." Grindelwald frowned. When the Balrog appeared in Hogwarts, I should have thought that it was definitely not an accident. I didn't expect Albus to hide it so deeply. But how can a wizard transform into a magical creature? Lena said, still in disbelief. Grindelwald smiled wryly and said, "Why is it impossible? Before us, no one in the wizarding world had the ability to control Moran, but I succeeded. It is not surprising that other people have controlled more powerful power." After a moment's silence, he continued, "But there is one thing we have the advantage of. The Silent Ones can be copied, but it is unique to transform into magical creatures. Otherwise, we would not be able to escape today. Lena, the task of cultivating silence must be accelerated. We need more powerful partners." Lena nodded and said, "Understood, boss. Don't be discouraged. Although we seem to have failed completely this time, in a certain way, we have succeeded. The vampires in the entire wizarding world have already seen a problem. Wizards never care about their lives. After one pass, there are definitely vampires falling on us." Grindelwald reassured, "One more thing, our future ally grows too slowly. When necessary, we have to push him, otherwise it will be too late when he slowly resurrects." Raina bowed her head and said, "Hogsmeade, Hogshead Pub. Dirty and messy is still the consistent tone of the Pig's Head Bar, but many wizards like this style. Although it is morning, there are already a lot of idle wizards gathered here. The Pig's Head Bar is very lively at the moment, because everyone has seen the reports on the Daily Prophet. Grindelwald escaped from prison. The Aurors of the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic rebelled. The legendary artifact, the Eye of Cyclops, appeared, and the Balrog reappeared. Each of these incidents is a big news when it is reported separately, but today it all came out all of a sudden. My God, Grindelwald escaped from a prison with strict security like Nurmengard. What did the Ministry of Magic think? He is an extremely dangerous person. It is said that if Dumbledore hadn't defeated him back then, the wizarding world might have been under his rule long ago. Isn't this person even more vicious than the mysterious man? That's for sure. Think about it. He was able to make all the Bulgarian Aurors mutiny. How terrifying is this? Fortunately, Dumbledore was here, and Grindelwald's plot was thwarted again. Otherwise, if this kind of person gets the Eye of Cyclops, the wizarding world will definitely suffer again. Cheers to Dumbledore. Cheers. Talking about Dumbledore, the atmosphere in the bar became cheerful. It seems that Dumbledore is the pinnacle of the wizarding world. With him, there are no problems that cannot be solved. 50 years ago, he defeated the great demon Lord Grindelwald, and he led the wizards to resist the Dark Lord Voldemort more than 10 years ago. Now Grindelwald's plot has been foiled once again. Dumbledore had formed an image of omnipotence in everyone's minds. At this moment, a man in a black cloak sneered and said, "Don't you think these things are too coincidental?" This endless sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention, and someone couldn't help but ask, "What's the meaning?" The cloaked wizard will put the newspaper on the greasy table and say, "Have you ever wondered why Grindelwald was able to escape from the tightly guarded Nurmengard, which is a magical prison stronger than Azkaban?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent immediately. They naturally didn't know. The cloaked wizard continued, "Because someone released him on purpose. Nurmengard itself is a prison built by Grindelwald himself. This prison is like his home. Isn't it easy for people to escape? Then, who made such a stupid decision? Of course it is our great wizard Dumbledore. So Grindelwald was actually released by his son Dumbledore on purpose." When it came to this, some people couldn't help but stand up and refute. Impossible, Dumbledore would never do that. What good would it do him to do such a thing? The cloaked wizard smiled and said, "This is what I want to say. The reason why Dumbledore did this is to improve his prestige in the wizarding world, so as to achieve his goal of ruling the entire wizarding world. Haven't you noticed that the Balrog first appeared in Hogwarts? Dumbledore happened to be there. This time the Balrog appeared, and Dumbledore was there again. This is no coincidence. The Balrog was summoned by Dumbledore." As soon as these words came out, all the wizards in the bar fell silent. There are indeed many unclear explanations about Balrog. The Ministry of Magic only said that Balrog appeared to snatch the artifact Cyclops' Eye. The artifact was destroyed in the scramble, and Balrog disappeared. Not only in the Hogshead pub, but also in the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, and many places where wizards gather, there have been rumors of Dumbledore conspiracy theories. And this statement actually has a sign of intensification. Ministry of Magic, London, Office of the Minister. Standing in front of Cornelius Fudge, Umbridge said with an exaggerated expression, "Mr. Minister, the entire wizarding world is now rumored that Dumbledore is the summoner of the Balrog. I think the Ministry of Magic should take immediate measures to not allow Dumbledore's plot to succeed." Cornelius Fudge frowned and fell silent. He was indeed very afraid of Dumbledore. Especially after this incident, Dumbledore's reputation reached its peak again, and he was questioned by many wizards because he stopped Auror from going to the rescue. If it is really certain that the Balrog was summoned by Dumbledore, then he can be imprisoned in Azkaban to avoid future troubles forever. But if it proves that Dumbledore has nothing to do with this matter, he may be kicked out of the position of minister. Umbridge, are you sure you found the evidence? Mr. Minister, as long as you issue an arrest warrant, I will immediately lead someone to bring Dumbledore back. I believe that under the effect of Veritaserum, Dumbledore will definitely tell the truth. Umbridge said. Hearing this, Cornelius Fudge said, "Are you sure you can catch Dumbledore?" Umbridge was at a loss for words. Cornelius Fudge immediately dismissed this idea, and without conclusive evidence, it's best not to touch Dumbledore, otherwise he might be the one who suffers. But at this time, in a dark room, several wizards in black robes with metal masks were gathered around a small bed. There was a baby lying on the small bed, but the baby's appearance was extremely strange. His head was very big, but his limbs were as thin as a matchstick. He was Voldemort, who had before he sneaked into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone, not wanting to be directly broken by Charlotte. In the end, not only did he not get the Philosopher's Stone, even the remnant soul that he had cultivated with great difficulty was also wiped out. Fortunately, Karloff later offered another Sorcerer's Stone, which allowed Voldemort to use the power of the Sorcerer's Stone to grow his soul fragments to a state no different from ordinary people in just a few months, and even refined a magic stone. With a simple body. Although I can't move for the time being, but fortunately I can communicate with my subordinates. After listening to his subordinate's narration, Voldemort said hoarsely, "Grindelwald, I just said how could Karloff have the Sorcerer's Stone? It was given to him in Grindelwald. Although I don't know what Grindelwald was thinking, but this Sorcerer's Stone really helped me a lot." A Death Eater bowed his head and said, "Master, since the Philosopher's Stone wasn't found by the Carlos, I'm going to kill this traitor now." "No, it's still useful for me to keep him," Voldemort said. "Grindelwald would never be so kind as to give him the Philosopher's Stone. He definitely had a plan, and he would definitely contact him through Karloff again. So he still needed Karloff the megaphone. It is definitely a good thing for Grindelwald to be in the limelight now. This allows the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic to divert their attention temporarily, and he can also take advantage of this time to recover his strength. When he is resurrected, he will rule the wizarding world again." Thinking of this, Voldemort said to his subordinates, "My body is too weak to fully recover my strength. I still need 3 things: my father's bone, my servant's flesh, and my enemy's blood." When he said this, Voldemort's voice became extremely chilly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Harry Potter, I need Harry Potter's blood. Without his blood, I can't fight him after resurrection. He will be my eternal nemesis. Not only do I want his blood, I also want him to die." And Charlotte Elwes. Mentioning Charlotte, Voldemort paused suddenly. The scene of Charlotte transforming into a Balrog suddenly appeared in his mind. That shocking picture, the feeling of burning soul and smoking, is still fresh in his memory. The Balrog was certainly powerful, but if he hadn't been killed by Harry Potter carelessly, the current self would not be afraid of the Balrog at all. Just wait, when I get back that thing after I'm resurrected, it's time for the whole world to start trembling. At this moment, Voldemort ordered again, "Help me get Harry Potter's blood first. I want to get a body without any weaknesses." "Understood, Master. We will definitely kill Harry Potter." Hogwarts, in the Winclaw Common Room. Charlotte's walk for a day and 2 nights didn't seem to attract any attention in Lawen Kelluo. The students of Lawen Crow are usually very idle, and everyone likes to do their own things. In addition, Charlotte is very special. Even if he does not attend class, no one will find out. As for flowers, Charles came over with a box of Birdie Hole-flavored beans and said, "Tomorrow is the Easter holiday. Have you decided where to go? Do you want to come to our house to have a pleasant holiday? I can take you fishing and surfing." Easter? Charlotte is very unfamiliar with this festival, and he tried hard to recall what kind of festival it is. And this festival will be a 2-week-long holiday. After thinking for a while, Charlotte said, "Thank you for your kindness. I still won't disturb you in your family's vacation. I plan to learn about advanced transfiguration during this vacation." Charles spread his hands helplessly and said, "Well, actually, I don't think you need to work so hard. If there is no accident, we will stay here for 6 years, which is enough for you to learn any kind of magic. Maybe, in the eyes of others, they still have a long time to stay at Hogwarts. But for Charlotte, if there is no way to gain more knowledge here, he will choose to leave and go to other places." At night, after everyone fell asleep, Charlotte quietly got up from the bed and then turned into a nightmare in the bedroom. He tried his best to restrain the breath of the nightmare itself. If he didn't do this, everyone in Hogwarts would probably fall into the nightmare middle. But at this moment, his eyes saw a very strange scene. 0. In his line of sight, some translucent bubbles flickered in the entire tower, and in an instant, he understood that this was everyone's dream, and as long as he wanted, he could enter any dream at will. Charlotte glanced at Charles, who was sleeping, and appeared in a room with a thought. At this moment, Charlotte's state is extremely strange. He seems to be looking at the picture in the room from the perspective of God. This is a very spacious bedroom, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy is playing with the young Charles. The two are working together to build a giant Lego, and Charlotte can see that Charles is very happy. From the group photo on the desktop, it can be seen that this boy should be Charles's big brother. Next second, draw. Turn around. Charlotte found herself standing on the lawn of a cemetery. Charles and her husband and parents were dressed in black and stood in front of a tombstone. The boy who played with him. At this time, Charlotte could feel the intense sadness in Charles's heart, a pain that he will never forget. Charlotte, who was standing behind Charles, inhaled lightly, and the picture in the whole dream began to disintegrate, and the dream began to turn into wisps of gray mist and get into Charlotte's mouth. At the same time, he also felt that his abilities had been slightly enhanced. It turns out that this is the ability of nightmares to devour nightmares and travel through dreams. Let's try the effect of the ability to weave dreams. Thinking of this, Charlotte closed his eyes gently, and he felt a dream with particularly strong emotions. Without any hesitation, Charlotte immediately entered this dream. As soon as he entered, he found that this was the Quidditch pitch, and the dreamer is really Ron Weasley. At the moment, he is the captain and goalkeeper of the Gryffindor team. Under his leadership, the Gryffindor players are in full swing. Beat the Slytherin men to pieces. His defense was like a wall of iron, and Slytherin didn't score a single point. Seeing his excited look, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, a quaffle with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters appeared in front of Ron and flew towards him quickly. Seeing this, Ron screamed immediately. What the hell is this? How can it be such a big quaffle? He dodged quickly. However, the huge quaffle did not let him go so easily, but turned a corner very easily and hit him again. Not only that, just when he was about to dodge again, the bludger and the golden snitch, which had been magnified dozens of times, all rushed towards him. Ah! Ron let out a scream and immediately woke up from his sleep. His face was pale, and he took a deep breath and found that he only exhaled a long breath after dreaming. Said with lingering fear, "It turned out to be just a dream. It scared me to death." Back in the dormitory, Charlotte began to recall what he had just experienced in the dream. Nightmare's ability is indeed weird and unpredictable. As long as Charlotte can successfully enter other people's dreams, Charlotte can completely control the dreams. As long as he is willing, this person will never wake up. The ability to weave dreams allows him to tamper with other people's dreams at will, just like the Creator. Moreover, if killed in the dream that Charlotte woven, then this person will really die silently in the real world, is simply killing people invisible. Dream Shuttle also has a very powerful ability. That is, it can move in space through dreams. For example, Charlotte is in his dormitory at this time, and he activates the nightmare ability to enter Ron's dream, so he can choose to return to the real world from the dream world in his own dormitory or in Ron's dormitory. You must know that there is no way to use apparition in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Charlotte broke this iron rule to a certain extent. In addition, the nightmare also has its own fear halo. As long as the enemy's mental power is not strong enough, they will always feel fear when facing the nightmare, and it is not bad to be able to use half of their own strength. Although Nightmare's frontal attack power is not as good as Balrog's or even Thunderbird's, in terms of difficulty, Nightmare's is definitely ahead of the other two magical creatures. Sometimes, you may have been tricked without even seeing the face of the nightmare. Next day at breakfast time, seeing Charlotte come in, Xiaoya waved her arms vigorously and said hello. "Morning, Charlotte." "Good morning." After Charlotte greeted 210, she asked the elf for a glass of milk and a piece of toast. Antonio died, and Joya became the head of the Streeter family. Although Grindelwald fled in a disastrous defeat, The vampires were still afraid of him coming to revenge. So it was still decided to let Joyous stay at Hogwarts. After seeing Charlotte's strength, everyone felt that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. As for Charlotte's ability to transform into the Balrog and nightmare magical creatures, after discussion with Dumbledore and others, they decided not to spread it to everyone for the time being. This is to protect Charlotte, also to protect Hogwarts. Although the current Charlotte is strong enough, no one can guarantee that he has no weaknesses. A legendary wizard as powerful as the god of law Merlin did not die at the hands of others in the end. Charlotte didn't care. He didn't care if others knew about it because he was already strong enough now. If anyone really wanted to harm him, he just set it on fire. He was not a principled white wizard like Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody, who had to consider the consequences of using the killing curse. If you really want to P***s him off, he doesn't mind being the next big devil. Xiaoya came over and asked, "Charlotte, can you teach me defense against the dark arts? If I can be stronger, maybe Grandpa Antonio won't die." "No problem. You can also teach me divination," Charlotte said. Although Joya couldn't use Charlotte's commonly used spells, he was also proficient in other defense against the dark arts, so it was no problem to teach her. Since she became the head of the Streeter family, this teenage girl seems to have matured a lot at once. In fact, Joya's strongest talent is prophecy. She can make some accurate predictions without any props. This talent is probably on par with Grindelwald. Before Grindelwald wanted to catch her, he could figure out the reason. After Chaya grew up, she was definitely his enemy. At this time, Ron walked in with a dark circle under his eyes, followed by Hermione and Harry Potter naturally. Seeing Charlotte and Joya sitting together, Hermione's expression darkened. Although the people-in-law, one Killuo, may not have noticed that Charlotte disappeared for a day, but Hermione was keenly aware that Joya disappeared with Charlotte. These two must have some dark secret. But the professors didn't care about it, so Hermione naturally couldn't care less. After saying hello to Charlotte, Ron sat down across from him and complained, "I had a very weird dream last night. I dreamed that a dozen quaffles with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters were chasing me. Almost saw me get squashed. Then I didn't sleep all night." Hearing this, Charlotte smiled embarrassingly. He didn't expect his prank to torture Ron's mind like this. He drank the milk and said, "I think you will have a good dream tonight. Really, I have learned divination recently, and I can see it from your face. There's no such thing as face-to-face in the divination class at Hogwarts." Hermione debunked mercilessly. Ron frowned. He always felt that Hermione was against him, so he retorted loudly, "Can't Charlotte teach herself from books in a library? He's a genius." Hermione turned around angrily and left, even taking a bite of her breakfast. Seeing Hermione leave, Charlotte shook her head lightly and said, "Aren't you going home for Easter?" Harry Potter said, "I'd rather spend the holidays alone at Hogwarts than go back to Uncle Dursley's house. It's not my home at all." Charlotte nodded. He naturally knew about Harry Potter's situation. After his parents died, he met a tricky and vicious aunt. He originally had Sirius, but unfortunately he later. Sirius died in the Department of Mysteries to protect Harry. He really fits the personality of the hero of the novel, the Lonely Fiend. If there is a chance, Sirius can be saved. This child's life is indeed a bit bitter. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes fell on Ron's pet, Scabbers. This guy was the chief culprit for clearing up Sirius' grievances, or he was killing him right now and helping Harry save Sirius. Sensing Charlotte's gaze, Spotted's body began to shake violently. Just when Ron was about to check, the rat Ban jumped out of Ron's body with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Charlotte smiled slightly and murmured, "It's pretty fast." But not only Grindelwald, but also Dumbledore, Mad-Eye Moody, Joya, and other vampires were shocked, because they watched Charlotte transform from a living person into a nightmare entwined with hellfire. Even these vampires who have lived for 100 or 200 years have never seen Dad like this. Only Dumbledore looked at Charlotte with an extremely complicated look, as if thinking of something. At this moment, everyone looked at Charlotte very nervously. No one dared to act rashly, and they didn't know whether Charlotte in this state was sane. At this time, Charlotte felt unprecedented carefree. He felt that his mental power was extremely powerful in this state, and he even felt that his extended mental power could lift a stone. After the transformation of the previous Thunderbird bloodline and Balrog bloodline, he felt that the most changed was himself. The power has grown explosively. It was extremely difficult for him to control this change for a while, but this time it was different. Charlotte felt that she could control all the abilities after becoming a nightmare with ease. Open one's eyes. Charlotte looked up at the 3 strange black winds floating in the air one day. Through his strong mental power, he could clearly perceive the huge power contained in the black wind of Grindelwald. It's like a raging sea and dark waves. If you don't move, you will be fine, and if you move, it will shake the world. Black flames rose from Nightmare's 4 hooves. Charlotte just jumped lightly and walked away as if walking on flat ground. Seeing Charlotte walking towards him, Grindelwald's eyes flickered. What's this, Animagus? Impossible. Animagus can only transform into ordinary animals. This is a truth that has been recognized since ancient times, and countless dark wizards have done experiments with the blood of magical creatures. Without exception, they all failed. Muggles and wizards who had been transplanted with magical creatures also all died. How on earth did he do it? Grindelwald couldn't figure it out, and then his eyes fixed on Charlotte, and he said, "Even if you can transform into a nightmare, so what? The ending will still not change. The Streeter family and Dumbledore will all die, including you. Mugs, kill him. Kill." The incomparably burly Magus roared, and instantly turned into a black, strange wind and swept toward Charlotte. On the ground, after recovering, a group of dark wizards also waved their wands, preparing to attack Charlotte. Roar! At this moment, Nightmare let out an extremely high-pitched cry. A burst of transparent ripples centered on Charlotte and instantly spread in all directions. The first to be affected was Magus, who had already approached Charlotte. He saw that the black wind he had turned and it stagnated suddenly, and the black wind almost collapsed. He turned around and flew to the sky to prepare for another attack. But the black wizards on the ground don't have his ability. The second after Nightmare screamed, half of the hundreds of black wizards rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, although the rest of them were still standing in place. It could be seen from their terrified eyes and pale faces that he had basically lost the confidence to fight the Nightmare. This is one of Nightmare's core talents: mind magic, fear. Also use your aura to intimidate others. If the other party's psychological quality and mental strength are very weak, they will lose the will to fight at least and faint directly or even die at worst. Charlotte used this trick for the first time, and she didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. But from another aspect, Grindelwald's followers are of average strength, and more than half of them are just make-up chickens and dogs. Seeing this shocking scene, Xiaoya immediately heard the words that Charlotte said to herself before. No matter how many of them there are, they are nothing but a bunch of trash. Everyone thought he was just talking casually, but they didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, Grindelwald has already seen that the situation is not good. He seems to have the advantage in numbers, but in fact there are only a few people left who can fight. And the biggest variable today is this boy who is only in his teens. What is his identity? No wonder Dumbledore was indifferent from the beginning to the end. It turned out that there was such a powerful trump card. If Dumbledore knew what Grindelwald was thinking at this moment, he would definitely call him wrong. I just found out that this kid is still hiding such a trick. If I had known this, I would have been worried ****. Grindelwald stared at the Nightmare and said loudly, "Let's go together and solve this trouble quickly." As soon as the words fell, he set off a violent hurricane and swept toward Charlotte, and Raina and Muggs followed one after another. In just an instant, the entire sky was darkened. Charlotte's incarnate Nightmare and 3 black, strange winds chased in the air at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! Every time the 4 collided, there would be a loud bang. Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody wanted to step forward to help, but the 4 were entangled and there was no way to do it. If they were not careful, they would accidentally injure Charlotte. At this moment, Xiaoya frowned. She keenly noticed Jervis's figure. He successfully resisted Charlotte's spiritual magic, but at this moment he was ready to run away. While everyone was paying attention to the battle in the sky, he had slowly moved 957 to the end of the crowd. Xiaoya snorted coldly and rushed out in an instant. This traitor who betrayed her family. She must personally kill him today. Joya. When Karina realized that something was wrong, she immediately chased after her. She and her husband maintained a magic barrier in the castle just now. After the barrier was broken, they came out and saw their daughter rushing out desperately. After she exclaimed, she followed closely regardless of the scorching sun outside. Robert and the other vampires naturally understood Xiao Ya's idea of killing the traitor, and regardless of the suppression of the scorching sun, they all rushed forward to ensure that the patriarch killed Jervis smoothly. The dark wizards on the opposite side had already lost their fighting spirit. When they saw the Streeter family rushing forward, they had no intention of resisting, so they immediately turned around and ran away. Even if there were a few more powerful ones who still had the strength to resist, when they saw that Dumbledore and Mad Eyes Moody also entered the battle, there was no further text. These two are the nemesis of the Dark Wizard, especially the Crazy Eye Moody, who has made great achievements in battle and has never been merciless to the Dark Wizard. Not to mention Dumbledore, who had beaten Grindelwald. For a while, the Black Wizard Legion, led by Grindelwald, was disbanded before a serious battle was launched.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.